To go. Thank you. I declare open this public hearing in the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit for the inquiry into Commonwealth procurement, and I thank witnesses for being here today and pay a particular public acknowledgement to the Deputy Chair, broadcast live from Perth at 5:30 a.m, looking sparkly. 11 out of 10. I call representatives of the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Xiaoyan Lu, Executive Director of System Assurance and Data Analytics Group of Australian National Audit Office.
Lisa Craswell, Senior Executive Director, Systems Assurance and Data Analytics, Australian National Audit Office.
Grant Hare, Auditor General.
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Thank you. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I think we're all pretty familiar with the rest of the disclaimers. Would you like to make an opening statement, Auditor General, before we move to questions from the committee?
I think we've provided it, and I'll...
Sure. Okay. So this is, I expect, our last hearing as part of the procurement inquiry. We've just got to digest a few more questions on notice and hopefully we can deal with correspondence. But you tabled this report relatively recently and it's an information report, not an audit per se. Just for the record, that's correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So it covers a decade or thereabouts? So, you've got a whole clean decade?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so 10 years. So, I mean, I think the scale of the figures struck me as, you know, they're obviously very large figures and they highlight the significance of procurement as an activity for the Commonwealth. 824,178 contracts with a reported total commitment of $565 billion in value. Now, that's a commitment, isn't it? That's not an actual expenditure figure.
That's correct.
Okay. So, 1/3 of total contracts were committed via contract amendments, variations.
Yes.
Yep. Have you detected sort of particular reasons for the variations?
Our analysis didn't go into that specifically. So
Right.
we looked at how many amendments there were and did a piece on that, but we didn't go into the reasons. We only collected the data that was there.
Could you provide any observations perhaps to the committee on trends in the data on the value of contract amendments over time? Variations is one of the issues that seems to come up frequently in audit reports, and 1/3 of 565 is a pretty giant figure. What is it, about 185, we're getting there, 187.5, about that, $1 billion. That's a significant amount of taxpayers' money that's been committed effectively without a competitive process.
So we found that over the 10 years, the median value of the contracts amendments did increase. So the median proportion of total amended value of the contract increased from 42% in 2012-13 to 15% in 2017-18, and then for those contracts that had at least one amendment. So that's figure table 3.4 and paragraph 314 of the report.
Right. Just having a look at what the sort of procurement categories are. So the dominant categories. Have you done an analysis of what type of contract the variations are occurring most frequently in?
No, we didn't do that analysis. So we did an analysis by amendments and then we did an analysis by category.
By category, but you didn't.
We didn't do the two together.
Fair enough. No, that makes sense. I suppose what I was just curious about, and I think we did look at that a few years ago in one of the other information audits, was the extent of amendments in consultancies and professional services.
We did have a chapter specifically talking about the trends for the consultancy,
Yep.
but that is a trend over the last 10 years. But we didn't dive into the variations or amendments according to those contract terms. So that is in from paragraph 3.39. It's about consultancy-related procurements.
Okay. And so could you just summarise that for us? How, just give the committee a couple of minutes. How would the public understand your observations in relation to consultancies over the last 10 years?
Our paragraph 3.40 of the report and provides the number of consultancy-related contracts has remained relatively consistent between the last 10 years, and with an average of over 4,071 contracts per year. We noticed the total committed value for those consultancy contracts has increased from 352 million in 2012 to 13 to 888 million in 2021 to 22. That's in table 3.17.
I think members of the public, when they hear the word consultancy, may think automatically of the big four firms, for instance. But my recollection from previous work that we've looked at is, in fact, the definition of consultancy is very, very narrow and only captures a small slice of work which goes to large professional services firms. That's correct?
Yeah, so the breakdowns that we've done further on break down some of the work. So there is a piece on consultancy, but there is a broader piece as well.
Right. Can you just give us some figures on the record around that?
Yeah.
So if we're talking about consultancy related, table 4.8 lists the top 10 suppliers by value, and we've broken that down. Some of those are the big four. There is also one Commonwealth entity in there.
What's the Commonwealth entity in there?
CSIRO.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. So the increase from 352 to 888 million, I mean, if you presumed a consistent volume of work, you'd expect a price increase over time, naturally through CPI and so on. But on those figures, would it be a reasonable conclusion that consultancies have grown faster than total procurement or CPI?
We didn't do an analysis over the value versus CPI.
You wouldn't use CPI. I think you'd
Yep.
probably use the size of the public sector or something like, or a nominal, more nominal number. We can send you something on that if you like, but my recollection is that it's not way out of kilter with what you would expect.
Yeah, that was my intuition from looking at it, that it's a little bit faster than the growth you'd expect, but it's not massively overstated.
Yeah.
Could you take on notice maybe and give us any supplementary note on that question in relation to consultancies? Just broadly, how might we think about the growth over 10 years? And then secondly, the same sort of comparator on growth of use of the big four firms,
Yep.
which is a much, much larger number if I recall previous.
Noting that in our analysis we used ABNs, so we didn't go through and try and attribute all of the different ABNs that the firms use.
It's one of the issues that we point out in the data quality part of where we talk about the data issues in the report, is that the use of ABNs means that what you might think of as a single entity may be made up of multiple ABNs, and we can't sort of ensure that we aggregate those totally.
Okay, can we talk a little bit more about that? I hadn't noticed that. It was a few weeks since I read the report in detail. I recall in one of these previous ones you identified that effectively there was complete misreporting of the SME stats because finance was using the ABNs literally which led to perverse outcomes like EY was categorised as an SME, AGL Energy and many of them because they run multiple ABNs. I think that issue was supposed to have been fixed, although you haven't gone back and looked at that?
I'm pretty certain we looked at it in the last report and it had been resolved.
Okay. All right, so that's been fixed so the public can better rely now on the SME reporting. Can you just tell us a little more about that other issue?
So because the firms operate in different entities, they can each have a different ABN, and the way that the contracts are reported, the ABN of the supplier is what's recorded. So if, and I think in one of our tables, there's a PwC, there's two branches of PwC that appear because they have two different ABNs.
Yep.
So that's where we mean it's difficult then to capture because there may be other ABNs associated with it that haven't been picked up in that table.
Right. So how does the public know how much work is going to PwC, to take that example? Or, sorry, how does the public know how much work is going to what the public might think of as PwC being lots of people sitting in those giant glass towers scattered around the country?
Well, the only data available is that on AusTender, and the data is presented according to who they contract with, which is ABN.
Yeah, that's correct.
So then then it requires some sort of analysis to go and look at supplier names and ABNs and see whether you can bring them together.
Yeah, and one of the data observations we also made is that sometimes the same ABN has multiple names recorded against it because it's reliant on the entity that's entering into the Commonwealth entity entering into the contract to enter that information into AusTender. So if they enter it in a different way, it may also...
Gotcha. Okay, so it's not that the entity has multiple identities, it's to do with how the information's typed into AusTender.
Well, there's two instances. So one is if a department enters into a contract with someone like a PwC that has multiple ABNs, they enter the ABN number and then they also enter the entity name. The ABN number is the same ABN number. However, they may enter the name in multiple ways, even against one ABN.
Linda, you've come off mute. Oh, yeah. Did you want to say something, Melinda?
I just wanted to ask a question, if I could, Chair, just about this. That issue, when I had a look at the report and the explanation now, does that allow for, it's not quite phoenixing, but if you've got companies with multiple ABNs and there are multiple panels, is there any way for those who are in different departments on looking at different panels to assess whether this is a company that they shouldn't be tendering with or has had another department's had a very bad experience with?
I don't think we've looked at that to be able to comment on it. I think that the question goes to the effectiveness of entities sharing information about their contracting experiences, and I think that's probably one more for finance than us. We haven't really done work in that space.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
I suppose my curiosity in this, and it's not a political or partisan point, but it goes to transparency. Yeah. And transparency, I suppose, has those two aspects. Accuracy, so we're confident that what's put in there is accurate, both that the right digits have been typed in and that's a consistent naming convention. And then, I'm struggling for the right words, but coherence perhaps in terms of the public being able to understand that what anyone in the street would think of as a corporate entity, PwC or AGL or EY, to take those examples which we've been over, that all of the relevant ABNs sitting within that cluster or that group or clearly interrelated group of companies can be aggregated and reported. Maybe aggregated is a better word. So they're two separate issues, but perhaps on the first one, this issue around accuracy. If I type into my internet banking a BPay number, these days it comes up and tells me that I've got the right thing, like it links somehow in the back end to a system. Does AusTender link to ASIC's ABN register or the ATO, whoever maintains that? Someone?
So what we have noticed over the time that we've been doing the procurement reports is that since we've been publishing them, Finance has worked on providing dashboards and information where people can search the publicly available information.
Right.
The type of dashboards and searching that they have would be a matter for Finance.
Yep. Okay.
We can do a piece of work and try and aggregate that in the background if you would like us to attempt that.
Well, I think maybe it's one for the Secretariat to note, but that basic question, we'll put as a question on notice to Finance, I'll get back to us pretty quickly in writing. Is there some way to make sure that, a public servant sitting there trying to do the right thing, typing in an ABN, and then having to manually type the name, is there some way to automate that so that it just links at the back end to the register? Exactly as happens on lots of other systems.
I think one thing Finance would probably need to look at is how big an issue it is.
Sure.
We're pretty, as you know, we're pretty sticklers for preciseness, and we're identifying an issue that we had in getting complete accuracy on some of the data.
Yep.
But we can aggregate generally by names, because if something's got a similar name, you can drag them together.
Yep.
And do that. So it's, I don't want to sort of suggest the issue is larger than what it is.
Okay. No, I think that's fine. It's one of the themes that we've had in thinking about AusTender through the inquiry is how do we ensure that the data is as accurate as possible and Finance has that custodianship responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if we can put that as a question to Finance, because this is an issue which has come up before every time you look at it, is the precision of the data that's in there and your ability, or anyone's ability, the media public, to be able to analyse that reliably. Because some people don't search on ABNs, they search on business names.
Yeah, I think it's a bit about a lot of the construction of AusTender is for the purpose of use by procurers and entities and providers, not for analysis of sort of macro issues. And some of these questions go to, if it was designed to meet both purposes, it would be more useful.
Yep. And then the second issue, picking up the offer that was made there, I think it would be of interest if you could just do a further bit of analysis that at least tried to break out for what I think the committee could understand, or the public would understand, as the largest professional services firms. There's the Big Four and Accenture from memory, as well as any very other large entities that the Commonwealth procures from. It's almost just like a bit of a table that says, well, for what's commonly understood as this group, here are the ABNs which we see are used, and what figures might spit out from that. It's a recommendation or a question we can put to Finance about how they could think about improving AusTender in the future to enable that sort of aggregation.
Chair?
Yeah, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Can I also ask on notice the previous question that I asked, and that was the issue, I think it's a broader issue for Finance as well on notice, is not just for contracting, but when someone's on a panel, for example, or when they're looking at companies more generally, how do they know if it's not just a Phoenix company, but if the company itself or the directors associated with it, or if it's a smaller company who's on multiple panels? So they've either, one department, one entity's had a bad experience with them, but they sort of pop up in another contract, either particularly sort of for consultancies. how do we get visibility of that? Because it seems on the face of it that it's quite a gap. So if we perhaps put that sort of issue on notice for finance.
Yep. The Secretary's nodding. There's a lot of nodding.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. So the other aspect that I just wanted to explore briefly on the record was this issue around open tender versus limited tender, and then what flows out from that, which the Deputy Chair just touched on, is in relation to panels. So on the surface, there's a conclusion there, or we didn't express an audit conclusion, but an observation that open tender contracts have increased from 40% to 55% over the last 10 years, which sounds like it's going in a healthy direction. But does that 55% include panel work obtained via panels?
Yes.
Okay. So just so that people are very clear, the 55% which the public might glean is going to a competitive process could in fact be contain large chunks for which one quote was obtained off a panel.
Yeah, it's difficult to get data to compare the two things because you don't know. As we've talked about before, because you don't know that an open from AusTender whether something classified as an open tender off a panel actually involved an open or a limited approach to the panel, you can't tell you can't get the two lumps of data together around the increase in the number of open tenders and the use of panels to get to a conclusion. But if you look at the raw data of the growth in panels and the growth in open tender, it sort of looks like a lot of the growth in open tender is coming from that classification from panels.
Yep. So certainly a chunk of the 55% is, but because of the data reporting issues, we can't be
We don't know what it is, but they're similar magnitudes.
Yeah. I don't think anyone would be surprised if the committee chose to make a recommendation about greater transparency in AusTender and the number of quotes received off panels. So just on that panel issue, you said the use of standing offers, including panels, has increased from 28% to 50%. What's the difference between a standing offer? What kind of thing is a standing offer that's not a panel? A supply contract.
A whole of government contract with a particular supplier for a particular service. Say the whole of government IBM contract is a standing offer, but if you describe it as a panel, it'll be a panel of one.
A panel. Okay. Yeah. All right. So 28%. The use of standing offers has increased from 28% to 50%. Can you just explain that a little more? 28 to 50% of what?
The data for recording whether it's associated with a song was only added in recent years. And so over the years, we noticed the proportion of the number of contracts associated with standing offer notice has been increasing. And over the value of contracts associated with standing offer on notice is also increasing. And because the panel numbers, the ability to record whether the user panel was only added recently, so we only observe trends in recent years.
Okay. Of the 1,418 panel arrangements, I think the finding is 336 had one supplier listed on the panel, receiving 5,155 contracts with a committed value of 8.8 billion. Again, can you just explain that conclusion a little further?
It's a statement rather than a conclusion.
Sorry, yes, that statement. Call it a statement or an observation, not a conclusion or a finding.
No, and that's just an analysis of what was in the data.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand it. So 1,418 panel arrangements, 336 had one supplier listed on the panel.
Yes.
Yes.
So
So is that what you were talking about before? That's a standing offer, not a panel?
A panel is a standing.
So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just
No.
trying to make sure I'm clear in my mind what the words actually mean.
The terms are largely interchangeable.
Okay.
But standing offer is the broad definition. Some standing offers aren't described as panels, but something that's very similar which is a standing officer would be a panel.
So
I think they're interchangeable words.
Okay. So is another way of let's just presume for the moment that standing offers and panels are the same thing. That a department can go to them and procure with one quote if they want.
Yes.
Okay. So of these 1,418 panel arrangements, 336 of them had one supplier. How do you get to be a panel of one supplier?
You enter into a contract. I'll answer it, but it might not be precisely correct in all occasions. But
There'll be someone from finance listening at home that can
if I'm completely wrong, they can say. Yeah.
Okay.
You enter into a contract with a supplier to provide for the ability to provide a service or a good through time.
Yep.
So that the contract says we'll effectively, it's not deliver this tomorrow, but the potential to deliver it when we enter into a purchase order or a subsequent agreement with them. And sometimes the contract may say that other entities can also purchase off it, so it broadens it out.
So would it be like, I don't know, our office stationery where there's Office Max or some kind of, I have no idea who it is at the moment, but used to be Office Max, I think, where if we want some new pens and paper, we just tick from their catalogue and it turns up?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point we sort of presume that someone competitively tendered to create this standing offer?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned IBM before, might be medical masks in an emergency, whatever, that kind of thing.
That kind of thing, yes.
Okay.
Chair,
Deputy Chair?
If you go to table 6.4 on page 80, it actually shows you the top 10 by largest value where there's single supplier on a panel. So IBM is the top one on that list.
Okay. Deputy Chair?
Thank you. Just on that point, and maybe, Chair, this is actually another question on notice for finance, but I think having that blurring between a standing officer and a panel, I think is suboptimal, to put it mildly. And I think if we could ask finance to explore that further with us, because in the common use of the language, if it's a panel, you would expect it to be a panel to choose from. Whereas if you already have an existing contract, a standing offer, they should actually be visible as two separate processes or arrangements. So I'm wondering if we could put that on notice for finance.
Yeah, I think that would be good to clarify the distinction. We'll do that, Deputy Chair, and ask finance to explain to us the difference, if there is one, between a standing offer and a panel. Yep. I'm just struggling to understand how a panel is one.
Yes.
Yes. Sounds like a monologue.
Chair, that's exactly right. And I think that maybe that's the point, is to finance. The question is more clarity and consistency of definitions really should be made.
Yep.
As part of that.
So with that table that you referred to, Ms Jago, that IBM were the biggest chunk of that 8.8 billion, the Audit Office isn't necessarily drawing any conclusion on whether that's a good or a bad thing that we had $8.8 billion of work which went out to one supplier, to a standing offer, a panel with one supplier. It's just a thing.
It's just the facts of
Yes. Okay. All right. And then 7 of the top 10 panel arrangements by total committed value over the last 10 years had at least 80% of the total value committed to 20% or less of the suppliers. Is there any sort of further sort of colour and movement to add in relation to that observation?
Not really. It's the data's been pretty consistent around that. I think Wider, we pointed out the part of the argument. I think part of the argument around the use of panels and the broader procurement process is how you engage a large number of suppliers, and particularly provide access to small, medium firms into procurement processes. So if, you know, a line of inquiry might be if you're setting up panels and lots of small suppliers are getting on them, does that actually mean they get access, or simply they get on if a lot of the business is going to a small number? But we haven't done work on it. It's just, it's interesting from sort of that type of point of view.
It's sort of, I mean, it's consistent with a lot of the discussion we've had so far, raising concerns about what seems to be probably unintended but anti-competitive aspects of the way people are using panels, both because they appear to be going to get one quote and think that that satisfies a value, erroneously think that that satisfies a value for money requirement, or they're locking out new market entrants for an inordinate amount of time. And so that sort of finding would seem to be consistent with that first problem.
That the data supports that.
Sorry, that sort of data.
The data supports that type of argument. You know, we haven't done the analysis to come to it, but if you've got a panel arrangements where people are going to one or only a small number of firms, then they're likely to go to the ones that they know, is a reasonable hypothesis, which would mean that the level of competition would not be as broad as if they went to the whole panel or a large proportion of the panel. Yes.
The CPRs encourage competition as a tool to achieve value for money.
Yeah.
And this data does suggest that there's not, that panels are restricting, suggest, not find, suggest that panels may be inadvertently perhaps restricting, not enhancing competition.
That's certainly a conclusion that we've put in a number of performance audits, that it looks like that, and in our submission to the committee similarly. Not simply about value for money, but also access. You know, one of the principles of the procurement framework is about sort of the broad access, competition to drive value for money, but also having the ability of multiple providers to access government.
So you've got to be in the club to have a crack, but then the person purchasing needs to actually look at all the members of the club, not just their favourite one to have lunch with.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, good-o. Deputy Chair, did you have anything you wanted to talk about on panels, just while we're on panels? Because I think it's been a real theme, and personally I've sort of got panels in the gun a bit, because I think we've seen this over and over and over again in numerous reports, that the proper use of panels seems to be to take a lot of the friction and risk out of procurement by pre-qualifying suppliers, checking capability, checking financials, balance sheet, all that kind of stuff. But large chunks of the public service now seem to be using panels as a way of avoiding paperwork or getting the person who they want to do the contract without any competition.
I think an observation I've made in a number of times is that we see a lot of procurement where the process adopted seems to be for the ease of the agency rather than the benefit of the taxpayer.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Yes, you and I think very similarly on that, and it is something that could be good to chase up with finance further, both in terms of the problem and also how it could be amended to still get the benefits that it was intended to do, but also to improve the focus in terms of all the areas that you've raised, Chair. With more transparency. I don't know whether now's the right time. I actually wanted to drill down a bit further into the procurement categories.
Have the call. I'm going to get. No. If I'm just checking, have we ruled a line under panels? Given this hearing at the moment, or for most of the day, is going to be a panel of you and me.
Yes. I think that covers it. It'll be very interesting to see then what comes back from finance, because obviously there's two ways they can answer it. One is just humorous, basically, and sort of come up with all the reasons why the current system is not too bad, or they can actually seriously address some of the problems and potential solutions. So I just put that on Hansard as a bit of a suggestion to the finance officials when they start looking at these questions.
I think, well, yes, the step in between, I suppose, is us making our recommendations, which I think we've probably got most of what we need, but there's a handful of other things which we'll put on notice to finance to chase up to round out the report, and a couple for the Audit Office, which aren't necessarily material to us finalising a report, but I think would still be very good to have on the public record, particularly in relation to the aggregation of ABNs and so on. So, Deputy Chair, do you want to... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, there's a bit of a lag, so I'm sorry if I'm talking over you or out of step. This next question does actually relate to panels, but it relates to the findings of the highest categorisations of types of contracts used. And so the three were commercial, military and private vehicles, management, business, professional and admin services and engineering research. That reminds me of something that we've talked about with the Auditor General previously, and that is whole of government approaches. And I'm just wondering if there's any work being done on having a look at, so say your car supplier one, and you've got different contracts across government and they're for quite large fleets of vehicles. What is the similarity between the offering across different panels? And I've seen that, and I raised the issue of Salesforce with CRM packages that different departments are acquiring. And it appears to me that the Commonwealth can be quite a, uncharitably call a dumb customer in toto, because we have the same suppliers that have different contracts with different departments. And we're not leveraging them either in terms of what's being procured, but also the value of that contract. So I'm just wondering if the Auditor General, Brad, if you've got some observations about that in terms of panels.
Not from, I can't recall any audits that we've done where we've tabled, where we've looked at either pricing between different panels or pricing from the same supplier on the same panel. We are undertaking an audit at the moment of Services Australia's and Home Affairs purchasing of office furniture, where we will be looking at that issue, both between the pricing between for similar stuff. You can never know whether it's identical, but for similar things between different panel arrangements, and so that'll come out in about June, I think, but we're still in field work on that audit. I think you're on mute.
Oh, we've lost.
Sorry, Senator, you're on mute.
Oh,
There you go.
I'm sorry. I was going to say one of the places to look at would be the variations between that and the ABC contract for the fit out for furniture for their new building in Parramatta. It was $10,000 board tables, $20,000 board tables. It was quite extraordinary. So that would actually be very interesting to see your findings on that.
Yes. Oh, you're on Public Works. You get to do that all the time.
Yes, I am for the moment. Yes. So maybe this is just a bit more of an open question, but if we take this issue, and while it's not something that ANAO has specifically looked at, could I perhaps get your assessment, Auditor General, on on this issue more generally, because it seems in some ways we're, it's the expression, penny wise, pound poor, as a purchaser with great purchasing capacity. Whether it's multi-million dollars, use the example the chair used for stationery, for example. A pen's a pen, but with so many different arrangements across the Commonwealth, are we actually leveraging our purchasing power?
Well, I have to disagree that a pen's a pen, I'd observe. I mean, there's nice pens and there's horrible pens.
Well, either if you're buying this particular pen,
Indeed.
then you're paying different at rates across the Commonwealth.
Yep.
It's different standing arrangements or different contracts. It just seems to be a bit dumb.
It is a really good point, and I think the Auditor General, I've heard you say a number of times or observed that, I'm not trying to verbal you, but what I took from listening to you on this topic over some years is that there's not really a culture always of public servants sharpening the pencil, particularly with panels, where someone puts the rate in and there's not always the arm wrestle to get the best value. And then the additional issue I think the Deputy Chair's rightly raising is there's not always a culture of going and having a look what your colleagues down the road might be paying for the same service.
I think we've made observations in reports on both of those things. With respect, it's quite common that you don't see negotiation in a lot of procurement processes. That is, the bids will come in and in the normal course, a reasonable expectation would be that you assess who looks at best value for money, and then you undertake negotiations to see whether you can get better value for money. We don't often see that, and I think sorry, I lost my track of thought. There was the other point that you made.
The comparison between...
No, we don't regularly see people go out and look at and talk to others. I can recall one audit where we did see a procurer go and talk to another department, but they simply rang up someone and said, we're thinking about paying this consultant this much. Is that what you pay? And the person they talked to hadn't been involved in any of the procurements in that department, but said, yeah, that sounds about right. But it was still substantially more than what the other department was paying. I don't know whether that made sense.
They made an effort, it just didn't work very well.
They made an effort, they spoke to the wrong person and ended up paying more in one department than another.
So just to be really clear, from your perspective or understanding, it's perfectly ethical and appropriate within the Commonwealth for one department to talk to another and get the details of what the Commonwealth's paying for a service. There's nothing unethical or improper about that?
It's the one legal entity.
It's the one legal entity, the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Right, okay, good. I think that's important to have on the record. That might be something also to the Secretariat that the Deputy Chair's raised that, I think, previously, that we could consider whether there's a recommendation in the procurement rules to make explicit that that's a permitted practice and to be encouraged where it could be of benefit in commercial negotiations. Okay.
Thank you. And Chair, can I just ask another question in relation to the procurement categories? The example from Defence, not always you hold Defence as an exemplar in some of these matters, but by having fleet managers and capability managers, I think is something that works well. So you get expertise in that area and you also get better visibility. Just wondering whether that is something, and it might be a question for finance, but just what your thoughts are to look at that so that we have a more of a whole of government approach to how we procure and also manage particular, in this case, fleet. So we've got the engineering and research technology-based services, the business management, professional admin services, and then the procurement, straight-out procurement of cars. So if we've got one department who's procuring a white fleet, and another one, and they've got two very different contracts and probably paying different prices, it just doesn't seem very efficient. So I'm not sure whether that's an issue for you or whether it's something, Chair, that we put on notice for finance about this issue, and possibly a recommendation. We'd have to sort of obviously talk offline about how we do that recommendation, but Auditor General, I was just wondering if you've got any perhaps advice for us or any sort of general observations from the audits that you've done over the years.
I don't think we have a. I don't think we have a view particularly on that issue. The Department of Finance operates a number of whole of government procurement contracts, things like travel, accommodation.
I think office supplies may come through them.
There's a few whole of government contracts, and it's really, I think, a matter for them which type of goods and services they think are best suited for that type of whole of government approach to procurement.
Thank you. Chair, maybe we put that on notice then for finance about what type, in their experience, what type are suited to these whole of government contracts, which ones it's not, and why, the sort of current panel arrangements or enhanced arrangements.
That's fine. We can put a question on notice to finance to explain to us the basis and the criteria that inform decisions to undertake whole of government procurements. That's pretty straightforward. I think there's a few potential extra recs there, depending on the questions. It does sound like we need to clarify the distinction between a panel and a standing offer. It's just a terminological issue. Maybe finance will have an answer to that resolves the query. It does sound like there's merit in having a bit of a look at whether AusTender can more consistently draw on the ABN and company name data, which is just a tidy up consistent with the other tidy ups we've put. I was thinking last night that it's such an important platform for the ability of people to access government contracts, bid for them. It's sort of like an AusTinder, as it is in the dating world. And the arm wrestle and comparison between departments to work out what the Commonwealth is paying on one side of the ledger, or one part of the Commonwealth is paying versus another, that should be a good kind of cultural practice, which we could better facilitate maybe by making it explicit in the CPRs.
So cultural practice, but also process, Chair, in terms of what is the mechanism to readily, for the, obviously commercial and confidence, but for the right staff to have access and be able to search. So if I'm looking for, whatever widget it is or whatever sort of type of contract service, there's more visibility of who using the Auditor General's example, is who is the right person to contact, or what is the right database to actually access some of this information.
That's going to be...
So they can make better choices.
Yeah, I think that's going to be inherently almost impossible beyond using the ABN function in AusTender, so you can at least work out who's dealing with that entity and have a bit of a look down the category of services. You could narrow it down to a reasonable degree for many things. There's a bit of nodding at the table. Seems to be about it.
I think that's part of the purpose of having an aggregate database, is for people to be able to see what's going on in the sector and do those type of inquiries. Yeah.
Lovely. All right, there are a few extra things I think that we've got from this discussion that just round out and build on some of the thematic stuff that we've already dealt with. Is there any other questions from you, Deputy Chair? I'm happy to just give us an extra break, given we've got a long day ahead.
No, that's a lot of your questions covered my list of questions here. Okay. So no, I think it's very clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, could I just...
Yes.
Just two things. In the last hearing, you asked a question about the use of paragraph 2.6, and you asked whether, you said, okay. It led me to go back and look at our submission, and it was around the impact of using 2.6, the 2.6 clause in the CPRs, where you said, but that doesn't, you asked whether that removed the requirements to achieve value for money. And I went back and looked at our submission, and in paragraph 228 of our submission, we make the statement that even if an exemption is obtained under paragraph 2.6, the core rules of achieving value for money and conducting a procurement in fair, transparent, accountable manner continue to apply. That sentence in our submission isn't precisely accurate.
Right.
And it is more what we talked about at the last hearing. What the footnote in there and what we're referring to is that if you go back to the PGPA Act and the ethical requirements under that, you still have to, the words value for money aren't used, but it's about proper use. So that statement we put in our submission isn't entirely accurate. I know.
That's fine. No, that's very useful. I'm not sure I'd say it's inaccurate, as opposed to we could be a little more precise.
Yep. So I just wanted to draw that to your attention. Secondly, given that...
So that's important, though, because I am thinking about a recommendation in this space. So what we might ask the Secretariat to do is just to pay very careful attention to how we draft the evidence, the committee finding and any recommendation, and we may consult with you privately to check that you're comfortable with the draft before the committee considers it, if that's okay.
Okay. The second thing is, you're saying this is the last hearing on the procurement inquiry. I was wondering whether the committee might find it valuable if we put in some sort of final submission and pick up anything that's occurred during the hearing that we think that might be good to draw to your attention. That
would be very, very helpful. The thematic submission that you put in at the start, the opening statement, and the discussion have been very useful. It's a matter for the committee, obviously, but my current thinking is that there'd be a set of thematic requirements in the areas which we've kind of been exploring, most of which would apply to finance recommendations. And then there's a series of individual recommendations about the individual audits that are particular to the department. Your observations, I suspect, but tell me if I'm wrong, in a supplementary submission would relate to the thematic issues.
And individual ones.
And individual ones, okay.
I was thinking where we think that some of the evidence that's been provided may not be consistent with what we think is accurate as well.
Oh, that'd be very helpful. Thank you. Okay. The only other thing that I would invite in that supplementary submission, if you weren't already going to cover it, we haven't had a discussion about this, you were completely unavoidably and properly not available for the Home Affairs, the most recent Home Affairs hearing. I think you're in PNG, which is an important part of your responsibilities. And I was reflecting after that hearing, a number of things, but in particular, the department's almost implication that they couldn't go to market because no one had given them a fully integrated forward capital investment program, which on reflection seems a little bit curious or spurious in a couple of ways. One, it's not necessary to have a full forward capital investment program to undertake a single procurement. It might be nice, it might give you more flexibility, it might give you more certainty in an envelope to move around, but it doesn't seem necessary. And secondly, my understanding on reflection from that, we sort of ran out of time given the nature of the hearing, is that the Commonwealth doesn't own those capital facilities, being the planes, they're leased. So I'm still left scratching my head understanding how the two things relate, but perhaps you may have some further observations on that point.
I think the Deputy Chair was...
Deputy Chair?
Can I just endorse that question? I too was a little bemused because it's a service contract. It's not actually procuring material in this case. It's to be managed as a fleet. It's actually a service contract. So, yes, it was a bit bemusing.
Well, there was effectively a clear acknowledgement that part of the reason for the length of the extension is to cover the recapitalisation of the fleet, because it's the contractor that owns the planes, it's the contractor that's recapitalising the planes, and they need a certain level of a revenue stream effectively to do that. So I was just left kind of scratching my head, interesting as the whole experience was.
We could touch on some of those things in our supplementary submission, if you'd like.
That would be very helpful. I think we're due to have a supplementary submission from Home Affairs if we haven't got it already.
Okay.
We invited the Secretary, of course, to explain to us the integrated investment proposal that he was obviously, to be fair, is obviously and consistently advocated for, and there's, obviously some merit in that, desirable as it might be, but I'm still not clear how it relates to this procurement.
Well, the Commonwealth has gone over a long period of time from owning these assets to effectively a service contract for them. I don't know what sort of evaluation the department's done on the costs and benefits of both options.
But that's the same dilemma. Do you own a building or lease a building? There's a set of figures you can run either way.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, that'd be useful.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So, look, if we need to, we can always reconvene. We'll have a look at your supplementary submission, and we'll have a look at Home Affairs' supplementary submission. I think because of that, we're not going to get this report finished in March. We'll aim to finish some other things. Tabled in March. Might get it finished, subject to that. So, do you have any sense of timing of when you could get us that submission?
Be good if we had 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, 2 weeks sounds entirely reasonable. Okay. Can we aim for 2 weeks? But if you need a little bit more time, that's fine. We'd rather have a quality, correct job than a rush job.
Yep.
Thank you for giving evidence here today. If you've taken questions or notice or have been asked to provide additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretariat, let's say in 2 weeks? But if you need a little more time, that's fine. And if the committee has further questions, we will send those in writing through the Secretariat. I thank the Deputy Chair and witnesses for being here today and declare this public hearing suspended for approximately 18 minutes. We'll reconvene about 9:45. I declare open this public hearing in the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit for the inquiry into Commonwealth Grants Administration and thank witnesses for being here today. I call representatives of the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Mr Yarnett.
Good morning. Tommy Wanu, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit Group, ANAO.
Grant here, Auditor General.
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Okay. I think given we've just come from a previous hearing, then you understand the formalities, so we'll skip that. Auditor General, this is, we did have a brief hearing into the grants hubs, but this is the first substantive or thematic discussion around the grants inquiry. The committee's chosen to undertake a thematic look at grants administration, both, of course, to examine issues that may have emerged in individual programs, which we'll deal with in individual hearings, but also to try and draw some of the things which are in common, that you've identified in relation to grants administration. So we've got your opening statement and submission. Is there anything you'd like to sort of say at the outset?
Yes.
Auditor General.
The Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines are a largely principles-based framework with few prescriptive rules and mandatory requirements. This is consistent with the broader regulatory framework under which the Australian Public Service operates. The model was introduced as part of a devolved approach to public sector operation where outcomes are considered best achieved by giving managers greater flexibility to carry out their operations in a manner consistent with the principles of the frameworks without being too encumbered by prescriptive rules. The devolved framework places accountability at the entity level and generally involves limited oversight by those setting the framework. For a lightly regulated, principles-based framework to be effective, it requires an expectation that entities will focus on meeting those principles. This expectation is reinforced by Section 14 of the Australian Public Service Commissioner's Directions 2022, which states, "The APS demonstrates leadership, is trustworthy and acts with integrity in all that it does." It goes on to say that having regard to an individual's duties and responsibilities, upholding the APS value in subsection 10(2) of the Act requires, amongst other things, acting in a way that is right and proper as well as technically and legally correct or preferable. The evidence from a number of ANAO audits of grants administration is that this fundamental expectation of how entities should operate under a devolved principles-based framework is not consistently met. Instead, we have seen evidence of what may be called gaming of the system to achieve desired results by technically meeting the mandatory requirements, but in a way inconsistent with the principles. In addition, we see examples of entities not meeting those few mandatory requirements which exist. Many of the issues we have identified have resulted in ministers being poorly advised and a lack of support for ministers in meeting their responsibilities under the rules. While I do not think you can draw from our audits that there is a systemic problem, I do think that not taking action to address these issues identified may lead to them becoming systemic. In these circumstances, I believe the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines need to be made more prescriptive to ensure that the principles are achieved. The ANO submission includes recommendations which go to the makeup of the objectives and the principles of the CGRGs, along with areas where I think discretion should be removed from entities, as they have not consistently operated in a way which would merit such discretion. Thank you.
Thanks, Auditor General. Maybe we'll just work through in a thematic way. I think the Deputy Chair and I were comfortable to just try and work through topics in blocks. So let's start with the issue of competition and competitive grants processes. Your submission to this inquiry, as well as to the previous inquiry, I think we did last term, when I was the Deputy Chair, noted that competitive grant selection processes are the minority despite being the preferred approach in the grant rules. And that there's even been instances where programs are announced as being competitive and merits-based, but they've then actually gone on to employ closed or non-competitive processes. In the context of a grants program, what constitutes a competitive process, and what are some of the common reasons for entities choosing a non-competitive process?
So a competitive process would usually be one where it is open to anyone to apply. There are clear guidelines that applicants need to do their application against, and that there's a closing date, and that applications are then assessed after that closing date to see which ones are most meritorious against those published criteria. Reasons where there may be a non-competitive process used is a targeted grants program, where it is targeted at specific types of entities or specific entities. I've just been reminded targeted is actually competitive under the CGRGs. So it may, or a closed process may be there's been identified entities that they want to ask to apply for grants.
Okay. Let's just explore this for a moment. So I think that's a very useful framing summary. Guidelines, closing date, you actually assess against the guidelines you published and provide advice to decision makers.
Chair, I might just add, there's a principle in the grant rules and guidelines that, this is in paragraph 8.5, there's a general principle that officials should choose methods that will promote open, transparent and equitable access to grants. So the competitive processes are high up on the spectrum in terms of equity and transparency.
Right.
You know, when something is competitive, it's much higher up on the spectrum in terms of that principle.
Yep. Okay. Just in terms of, so not the word targeted, in terms of when government has, often for legitimate reasons, decided or identified the target recipient of grants. So I can think of a couple of examples of that kind of category. So sometimes in emergency situations where there might be emergency relief, for instance, I think during the pandemic, quite understandably, government provided large grants quickly to various food relief organisations, and they knew who they were because they're things that the Commonwealth does. Or in the case, say, of the Ukraine crisis, the former government and the current minister identified the Ukrainian associations and provided some targeted funding. So they seem to be reasonable sorts of examples. The other common example is election commitments, where a government is elected or re-elected with a set of commitments that they've made publicly and then seek to implement those commitments. Are all those sort of categories the kinds of things which you'd expect to see as identified grants?
I don't think we have an expectation, but they're the type of things which fit within the rule, the framework of where you'd have identified recipients and then go through the process. The important point to make is that establishing, say, the example of election commitments, the fact that there are election commitments doesn't change the rule framework. So you still need to have a grant program, you still need to have guidelines, and you still need to have assessment processes and all of those things that are requirements on the bureaucracy and decision makers to go through in getting an appropriate decision made. So you set up, in all of those type of circumstances, the expectation under the rules is that you set up a program, you set up a program objective, you set the criteria, the guidelines for the program, and then you undertake actions under those things. The simple fact that a recipient has been identified doesn't remove the responsibility of the entity to undertake the actions under the rules.
Under the rules or the Financial Management Act when recommending or approving money.
And Chair, if I could add just a framework underpinning to the comments of the Auditor General. There is a Finance Department Resource Management Guide, number 412.
Yep.
Australian Government Grants, Briefing, Reporting, Evaluating and Election Commitments.
Yep.
So on the question of election commitments, it is very clear. There's a paragraph 36 at page 12. The CGRGs are largely principles-based and do not differentiate between proposed grants which stem from an election commitment and any other grant proposal. As such, election commitments implemented through a grant need to comply with the CGRGs. So that part of it is very clear.
Good.
And then if we go into the CGRGs themselves, much of what you're asking is in the principles section.
Yep.
Which begins at page 35, and it's the section around probity and transparency.
Yep. I'm genuinely asking these questions in a non-partisan, neutral way because these are endemic, and I just want to understand as a baseline as we move into the inquiry, because in a number of the reports when I read them, but I think it happens in the car parks, the regional funds, and safer communities, the issue of election commitments comes up, or identified grants. And I think in one of them you observed that it was a closed round because it was to implement election commitments, and that was not an issue, that was just a fact. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So can I just check that I've got the understanding right from what Mr Iano's read out? So if a government of any persuasion is elected and said part of their election platform is we want to do these 10 projects scattered across the country, the proper process would be to establish a fund, or a proper process would be to establish a fund, the purpose for which is to deliver these 10 projects, to put guidelines in place for that fund, and to ensure that ministers receive advice from the public service in approving the expenditure of those funds.
I'm not certain about establishing a fund is necessary, but
right.
You have a program and a decision by government to fund an activity.
Sorry, a program is okay. So establish a program the purpose for which is to implement these commitments
Yes,
and specify them, don't hide from them, be very clear.
but if it's a grant, if they're going to fund those things through grants,
Yep.
then the requirements of the grant rules apply. So the requirements are about establishing the program, establishing criteria,
Yep.
and all of that things around the grant framework. And the expectation on the public service is
Yep.
that they assess the proposals against the criteria and provide advice. The issue that we have is when the public service assessment is the government made an election commitment, therefore it's okay, it's value for money. That's not an appropriate assessment
Yep.
process.
Okay. So I just want to be really clear because I know this gets a lot of controversy. So there's nothing wrong conceptually with governments delivering on election commitments, but they're still obliged to follow the provisions of the grant rules and the Financial Management Act where they relate to grants, and that should include advice to ministers on a value for money assessment.
Chair, so as you say, there's the requirements under the framework here are clear cut, and then the entity would be expected to go into the grant rules, go into and in a curious way, it's in a funny place, but there's a paragraph 13.10 on page 37, and the starting point always is competitive merit-based processes should be used to allocate grants based upon clearly defined criteria unless specifically agreed otherwise by a minister. So the framework in a sense is very clear. An election commitment is not special, if you know what I mean, under the framework. It is a grant. Potentially it needs to be assessed in the normal way under the guidelines and then start with this proposition that unless otherwise agreed, go for a competitive merit-based process.
Well, yeah, I know you're quoting that back, but but we've got a tension here, haven't we? Because citizens expect government to implement their commitments. But in making those decisions, ministers rightly have to receive advice under the Financial Management Act and be accountable for their decisions, having received that advice. Reconciling these realities with what Mr Ianu said, election commitments are not prohibited by the rules, and it would be a logical case that a minister specifically agreed that there's no need for a competitive process because they're commitments which have been made, but they still have to satisfy value for money tests.
They have to satisfy proper use tests, and they have
Proper use tests.
and they have to set under the PGPA, and
Yep.
they have to satisfy the requirements under the grants rules, which include requirements with respect to value for money.
Yep.
One of the principles under the grants rules is value for money. But ministers make decisions, and the only requirement on the ministers with respect to making decisions, if hypothetically a department assesses election commitments and says we don't think they're value for money,
Yep.
they put the advice up to the minister then says, well, I think it is value for money for these reasons. The minister's only requirement is to document why they consider it to be value for money.
Right.
And they need to...
But that's a proper process because it's transparent.
That's a proper process. It's transparent, which is one of the key principles of the grants rules and guidelines. These processes don't prohibit ministers from making decisions. It's about making them under the framework which has been established by governments with the principle around transparency. It's about making those decisions transparently.
Yep.
That's the framework.
I just wanted to get that on the record at the outset. Well, the first topic in our briefs here is competitive grants process. I just want to get that on the record at the outset because it's been dealt with in the previous grants inquiries. We've had these discussions in public and private briefings, and what I'd taken from that, I think, is what we've said, that there's nothing wrong with governments implementing election commitments, provided they do them in accordance with the grants framework and the Financial Management Act, which means receiving advice from the public service considering that advice and making a decision, and if they
and
take
documenting it.
and documenting the decision.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be very clear on that at the outset, because it's a theme that comes up in every one of these reports.
Yes.
It's a thematic issue.
And but that theme relates to election commitments, but relates generally, and
Yep.
and particularly the documentation point side of things. What we've seen in a number of audits is that the departments don't support the ministers in undertaking that documentation process. So, if a minister makes a decision and doesn't provide documented reasons for the decision, it's back to the department. The department should.
It is hard for the department to assist them when they're locked out of the little room that these decisions happen in.
They have a responsibility to tell the minister that the minister is responsible for
Yes,
documenting the
gotcha.
decision, and if they don't do that, they're not carrying out, the department isn't carrying out their responsibility to support the minister appropriately.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Let's get to that as a thematic issue. Okay, that's fine. So there's no requirement that implementation of be they urgent things like emergency grants or election commitments have to be through a competitive process, provided that the minister is taking advice in making a decision. That's correct? Sorry, I just want the Auditor General to answer.
Oh, sorry.
yes,
Yes. Okay.
And again, just to provide a framework basis, the framework recognises such contingencies. For example, if you look at paragraph 13.13, in some circumstances may be appropriate to use, for example, non-competitive or non-application based processes. So I think the framework recognises that there are circumstances where you might have to step outside the normal expectations.
Deputy Chair, did you have anything else to add on the competitive grants issues?
Not yet. I think the way that the ANO staff have described it, I think is very helpful to provide that clarification. So, as I understand it, is that, just put simply, if you could confirm that I've got it right, perhaps, is that the process is the process. So whether it comes through an election commitment or through the normal business of government, there is a process and that has to be followed, and it has to be, whatever the decision is made in the circumstances, according to the principles, it has to be transparent so that it's accountable. But as I understand what the Auditor General's just said, is that there is a responsibility on behalf of the APS staff who are managing this to make sure that the minister is properly informed about what has to occur in that process. Is that a
that's correct.
fair summation?
That's correct.
And Senator, it's a very active obligation on the bureaucracy. There's a section 4.6, officials must provide written advice to ministers. So it's actually a statutory obligation, because this is a legislative instrument.
Worth also recognising there is an obligation on ministers as well, which allies with the one Mr Miano mentioned, which is ministers must not make a decision to award a grant unless they've obtained written agency advice. So there's obligations both on the decision maker, the minister, as well as the entity. So there are two obligations there, not just on the bureaucracy.
But I guess the point, so thank you, and so I think the point that you're trying to emphasise here, that very active requirement, is that it's an issue also of leadership on behalf of senior public servants and the secretary or CEO or whoever is involved, is that they have to make sure that their staff are doing all of the right things, particularly on a principles-based framework, and that their minister of the day is fully informed, because there's high likelihood that the minister or their staff aren't familiar with the intricate details of this process. Would that be a fair statement?
I agree with that statement. That's the role of the public service, is to ensure that the minister is informed about what their responsibilities are.
Now, but it's a different issue. So if it is clear that the public service have done their very active duty, and there's, there is evidence of that, and then if the minister decides not to take that advice, then it is very clear where that responsibility lies, because the APS have done their job.
That's correct, and the minister's responsibility then is to document the reason for the decision was made.
So following on from that then, so the APS have done everything by the book, by the guidelines, by the rules, and Minister has been advised of this, but has decided that they do have the discretion not to take that advice, but they then need to explain and to detail for transparency reasons why they have done that, so that it is clear about why they've taken that decision.
Yes, but it's a limited discretion. The discretion is to make a different decision under the framework, so it's against the criteria.
Yes.
Their discretion isn't unlimited under the framework.
Yes. Okay. But that's also part of the advice that needs to come from the APS.
That's right.
Is what discretion they have and do not have, and how that is then. So if they exercise the discretion appropriately, that still has to be documented.
Yeah, and that goes to one of the other issues we've raised in one of these audits, where the criteria say the guidelines for a particular program said these are the criteria, and then in another part of the document said, but ministers can take into account other things, and then put a non-exclusive list of other things. So once you go down that path, you're basically, it's not consistent with the in our view, with the rules framework, because you're basically saying that the decision doesn't have to be based upon criteria. It can be anything can be brought to the table whatsoever, and that undermines the principles around transparency and equity, and allowing participation. All of those.
That's a theme, is it, that I think we've seen. There's a bit of a say-do gap, where in a number of audits you've sort of observed that, look, the guidelines seem fine, but then what happened just was completely different.
Well, in this case, the guidelines weren't fine because they allowed this sort of unlimited discretion,
right.
Which isn't consistent with the principles of the rule framework,
Okay.
in our view.
Can I ask, Chair, just on that, Auditor General, just taking that sort of the next step further. So, any given election, the new government is elected. They have made, which are some promises, election commitments, which are sometimes a little vague in terms of the detail. They are, commitments, but there's not much in terms of detail for criteria and eligibility and those sorts of things. So can you just walk us through the process that is, or that should be, perhaps or the delta between the two in terms of good practice and what actually happens? So what is the accountability chain? So Minister X comes in, his or her party has made these commitments, and then the department actually goes through. So it's the department's responsibility, is that correct, to write the criteria?
So, political parties. Sorry, I'm just picking up on the word. There's a time delay. So political parties make commitments, but I think then the question is around how governments implement them. What's the proper process?
And also, so the proper process of, and as we both know, sometimes they're a little vaguer than others. They're a general commitment to do some form of grant.
Yep, Auditor General.
Where does the detail come from?
This is, I don't know whether I describe it as a low bar or not a very difficult task. You've got an election commitment that says we want to give money to certain entities for a certain purpose. Usually I have some broad type of purpose by a political party. Then a government decides that it wants to implement a program to give effect to that election commitment. They just need to design a program logic which produces the outcome. It's not.
But that is the public. So that is the department.
Right. So the department drafts it. The minister approves the guidelines.
Yes.
Like it's.
So it shouldn't be that hard, is what you say.
I wouldn't have thought so. It's there's nothing prescriptive about what the rules have to say. Like the eligibility criteria is you've got to be one of these entities that have been listed. You would assume it might have other bits and pieces and some test that they can actually do what they're doing, and then the selection criteria would go to the purpose. I would consider it a pretty low bar to be able to meet the rules for a program for election commitments.
But clearly something has, clearly from everything you've said, while it should be quite a routine task for APS to do, there are some that are drafted and approved that are suboptimal, including giving basically, these are the guidelines, but, oh, by the way, the minister or whomever doesn't have to deal with them. But that is the drafting from the APS, correct?
Auditor General, and then I think we probably should just keep moving through the topics because we'll get to a lot of the specifics in the actual reports.
Sorry, Chair, you're right, but I just want to be very clear because this is a key point, I think, as we, in a bipartisan way, unpack this, but just to be clear on the process.
I think in general in our audits where they touch on implementation of election commitments, the guidelines have usually been okay. Our issue has been how the department usually has been around how the department undertakes the analysis of the projects under the guidelines.
So you've probably got two scenarios. The Auditor General's talking about the scenario where a particular program is established to fund the election commitments, and as he's saying, the problems there aren't generally there's anything wrong with the guidelines. They generally set out reasonable criteria. The problem is entities, as the Auditor General was saying earlier, basically will pass everything through because it's an election commitment rather than do a proper assessment job. The other problem we find is when, to try and save money, the entities will recommend that the incoming government put the election commitments through an existing program which has criteria which aren't necessarily fit for purpose, or worse still, that existing program is an open competitive one, so people who thought they were competing fairly for a certain amount of money are actually competing against election commitments, which again entities are pushing through with not very good assessment work. So you've got this unsatisfactory mix of people competing with people who aren't competing for a bucket of money, which is actually far less than you thought. So that's where we get the other sort of problems of in the design phase of a program that's not fit for purpose of funding those election commitments.
Right, so the sort of example you mean there is picking up on what the Deputy Chair started with, that there might be a press release, it might be with the greatest, with good intent that say here's what we commit to do and this is how much it's going to cost, but then when the public service sharpen the pencil 6 months later and actually delve into it and talk to the council further, they realise that it's going to cost more. But that's the advice that they need to be giving to the government. Full, frank, accurate advice. If it's going to cost more, then they need to put the value for money assessment over that when they send the brief up under the program.
That's correct.
And they also need to assess the risks to the Commonwealth and give that advice to the Minister.
Yep, okay. Be that risks around deliverability or even the entity. I know the government, for many of these reasons, has chosen to focus more on working with and through local government as a delivery partner than a myriad of unincorporated local bodies for exactly that reason, because we took a view around risk of deliverability. So, but those risk assessments should be part of it.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. But just on press release, is a press release an acceptable basis for allocating money?
We look for the evidence of the government decision from a decision maker. So
who issued the press release? I mean, we're talking about election commitment. Sometimes it can be a candidate for who didn't win that seat. So,
but that's not a decision of government.
So a press release isn't a decision of government.
Well, it depends in the context of it.
So like in an emergency.
Well, if the Prime Minister puts out a press release saying the government has made a decision to issue a grant to someone, how much further would we need to dig to test whether did that go to cabinet, were they an appropriate decision maker, whatever? I'm not certain we'd class that as no evidence of a decision. It's if the person putting out the press release has the authority to make the decision, then how much further do you need to go would be my
I think Mr Boyd observed earlier that there's a statutory obligation on a decision maker to awarding a grant to receive advice from the public service.
Yes. Sorry. There's a difference between what the announcement of the decision is and the process running up to the decision.
Okay, so a press release is not a decision.
No, a press release can announce a decision. There should be a process underpinning that.
Just on the issue of grant opportunity guidelines, you touched on this, Auditor General, but just to sort of round it out. So one of the issues you observed in this audit work is that guidelines don't accurately convey the application, assessment or decision-making processes, and you use the example of non-exhaustive, broad or non-specific assessment criteria like any other factors. So a program might say, here are the 4 criteria, you'll be scored, but then we have a little random dot point saying any other factors, which is non-specific. Do the CGRGs currently, what do the current grant rules say about that approach, and is there a need for them to be strengthened?
Well, they don't currently address that approach. It wasn't actually envisaged at the time the CGRGs were put together that you'd have these other factors come about, and we didn't observe them in grant programs for probably the first 5 or 6 years the CGRG framework was about. They've really only come about in probably the last half dozen or so years, and they're not in every program. They're not in but you can see that over time it's become more common, and it's, we start looking for the template guidelines to see where they're starting to arise in those as well. So it's not something the framework actually contemplated happening, because the framework, if you step back to the policy documents that led to it, was very clear on the fact that there should be a clear set of criteria advised to people that would be the basis for decision making, not allowing for the fact there might be other things outside of that.
I think in our recommendations on the Building Better Regions Fund, we made a recommendation which went to this about how other factors might be treated, and it goes to, from a open and transparent process, if the applicants don't know what all the criteria are, how do they address them? And if there are potentially other factors that are going to be assessed, then surely the applicant should have the ability to know what they are and to address them in a fair, equitable manner.
Because otherwise you think you're sitting a maths exam, but you're actually being marked on a chemistry exam.
Yeah, and
having done both, neither are pleasant.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And, oh God, I'd forgotten this. This is almost re-traumatising. Your submission supports the guidelines being expanded to include an 8th key principle. I think the previous grants inquiry recommended this, and I think we were all a bit stunned that we got to the point where we had to recommend that there be a principle that decision makers should adhere to the guidelines, because it kind of seemed to most of us that that's implicit in having guidelines. But to what extent do you think that such a principle would have helped prevent the issues which were raised in the audit reports? I mean, it's a statement of the obvious at one level, isn't it?
I think the more clarity we give to what the expectations are on the participants in the process, the better. I agree with you. It's difficult why we need to get to that space, but
here we are.
The government agreed.
The government did agree to the recommendation, but the CGRGs haven't yet been amended to reflect
So
that.
the former government agreed to our recommendation that the rules be amended to say that people have to follow the rules, but then they didn't actually amend the rules.
Well, they haven't been amended at this stage, yeah. And
So we can live in hope.
as I said at the beginning of this inquiry, I think that the evidence that we've seen indicates that there needs to be more prescription in the rule framework, because the principles-based low prescription framework doesn't appear to be achieving the result that it's intended to be.
Do you have a view about what the root cause of the problem is in relation to even where there are guidelines in place, entities then just depart from the selection criteria and process, or decision makers depart from it?
I'd have to speculate because our audit work doesn't go to the motives behind why people act the way they do. I think most people go to work to do the best job that they can. So, and I think I said this at our estimates hearing to a question from Senator Reynolds a few weeks ago. They go to work to do the best job that they can. So if you look at what they're doing and it isn't consistent with what you would expect, then you have to ask the question, what in the culture of the organisation is leading them to behave in that way? So it's...
I mean, you did use some pretty strong words in your opening statement.
Yes.
You said that you'd observed behaviour, what may be called gaming.
Yes.
That's going pretty close to motive or intent.
Yes, but for what purpose I don't, that's what you've got a set of principles and a set of requirements and then discretion, and where the discretion is utilised, which seems to be at odds with the principles, it must be for another purpose other than achieving the principles of the framework. What is that purpose? I think it's difficult to speculate on it. Ease of operation for the person doing the job, some perspective of expectation of what is wanted out of it. But our evidence doesn't. We in doing the audits,
there are some things which are fundamentally unknowable, even in the rearview mirror.
We don't see evidence of people being told to do things like that. It's people making decisions to do things because they think it's what's required, not instructions to do something.
Well, we can get to some of that in the specifics. One of the things which jumped out at me... Oh, sorry, Deputy Chair, did you have any further comments on that aspect?
I do, and I equally find it astonishing, but very instructive, the fact that having to put that principle in. But I'm just wondering, Auditor General, just further to this theme, rather than going away from a principles-based framework, which I think is, in theory, the right approach, does it again come back to the issue of insufficient attention and rigour at the senior leadership level, possibly across the public service? And we've had this talk about the role of the Public Service Commissioner and the requirement for secretaries and CEOs to take procurement more seriously and to make sure that the right culture, but also the right knowledge is there for staff who are engaging in these activities. Just wonder if you could reflect a little bit more on that.
Well, I think my comment would be that some of the things we talk about do go to culture of organisations, which is driven by leadership, and I think I've said that. But the question then becomes, we're talking about activities within the public sector which have a regulatory framework sitting over it, and in the case of grants and procurement, our observation is that the regulated activity isn't being undertaken in a consistent way with the intent of the regulatory framework. If that's the case, then our view is that there's a responsibility on those who set the framework to do something to ensure that it achieves that. Our view at this point is that there should be some more prescription into the framework to make it clear what the expectations are, and remove some discretion. If there's another answer to get the desired outcome, then I think that may be a question for the Department of Finance rather than us, but in specific areas we think it would be useful to make it clear that certain things must be done rather than should be done, as the current framework sets out.
Thank you. Chair, could I just ask then that that question goes on notice to Finance as well?
Sure.
Could I just add, Deputy Chair, principles-based frameworks need to strike an appropriate balance, as you say, between prescription and intent, and it all goes, as you said, to underpinning a particular culture and a particular cultural posture. I think another way of putting some of the propositions today is that we probably need to be reviewing the balance in the framework between prescription and other signalling into the system, because perhaps the signalling isn't strong enough because the balance hasn't quite been struck sufficiently well.
I think that's a very good point, thank you. And again, you can have a look, not quite directly analogous, but you're having a look at where the discretion sort of exists at the one end, a case that we've heard recently, where it hasn't, there's a large contract that hasn't gone back for tender. It's been, for 20 plus years. So just because you can doesn't mean you should, but what is that discretion?
Yeah.
And how do you manage that? Because it would, I think, be certainly retrograde if we went more to mandatory frameworks, where quite often you actually wouldn't get the best outcome for those who are going to be receiving the money.
Yes, and I'd just add this, Deputy Chair. Where there's evidence available to a regulator, Finance wouldn't describe itself as a regulator, but as a policy owner. But where there's evidence available to a policy owner that there's a particular behaviour that is driving culture that might be a bit at odds with regulatory settings, then I think there is an obligation to have a look. And here, I think if we had to sort of summarise the type of behaviour, it's maximisation of discretion, and that's not really how the framework was originally set up in terms of its balance. It seems to have lost a little bit of its equilibrium.
Thank you, and I think, Chair, that's a good issue to follow up with Finance. Now, just from that point, I think there is, Chair, maybe with Finance, if we can pursue, because I've heard this already from them, well, they're the policy owner.
Yeah. Yep.
So just trying to think of how to frame this, but pursue with them further, what's the difference between being a policy owner and a regulator, and how would anybody else, any other sort of formal regulator see themselves, and is it just splitting hairs or almost a way of avoiding accountability? Oh, well, I'm just a policy owner, I'm not the regulator, or it's really not my job.
Can I perhaps...
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I get the point you're making, and you're right, it's an issue the Auditor General in his midterm report a couple of years ago made in a more systematic way across the public service, or public sector, not just to pick on Finance, about this role of policy owners. I'm not... yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm not sure that the regulator versus policy owner distinction is particularly material. I'd put it in more general terms that if you own a policy, then you must have some responsibility for monitoring and understanding and forming a view about the extent to which people are complying with the policy, and whether the policy therefore needs amendment. That's a general proposition, Auditor General?
Yes.
Okay. And that if you're not collecting sufficient data on how your policy is being implemented, then I think the committee's often left wondering how you give advice to ministers who ultimately own the policy, or in this case, when the proverbial blind Freddy can observe recurrent problems or issues, I'm using the word recurrent, not endemic, I think from your opening statement, but can observe there are recurrent issues. You don't have to go far, you just have to read the Auditor General's work and most newspapers quite regularly. Then surely you've got an advice to give proactive advice to your minister about what you're seeing. Is that a reasonable conclusion, Auditor General?
I think so. I think that's a theme that we've run for a number of years now. Like whether it's a regulator, a policy owner, or just a broad concept that a central agency like Finance, like the Public Service Commissioner, Prime Minister and Cabinet have key roles as stewards of the system, of maintaining the operational integrity of the system in accordance to the frameworks.
It just seems that Finance's response, if that's the approach we're looking for, it kind of stops short of it. Finance's submission states that they're continually monitoring and evaluating the Commonwealth Grants Policy Framework and its associated resources as part of its regular engagement with entities with a view to improving support and guidance to entities where possible. This includes by maintaining awareness of external commentary and concerns, it's good there is a newspaper, environmental influences and broader best practice management arrangements nationally and internationally. All of that stops short of ever thinking about changes to the rules.
I think they argue that there has been some changes to the rules,
Right.
but
They've been more to pick up the change from the old FMA CAC Act to the PGPA.
Well, the
That was
CGA
10 years ago.
Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines are a 2017 version. The version before that was a 2009 version. There's been some updates to the resource management guides, but the framework itself, there's only been 2 versions of the CGRG since the first, including the
So
first
despite all of the reports we've done and all of the reports you've done, there were no changes to the guidelines
There was
out
the
of
original version of 2009 and there was the 2017 version and no other version.
that. Okay.
Can I?
And
Yep. Yeah, let's just finish off this roll of finance topic and then we've got to move on. Deputy Chair?
Just on that, I think thank you very much, because this has actually been very helpful for me to clarify a few thematic issues. So, Auditor General, the bit that you just read, Chair, from the Finance.
Yep. Page 6 of their
I think
submission.
that's a classic example of saying they're responsible. So, difference between responsibility and accountability. So, they're saying they're responsible for overseeing stuff and, providing some general advice, but they're not taking accountability for it actually being implemented as it should be. So there is a big difference between being responsible for doing activities and being accountable for the delivery. Auditor General, is that a fair comment, or am I being a bit unfair?
I think the response regularly from the entities who are responsible for policy arrangements for the government tends to be that they set the policy and that under the framework accountable authorities are accountable for implementing it. That's not their accountability. I don't think that's too strong a
we've heard that
description, and that's technically correct, but I think our view has been similar to what the Chair said earlier. If you're the owner of the policy, you have a responsibility and accountability for the successful implementation of the policy.
Can we just be clear that in saying that doesn't have to undermine the accountable authority status? We're not suggesting that the Finance Department should be accountable for every decision that entities make, more for an in aggregate view about whether the policy broadly and in aggregate is being applied effectively or not. Is that...
We're talking about the successful implementation of the policy, that is, it's achieving its objectives to the level at which is desired.
Yep, not for every decision, and not every decision will be perfect and some will be blatantly wrong. We're not trying to pin that on finance.
No.
And that is where, so if we, just to finish this off, so coming back to the policy owner versus regulator issue that sort of sits over the top of this. So the difference, as has been described now, is that there is still accountable authorities for implementing it who might not always see themselves as the accountable authority or don't act in that way. But the difference is with a regulator versus policy owner, a regulator can enforce and can take actions to change the policy, but also take action to enforce in some way. Whereas you're saying that finance then doesn't have that more regulatory authority or ability? Is that the difference?
The finance minister owns the framework.
The finance minister owns the framework. There's various legislative instruments, legislation that puts responsibility on accountable authorities to implement policy. There's governance frameworks which sit over that, which provide for mechanisms to hold people account for doing those things, including through the Public Service Commissioner. So I'm not certain you can say that there isn't no mechanisms for enforcement. There isn't necessarily a straight direction power that you must do X or Y, but that's what the rules set out is effectively a legal direction that you have to do something.
So where, from your perspective then, in that system with sort of different, you've got the framework, then you've got accountable entities and various mechanisms that people hold accountable. So in the audits that you've done in this area, where is it, in that process, where is it breaking down?
Where is what breaking down? The accountability?
Okay, can we just make this the
Accountability, or
last...
just more generally,
Yep.
where do the problems occur that you report on your audit report? Is it with, is there a systemic issue? So with the framework itself, with how finance as a policy owner regulates it or manages?
The Auditor General, of course, can speak for himself, but I think that's probably a little bit too general, because that's sort of the meta question sitting over the inquiry in many ways.
It is, and that's why I'm asking it, just for me to. Again, I'm new to the
Yes.
new to the committee, so it's just to understand where most of the problems that the Auditor General identifies, where they sit.
I think our view is that the solution, rather than where the problem sits, is that, as I said at the beginning, that there are areas in the framework which we think should be more prescriptive, because providing discretion has allowed actions or people to interpret that they can undertake actions which do not seem to be consistent with the principles of the framework, and so that's the solution. How does that have the impact? It sends a signal, at the very least, into the system that there's an expectation that things should be done differently than what they have in the past.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just want to move... I've got about sort of 4 or 5 other just thematic topics or issues that have jumped out of your opening statement or submission that I just want to get on the record briefly now in the half hour or so we've got. Your last dot point under point 6 on page 2 of your submission, was a pretty stunning figure, and because this has been an issue which has cropped up in a number of these audit reports. I think the one that causes most hilarity still in the House was the North Sydney pool, which apparently is regional, who knew? But this dot point, I'll quote, says 27% of regional development grants funding reported in Grant Connect were delivered to postcodes classified as major cities of Australia based on the Australian Statistical Geography Standard 2016 data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Can you just explain that?
Sorry, we're just trying to figure out where you're referencing.
I'm looking at the opening statement which was tabled, the last dot point under paragraph 6 on page 2.
All right, so that's from the grants information report. the 27% of regional development grants
Yes.
reported was delivered to postcodes. So sorry, what was the question in relation to that?
Can you just explain a little more to the committee? Am I reading that right? Because that's an astounding figure, that 27% of regional development grants reported in Grants Connect have gone to postcodes in major cities.
I don't think that's what it precisely says, because the postcode is the address of the grant recipient, not necessarily where the grant will go.
It could be a head office
Right,
for
okay.
an organisation. We're just using the postcode that was included in Grant Connect.
Right, okay.
We haven't looked at where the grant itself is being delivered.
It's the postcode's meant to be where the grant is going, is my understanding in Grant Connect, but we don't know whether that's is
Okay,
what
so
it's
the because they're usually right from the experience I've had of looking at these things, they usually match up. So
we haven't delved into that.
okay, so right. So that's not an assurance observation. It's one of those.
It's a factual
Facts.
statement.
It's a
The other
factual
thing we
statement.
note in that grants information report is that 76% by number of rural development grants didn't actually specify the postcode of where the grant outcomes would be delivered. So we couldn't really do any analysis on that because the data just wasn't there in Grant Connect.
Yeah. Is there any consistency in the definition you've seen across regional programs of what a region is?
No.
No. I mean, the North Sydney pool was funny.
No. So, I mean, this committee's looked at the regional jobs and investment packages audit where there was a definition of what's regions which was different to what you'll see, for example, in things such as building better regions. So there's what's a region versus what's regional Australia. There's ABS work you can rely upon, but not every program we've seen that's in that broad regional space draws upon the ABS data.
Yeah, I mean, for many years, to be fair and balanced about it, in a former life I ran regional stuff in Victoria, and in that construct, I think Simon Cream was the federal minister and we had a National Party state minister. They got on like a house on fire and it was really collaborative. But the view of regions was it covered cities, they were metropolitan regions, and that was okay. But then I think when Prime Minister Abbott got elected, we moved away from that. So this period of data, regions were non-metropolitan areas in the RDA construct for grant funding.
But then we looked at it, you mentioned Mr Crean, one of the programs he ministered was a thing called the Regional Development Australia Fund when he was minister, and that included some major metropolitan areas being defined as being eligible under another regional program. So as I say, we haven't found...
Well, I think you're just saying what I just said, which was there was an understanding of government, because I ran all the Commonwealth staff actually was seconded under my area. The philosophy at that time was of a region being a space, a place. Every part of the country was part of a region at that time. So what I'm trying to distinguish is the regional funds that I've seen in recent years were for non-metropolitan areas.
I don't think we've done any analysis.
Right. So there's no consistent definition that we've seen of a region.
I think what Mr Boyd said is that we've seen different definitions in grants of what region is defined in for those grant programs. I'm not aware that currently the government has a consistent definition of regions similar to what existed sort of in the period that you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll get to that because it comes up in some of the individual grant programs. Sorry, just to finish the understanding of that. So 27% of regional development grants were delivered to postcodes classified as major cities. That's over a 3.5-year period, but from the end of 2017 through to mid-21, that's the time period we're talking about?
Correct.
Yep. And I could reasonably draw a conclusion that most of those are in fact in major cities, but because they're supposed to be entered where the grant is going to be delivered, it's just you haven't done an assurance audit on that.
That's correct.
We haven't done audit.
Okay.
Table 5.11 on page 49 actually splits it out by kind of remoteness area, in a regional, major cities, outer regional, remote, very remote, postcode not specified. So you can see a little bit of a breakdown there, but we have done no assurance over it. We're just reporting the data from Grant Connect.
Okay. Can you just take on notice, I can't find that table, I don't know where that is. Is that in the submission,
It's
is it?
No, it's in the grant information report, which is report number 7 of 21-22.
Got you. Okay, that's
Table
fine.
5.11.
Okay, can the Secretariat perhaps get us that so we can have a bit of a look at it? And could you take on notice and get us a full list of all of those grants as reported? I don't know how to use Grants Connect.
We can work with the Secretariat.
Great.
To help you out.
Thank you. Okay. One of the issues which comes up is the role of what you've called... Oh, sorry, Deputy Chair. Yep.
Sorry, just on that issue of regions, are we moving on from that?
Oh, yes.
I just had a couple of
Yep,
questions.
sure. Yep.
So, first of all, to confirm what we've discussed, so initially with the postcodes that you've got, they are not necessarily where the grant is to be implemented or delivered. Many of them could well be the headquarters. So that's correct, yes?
We haven't done
Yep.
assurance. We haven't done
No,
assurance.
sorry, Deputy Chair, that's not correct. I'll just restate because I just checked that point. Sorry if it wasn't clear.
It's meant to be where the grant's delivered, but we haven't done assurance work over it to determine whether that is accurate or not.
So if people have entered the data correctly, it should be accurate. There could be some errors in the data because they haven't done an assurance. It's a finding.
Yep. Yeah.
So similar to AusTender, if people have made a mistake, they've made a mistake.
So we can't make, so point is, so we can't make any assumptions about that until it's actually been validated what it actually means and where they actually are.
Yes. I think that's right, and particularly with Grant Connect's relatively new, and but it's the data that's been entered. If it's accurate, it's accurate. We can't give assurance over it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And so the next point is, I think we've all sort of battled in various ways the many and varied definitions of regional or regions. So also one of the things, I don't know whether you've looked at, but in terms of some of the varying definitions, is for some grants, it's actually the state and territory governments that determine what postcodes actually are regional and what are not. We have that certainly here in Western Australia, and I think it's consistent. So a number of the federal programs will actually defer to or require the state government to nominate. Have you looked at that at all?
Really, when we're doing grants, what we look at is to see whether they've implemented the program in accordance with what they define it to be. So we'd be looking to see whether there was any grants outside of those eligible, which in the definition of region which they use, not about whether that definition. We'd rarely go to, is that definition appropriate? We might, I know on some occasions we document what the definition of regional is so that people are clear, but it's not our role to say whether that's appropriate or whatever, or do comparative for it. Because
I know, oh sorry, go on.
Well, it may be quite reasonable for different definitions of regional to be used for different programs.
Yep.
Because of the purpose of the program.
Yeah, and one of the things we have here, for example, in Western Australia is that we've got such a concentration in our peri-urban areas around Perth and around some of the other cities that our regions are quite different from most other states where they have larger dispersed populations in what would traditionally be seen as regions. So, around Perth, we have, on one hand, you could sort of say that they're actual, their inner city or their city, but in actual fact, we classify them as regions because those peri-urban areas actually do have the same challenges as many other regions. Yeah. So that's not an issue that's been sort of looked at, so to speak, in terms of definitions of regions.
No, it's not something that we've looked at.
I think we're going over the same ground because the Auditor General made a clear statement that he hasn't looked at the definition of regions, which I'm comfortable with, and I completely agree with you, Deputy Chair, just for the record. It's entirely appropriate that there be different definitions of regions at different times, which is the point I was trying to make about You know, some governments have included metropolitan areas as a metropolitan region, if you like, but the previous government generally, at least the rhetoric we got bombasted with and whacked every day in the House, was that regions were non-metropolitan areas.
But again, that's quite a subjective. When you have it, the point I'm making is that is also very subjective, and it depends on where you are in our great country.
Sure.
Thanks. That's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. One of the issues which comes up repeatedly is the role of what you've politely called stakeholders in grants administration. Your submission emphasises the importance of entities responsible, making sure all their stakeholders understand the requirements and appropriately advising decision makers. I just want to go to an issue which we did touch on in the previous grants inquiry and the previous chair explored, I recall, with you, I think sitting here in this room 1,000 years ago, but which it was late in the inquiry and we didn't reach firm conclusions on. I'd like to try and at least explore through this inquiry, which is the role of members of Parliament in advocating, inputting to grants programs. Have you got any, firstly, general comments on what you've observed around the role of MPs? Because there's a tension, and I'm channeling, I think, the previous chair, there's a tension between what I think communities, organisations right around the country expect of their MPs to advocate for their grant applications, for their interests, for their needs, and what they'd also expect, which is ultimately decision makers make decisions which are equitable and transparently made. Both of those things, to my mind, are entirely legitimate, and I think if we said to communities around the country, your MPs are no longer going to advocate for your projects, they'd be pretty angry. So I'm just invite any general comments on that sort of tension there. And again, I'm not having a go in the general at individual ministers, governments or MPs.
What we're looking for in auditing grants is that we audit against the grants rules and frameworks. So our expectation is that projects or applicants are assessed against the criteria put out in the grant guidelines for that particular grant. So there's nothing in the framework that puts a bar on where sources of information to undertake the assessment against the criteria could come from. If a decision maker has information from members of Parliament which they add to their assessment and document it, we're talking about earlier about the advice from the department and ministers deciding to undertake it, make a different decision. If their assessment against the criteria is based upon information they have received from an MP and they document that, that's not inconsistent with the framework. The questions of equity and transparency may come where that source of information is limited to one or two individuals and not available across the board. So, there's certainly nothing that prevents MPs from lobbying for their constituents' grant program with the Minister.
I think it's quite common for grant program guidelines to have, if there's a criterion which talks about whether the project has actually support within the community, it's quite common for the guidelines to explicitly say one of the ways an applicant can evidence that is to actually have letters of support from their local MPs or others. So that's a very transparent and open way of bringing that to the table.
So there's nothing in the rules which prevent that information feeding into the process, nor is it appropriate. The principles within within the framework are about transparency in the decision making around that, not
Right.
saying it's not
So
available.
can I just check again? I'm not trying to verbal you. I'm just trying to set up a frame for our thinking as we go forward, because this is a perennial issue that comes up, and if there's some way to improve transparency and get a bit more order into it, then I'm curious to explore that. There seem to me to be three, I'm just listening carefully, three kind of interrelated issues which we might want to explore. One is, as Mr Boyd said, if guidelines express the fact that community support is one of the criteria, then there's a question whether is that a formal criteria which then gets weighted or evaluated in some way, in which case support letters from the council, from the Member of Parliament, petitions, all those kinds of things could go into that weighting. And so there's a question about weighting. A second type of advocacy letter, and I've written many of them, may be where there's no specific weighting for community support, but an MP may choose to write a letter which at least tries to argue the case against the criteria.
Yep.
And that would be an example of a perfectly legitimate additional source of information for a decision maker.
Yes.
So there's those two things. And the third one is this issue of equity, where if members of Parliament are going to be engaged, that there needs to be a degree of equity. I mean, it doesn't mean everyone has exactly the same conversations, but that just inviting 2 members out of 150 in the House, or indeed only telling government members that a program exists and not telling anyone else, would not be equitable. There are three issues.
We don't tend to go to that space very directly. In most of our reports, you'll see we describe those things and don't really conclude on them. I think we do that because that's really more a matter for Parliament and others to consider whether that approach was appropriate or not.
Sure.
So we sort of go through, if the way the Auditor General's explaining it, so we'll go through like the program life cycle. So what we've been talking about up to now, Chair, is, if you like, the latter part where it's at the point of decisions being made where letters of support might come into play. But the other parts we look at where it's more observation is in the establishment of the program, you know, is there a role there that members of Parliament or others may be playing in deciding which candidates are able to come forward? In the actual assessment process, is there a role played there by members of Parliament or others directly inputting and influencing the assessment results? So that's where we look through it.
Okay, so sorry, there's a fourth dimension also, which is the ability to actually just identify potential projects where something's non-competitive.
Or it's competitive, but or it's stated that it's competitive, but how you actually implement a competitive process might not be competitive in fact.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it into relatively coherent categories. So one's weight, one's advocacy, perfectly fine. It might be sensible to think about whether there's some greater clarity about advocacy letters. I prefer to only write advocacy letters after an application's lodged because I like to see what I'm advocating on, not have my letter attached to something I haven't seen. But some grant programs have stupid rules that you have to put it in before you've seen it. I don't like that, so they get a general letter, nothing specific. There's equity in terms of being able to input, and there's an issue around identifying potential projects in a non-competitive process.
Yes. For most of these things, what we do in our reports is describe what happened.
Yep.
It's not for us to say, generally not for us to, it's difficult for us to conclude whether what happened is appropriate or not. So,
Yep, that's fair.
if a minister seeks advice from their members of their own party on particular projects, that's for them to decide. We write reports which make that transparent about what's happened. When those considerations aren't documented, that goes to the rules and the need to document the reasons for for making a decision. That is, if the minister makes a decision inconsistent with what was advised by the department because of representations that they've made, you would expect to see that as part of the documented reason for the decision.
Again, I've got no problem with a minister seeking advice from members of their own party. I mean, in every case, if it's a minister, it's going to be members of the government to clarify things, understand local issues. That's fine. I don't care. I do have a problem if there's a multi-billion-dollar slush fund that only members of one party are allowed to nominate projects to, and I never heard about. I would have loved a car park in my electorate, but we'll get to that.
I guess in terms of it's fine, Chair. I mean, we, as the Auditor General says, we audit against the framework, and the framework in there talks about equity of access and it also talks about probity and transparency and so forth. So for us, we're looking in there to see, well, exactly how did we go from this body of candidates being considered to this body of those which have been awarded funding? And that's where we have to step through and try and understand what was the process that went from here to there.
Yep. Okay. No, fair enough. And in terms of the role of entities then, I think you touched earlier, Auditor General, that you were talking to the Deputy Chair around a proactive responsibility on entities to advise and support, or at least offer to support, decision makers in their record-keeping obligations. I think we've covered that. You said that you implied that entities should be proactive in offering that assistance. If decision makers choose not to take it, then that's a matter for them.
That's correct.
Okay. What would your expectation be of an entity if it's clear that a minister or their staff are not meeting those obligations about record keeping?
That they'd advise them of what they need to do, and we have identified better practice in the past where departments put up their advice, put up a decision template where it has spaces for the minister to document reasons for changes. We expect them. We think that's good practice and helps ministers to comply with the framework. I think if ministers provide advice, their decisions back without meeting the requirements of the rule, there should be an expectation on the public service to advise ministers that it's not what they've done is not compliant with the rule, because as the Deputy Chair said earlier, you can't, I don't think it's up to the public service to assume that the ministers are doing things inconsistent with the rule deliberately. They should assume that they're doing it because they're not completely aware of the rule and provide them with appropriate advice.
Well, that's a really important statement, I think, to have at the outset as well on the public service. We had a previous inquiry last term which was pretty heated around a previous regional grants audit, and one of the points of contention was that the decisions were being made by a ministerial panel of 3 ministers. Fair enough, that's, they're right. But that was being done in a room with no public servants, and the answers that spat out of the room were fundamentally different to the advice that was given, and there were no records observed. That was spent a couple of hours on that. Your point there, I think, is really important, though, that if that happens, then the public service would be expected to at least say to ministers, what you've done doesn't comply with the rules, and that's on the public service.
That would be my view.
Right.
They have a duty to help assist their minister comply with the rule framework, and if they're not, they can't assume that the ministers are trying not to comply. I think we haven't seen any evidence of that. I can't recall any audit, either in grant or other space, where ministers have the evidence is ministers have gone out of their way knowledgeably to not comply with stuff.
Yeah. This is both a general question, although particular to this conversation, but you could also generalise. Have you noticed any differences in the outcome for programs that are administered wholly by an entity versus those administered, or at least in part, by the grants hubs? Or it's not a question you've thematically turned your mind or forensically turned your mind to?
I don't think we've got enough data points from the grants hub to do that yet.
Had a few go through hubs.
I mean,
Maybe just take it on notice if there are any reflections.
Yes.
Because I think from the previous hearing, Deputy Chair and I think we had a similar view based on the evidence. Maybe I'll just express my sort of view. I think the department's agreed with that there was no evidence of the cost savings which had been anticipated materialising one way or the other, and there wasn't much evidentiary basis for the expectations of cost savings. But there was a general view that developing expertise centrally had improved things.
I think if you the early days, I think we did an audit early in the Grants Hub which wasn't very good, and I think audits subsequently using Grants Hubs haven't had the same deficiencies as the early ones, but we'll come back to you on that, I think.
Probably a bit mixed when you look at Safer Communities Fund, which used the hubs, their assessment work there. I mean, leaving aside the issue of cost savings, the quality of the assessment work, we put some tables in the report which actually shows it was pretty poor quality assessment work being done even in the later rounds. But then equally when you look at things such as car parks, which whilst not subject to CGRGs, that doesn't mean that policy owning departments, when it's not with a hub, are doing quality assessment work either. So that's probably what makes it a bit difficult. We're not, in large part, we're not seeing high quality assessment work in hubs or not in hubs.
We'll come back to you on something there.
Okay. Deputy Chair, did you have anything else on the record keeping? I was just trying to make sure we'd safety net, because I think we touched on most of that record keeping stuff earlier. But I thought that point about the proactive obligations on the public service was worth being explicit.
Yeah, I think we've covered sort of the key areas that'll set us up well for this afternoon's or the next hearing. So thank you.
Okay. I think the final one I've got here, and then I've just got one question on a former matter I'll go back to. Just on arrangements that are not technically subject to the grants guidelines, it's an issue you've observed that there are a number of, I think, grant-like arrangements technically not subject to the grants guidelines, including some administered by corporate Commonwealth entities or payments to state and territories under the Federal Financial Relations Act. Could you just provide any comment on that issue? You know, should the grants guidelines be applicable for these kind of arrangements, or how could they, the guidelines at least, inform those grant-like practices?
I think with respect to corporate Commonwealth entities, the position would be similar to the procurement rules. If they're doing grant type stuff, the rules aren't that onerous. Why wouldn't you apply them across the board, or do something which started with them applying and do exemptions if it was unnecessary? On Commonwealth state arrangements, the Commonwealth state grant arrangements go from the Commonwealth Health Agreement and Housing Agreement and those big ones through to the type of ones we've seen with car parks, etc. And they're quite different from the large end to the small end. I wouldn't think that the grants rules and guidelines apply to the Commonwealth Health Agreement and grants of that nature.
Okay, right, yep.
There may be, I think there's a stronger argument that the framework does fit better in things like the car parks type of framework. But
to the extent there was a framework for the car parks.
So I think
Those that are more project-based, perhaps, than...
Okay, yeah, that's maybe a good...
I think there's some validity in thinking that the rules could be applied to those type project-based type Commonwealth state agreements or something similar to them. That might be something to explore with finance as well.
I think we've dealt with that. Just on the regional issue, are electoral boundaries a valid basis to determine a region?
We don't have a view on what the definition of a region is.
Indeed. So that's a matter for Parliament to make a judgment on, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add, Deputy Chair, just at the outset? I think that's been really useful in terms of getting a sense of the thematics. Oh, yeah, go on. Sorry.
sorry, are you moving on to another topic?
I think I've got all of the topics out that I'd planned.
The only one
Yep.
I think we probably covered it enough, but the grant-like arrangements.
Oh, that's just what we finished talking about, the federal
Yes.
relation payments.
Yes, so I think I had some questions there, but I think we've covered that. So no, I'm all good, thanks.
Okay. We have got, I think I might break so that we stay on time. We have also got your, we've noted that your submission mentions the New South Wales Grants Administration Guideline, and we'll give some consideration to that through the inquiry as well.
Chair, I had
Yep.
one last.
Dr. Yarnia?
Thank you. Just so there's no misunderstanding, the grant guidelines were in fact updated 3 times, I think. The original was 2009. There was a second, the second iteration was 2014, because what they did was they moved from the FMA Act to the PGPA Act.
Right, yep.
And then the current ones are 2017.
So it's a fair assumption for the committee, so we don't get too stuck in ancient history, that the guidelines have been the same since 2017.
Yeah, correct, Chair. Yeah.
Predominantly?
Well, the same.
Have there been any
Sorry,
changes?
what was your question?
Has there been any amendments since?
Have there been any
2017?
amendments since 2017 to the grants guidelines?
No.
Okay. Right. Finance will be listening at home, can tell us if we've missed something. Okay. All right. You've been asked to take a few questions on notice. If you get them back to us in the next few weeks, if you could prioritise the procurement, because we're further down the path there, that would be helpful. So just let the Secretariat know when you're able to get that back, and we'll just suspend the public hearing until 11:30. We'll resume the public hearing, and I now call representatives of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts and the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Performance Audit, ANAO.
Grant Hare, Auditor General.
Ryan Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group, ANAO.
Tracy Bremner, Audit Manager, ANAO.
Anita Langford, Assistant Secretary, Program Policy and Budgets in Infrastructure Investment Division at Department of Infrastructure.
Andrew Bourne, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Investment Division at the Department of Infrastructure.
David Hallinan, Deputy Secretary, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts.
That's a lot, isn't it?
It is. Word soup.
Thank you. Can I take it that we all understand the formality of the Parliament, the nature of contempt and public interest immunity? Good. Saves a whole lot of words. Would the department like to make an opening statement?
No.
Okay. Auditor General?
I think we've provided one.
You've provided an opening statement. Look, I'd just also note that the committee last term did start an inquiry into this, but we didn't report on it. So we can choose to draw on some of the Hansard from that, but I think given most of the committee is new and we're looking at a thematic inquiry, we thought that we'd have a quick go over this again, understanding that many of the issues have been well ventilated in the Senate and the public to date. Can we just perhaps start on the design of the Urban Congestion Fund and the Commuter Car Park program, which sits under the UCF? The UCF was established in the 2018-19 budget and over time increased from $1 billion initially allocated to $4.8 billion by March 2021, including a $660 million national commuter car park component. Were there any indicators that the UCF was achieving its policy objectives and that increased funding was appropriate? And what evaluation of the program occurred prior to the funding increase?
I think across that time period, it would be unlikely that any of the early projects identified had been implemented, and we would have been in a stage of negotiating with states and territories. So I think it would have been too early to do an evaluation, Mr. Hill.
So the committee could reasonably conclude there was no evaluation of the program undertaken before increasing the funding?
Not by the department.
Has the Audit Office got anything to observe on that issue around the policy objectives? No. Okay. The audit report states that during the design of the process for allocating UCF funding, the Treasury, I quote, "The Treasury consistently supported the use of a competitive merit-based selection process, but the Department of Infrastructure did not, instead advocating for, I quote, a non-competitive submission process in June 2018. Could you explain why the department took an opposing view to Treasury in adopting a non-competitive process for UCF grants?
I think it was before my time, but the way I understand the model to have been intended to operate was the identification of urban congestion hotspots using modelling from, I think the organisation that we used was Veach Lister, to identify sort of regions where you could then seek submissions on good options to respond to whatever the challenge was with urban congestion in those locations. So I'm not sure that I would suggest the department's position was not to have an open competitive process so much as, I think the language we used was informed investor, and that was to identify areas that would be of greatest benefit for investment for urban congestion release or removal reduction, and then to seek submissions through a prospectus-based approach to identify solutions in those areas.
Well, the ANAO's report clearly says a non-competitive submission process. Did you have any observation on that, Auditor General?
I think paragraph 2.7, Chair, is fairly clear from our perspective on what we found.
Right.
I think, Chair, it would be worth noting that as a Commonwealth state payment mechanism, we would be seeking submissions from state proponents or councils if they own the infrastructure. It would be difficult to do an open and competitive process on first principles.
Well, that's interesting, because the audit report found that the department did not engage with states to inform the design of the commuter car park fund, para 2.24, which kind of contradicts what you just said, and that there was no engagement with states or councils to identify candidate commuter car parks, that there was no material engagement with the states on the identification or selection of commuter car parks other than with New South Wales, a Liberal state, so there was no engagement with Labor states, and that there'd been no engagement at any level with some councils prior to a project being announced. So how does that reconcile with what you just said?
The department wasn't involved in project selection. I think that's identified in the audit report as well.
Right. But I thought you just said that the expectation was you'd engage with states and councils.
Yeah, as I said, that was the broad approach that was envisaged by the department in the policy advice process to establish this originally.
Right. Okay.
The choices taken after that were not.
Okay. That's okay. So the department's advice to government, you're telling the committee, was to engage with states, territories, and local governments.
It was, I think the language, as I said before, was an informed investor approach, which would identify the areas that could benefit most from congestion busting activities, for want of a better word, and then to use that model as use those areas that were identified to inform a prospectus that we would then seek submissions from relevant parties for.
Yep. Okay. So I'm just not verbally here, I'm just checking I understand it. So you'd have the modelling to get a sense nationally of congestion hotspots. You'd then go and talk to states, territories, councils based on that modelling and advice and solicit proposals that way. That was the department's suggestion, was it?
That was the thought process. I spoke to people who were involved in it at the time, and that was certainly the thought process behind the department's perspective on it. I think was the model that was applied for the National Faster Rail Agency and identification of potential fast rail projects. And in that, in the faster rail space, applying that methodology meant that states who own the rail assets would work with us on what the potential solutions would be for improving passenger rail times, really, for commuter belts.
So, okay, thank you. So is your evidence to the committee that the department then chose not to consult with states and local councils prior to taking these steps under the commuter car park program?
Well, the department didn't consult with states and territories. The department wasn't involved in the project selection. I think that's been fairly well aired.
Okay, so
except for two pieces of two pieces of advice we provided. I think one in November 2018 and one in March or April 2019, thereabouts.
Yep. So did the department make a conscious decision not to consult with states and local councils?
Look, there are no records that I've seen that would indicate a conscious choice. I suspect the department was not asked to. There was no program. The department didn't develop a set of program guidance or guidelines for how this would operate as a program in the sense of a grant program, because it wasn't. It was managed as a Commonwealth state payment mechanism through the national partnership agreements with the states.
So it was a $660 million fund with no guidelines.
To the extent that there is guidance in the National Land Transport Act and the National Partnership Agreements and their notes on administration, that's in effect the broad governance arrangements that applied.
Right. And I think Auditor General might want to confirm this understanding, but I think your submission or your audit report concluded that the department's reliance on the default sort of general provisions of the integrated infrastructure approach were not adequate for this kind of program, and that they should have developed something bespoke or specific to a commuter car park program. That's what I recall when I read it at about 6 this morning. But
I think what we made a recommendation with respect to that.
Yep, we did. In fact, probably if we step back a little bit, if you go to paragraph 214, we'd audited something similar, not car parks, some years earlier, which also came under this broader umbrella of the infrastructure investment type monies. And our point there was when something new comes forward like this, it's a good idea for departments to put together an implementation strategy to go to ministers to say, how exactly will we go about that?
Right.
And that was a recommendation at the time the department accepted, but it didn't implement on with this particular program, which gets to the point we're talking about here in terms of it would sort out things such as, well, what will be the project identification selection processes that we will apply?
So the department advised that they weren't asked to provide advice on this program. We didn't see any evidence that the department approached the minister seeking to provide advice either.
so this is a theme which runs through this inquiry, which we're reflecting on and grappling with, is the extent to which departments of state have a proactive obligation to provide advice to ministers versus passively sitting by and waiting to see what happens. How would you explain your understanding of your obligations to advise ministers?
Look, I think
or support ministers?
It was all entirely context specific, and I can't contemplate what the context was when this program, as it is, was established. I think better practice, and we've agreed with the ANAO's recommendation, is to design guidelines under which funding will be provided, have set criteria, and manage an assessment against those criteria.
So I appreciate that you personally can't explain why the department chose not to, failed, didn't, whatever term you want to use, why the department didn't proactively say to ministers, oh, look, you've got a $660 million honeypot here. Here's some suggested guidelines. Going forward, would it be your expectation of your staff, for instance, or yourself, that would be part of your responsibilities?
Yes, and I think, again, context specific. I think the department's role in this is identified in the audit report, and I think the projects that were agreed through cabinet process were provided to the department for advice, and I'd say there was a set of projects the department tried to do an assessment against. I think we ended up saying words to the effect that we could not recommend the projects as we didn't have time to undertake appropriate analysis of them. Words to that effect. I'm comfortable if the Audit Office would like to clarify that. In a similar circumstance, I'm not certain what my response would be. I think if if I was asked by a minister or by a government to contemplate how best to deal with a content area or a project area, I would recommend some form of process to identify the guidelines, criteria that we'd assess against, clear approaches that would make it clear how we were going about the engagement into the market and how we would select projects. And that would be my expectation.
I'm not sure the absence of such guidelines in a process, I can't understand how the absence of such guidelines in a process, to put it in the converse, conforms with the grant rules.
So I think in this circumstance they're not subject to the grant rules and guidelines.
Right.
The National Partnership Agreement
Right,
payments to states and territories.
Right.
That's a really broad spectrum of activity that's captured in that.
Yeah, we
context.
talked about that in the last, in the initial thematic hearing, that technically that's true, and I think the Auditor General suggested, well, you wouldn't be suggesting grant rules apply to, say, hospital funding, but in relation to more project-based activity that are on any test grant-like activity, then perhaps they could or should be drawn upon.
Yeah, I think the challenge would be drawing what is the boundary line that you'd apply there. So I know education and health payments have got some pretty clear governance arrangements around them that include, you know, how you establish an efficient price mechanism, those sorts of things. These projects are not of that ilk. They're very specific projects that are only, you know, that can be costed from the ground up based on the project itself that you're funding. It's a
or not costed, just announced and then costed afterwards. In this
potentially.
Case. Did you have anything to add on that, Auditor General?
No.
No, okay. I suspect I know what your answer is going to be, but we'll go through it. So the audit report states that 47 car park sites were selected under the program, and of those, 36 were recorded as having been identified by colleagues, including federal MPs, senators, candidates for federal seats or their officers. 4 were identified within the Australian government, but no one can figure out how or where from, and 7 were coalition election commitments, and that none of the 47 sites were identified by or via the department. Is the department aware of what criteria was used by the government to identify the project sites?
I think there was a set of principles that were applied at the time, but I can't comment on the process that was undertaken. I think in the end it was a process established under cabinet agreement with ministerial. It was a ministerially led process under a cabinet, under a broader cabinet process attached to the budget.
What was the criteria used to determine the funding levels for projects once they've been identified?
So the way we have gone about that as a department is to, so the projects themselves were added to the schedules with, after they were agreed by the Cabinet, they were added to the schedules that we have for the National Partnership Agreement on land transport infrastructure. And there's a process that we go through with jurisdictions where they will undertake business case assessment work, provide us with project proposal reports, all covered under the Land Transport Act and the Notes on Administration for the partnership agreement.
Yep.
And through that process, that's how we determine the cost of a location. Sometimes when a project is announced, there can be an estimate of cost, and the earlier that estimate of cost is made, the less certainty or surety you have about the number. So at each stage of project development, we'll get a clearer understanding of what the cost of a project will be.
But ultimately, the initial numbers which were in, so the projects were determined by government, you've got no insights into how that occurred. But once those projects were determined, the initial announcements of, I don't know, I'm going to build this car park for $3 million, and this one for $5 million, you've got no insight as to how those initial numbers were arrived at. You then assess what the actual cost is likely to be when you're providing advice to ministers on formal approval?
Yeah, I think we would provide advice on what we anticipate the costs to be after consultation with relevant potential proponents. So I think what, for this particular project and for the commuter car parks program, I think the department did provide some advice into the minister's office at some stage on typically, I think it was like there may have been 3 or 4, for instance, car parks that had been built that we had information about the cost of those car parks.
Yep.
And I think we potentially provided a rule of thumb estimate based off those car parks, but it was not a... they're all completely separate projects with different costs in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they're all particular to the site, whether you've got enabling works, infrastructure,
Site conditions.
site conditions,
Cost of the land.
yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many other UCF grants have been awarded using the same selection processes as used for the commuter car parks?
Yeah, so not grants, but we can tell you how many UCF projects we have live at the moment.
UCF, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm curious about the selection processes for other UCF projects. How many of those use this mysterious process?
So I would say that the model of establishment of the UCF and the commuter car parks program was used at the first 2 budget updates where the program was established or announced. I think from that point on there was a fair bit more consultation with potential project proponents. They were all identified through budget processes and some through detailed work between the department and a jurisdiction, and others I think through submissions as part of budget processes.
Okay, but they were basically all done by government. There was no competitive processes along the way?
Negotiations with jurisdictions. So
that's an arm wrestle over costing, I mean, in terms of project selection.
No, even with project selection. So there would be, for instance, in Victoria, there may have been a priority identified to work on a particular line or set of lines of rail lines for where would be the most appropriate locations to build commuter car parks that are going to deal with congestion challenges in those areas. And those are, I think, negotiated outcomes between the Commonwealth and the state, with a fair bit of heavy engagement between predecessors of my colleagues.
But that was
here
after the projects were selected. It was then a bit of an arm wrestle or argument later on.
No, I think that would be, in this case, and I'm not sure exactly which lines it is, there were circumstances where we knew that we would have a set of projects attached to a rail line or a rail corridor, and we negotiated with the jurisdiction about where the best locations would be to put them. And there were some projects that fell off through that process and replaced by others where it made sense.
Yeah, it just says there was no material engagement with states on the identified selection of commuter car parks other than with New South Wales.
So I think that would be for the initial inception of the program, Chair, and I think we're probably live now for 4 or 5 years.
We're saying the same thing. So government, through its own mysterious mechanisms, identified the projects. Once they were announced, then in some cases there was a bit of movement or argy-bargy with the states based on...
If we're taking the time period from the end of the audit or during the audit and earlier, I think, it was a selection process undertaken by government through the communication channels identified by the Audit Office. If it's the period...
subsequent to the audit, sure.
Subsequent, yeah.
You had to go in and clean up the mess because a whole lot of things that are announced simply couldn't be built.
I probably wouldn't describe it that way, but...
Of course you would.
Chair, just a quick point of order. I think you're asking for a personal opinion from the official, and that's not understanding orders.
It's not an opinion.
Asking him to reflect your personal opinion. You're asking him to reflect your personal opinion, which I think might need to be respectfully reworded.
Well, I think the witness is perfectly capable of. Well, I think he just did. He said they're not the words you'd use, but you haven't substituted any other words.
There's been a period of time where we've worked with jurisdictions involved to identify projects, and I think at each budget update since the announcements of the programs, there have been additions or subtractions to the net set of projects through the Urban Congestion Fund.
You weren't there at the time, but you're now responsible for this function within the department going forward. and these kinds of projects. In designing a similar process in the future, what lessons would you draw and what things should be done differently?
Well, I think we, as a department, we've agreed with the recommendations from the Audit Office, and I think fundamentally that's that identifies better practice for how to identify projects on a disparate scale. For a set of projects like this, we run program-like activities with submission processes. I think we're establishing a heavy vehicles rest areas program at the moment, which, broadly speaking, we're designing guidelines for. We'll seek submissions and applications. We'll have criteria for, and we'll make assessments and recommendations against those criteria. Mm-hmm. So, in effect, we agree with the Audit Officer's recommendations as we have.
So the committee wouldn't expect to see this kind of process again?
Look, certainly to the extent that it's within our power, I would say to the department, and I would anticipate for my colleagues and for those in the department, we would be providing advice to have appropriate program guidelines and transparent processes in place.
Okay, that's an important statement, and that's good going forward. I'm not. We need to understand and get on the record some of these aspects, but I'm not trying to labour the point. Deputy Chair, I am trying to avoid the partisan one-liners going through my head. You know, this fund was like crack for coalition ministers, all that kind of stuff. Off we go. Because you're not in the room to whack me, so I'll try and keep it
restrained as well, waiting
Indeed.
for my turn, Chair.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you for that courtesy.
Yeah, that's all right. Just a couple more issues. Does a press release constitute approval of a project?
I think in the case of this program, there was a project announced via a press release that we were unaware of, and it did form part of the program set. I think the agreement with the agreement was reached with the former Prime Minister on it, and I think has been, it's rare, but as is a typical and long-standing approach for various governments of the past, where a Prime Minister has made a decision on a project or a policy, it's usually given the imprimatur of Cabinet and then followed through with Cabinet. So I think in this case that's the circumstance that occurred, and is how there's one project, I can't recall exactly which one it was, where that was how it was identified. I think the Audit Office has drawn that out quite clearly.
Yeah, I think so. I think in the previous more general discussion, the Auditor General indicated to us that a press release is to announce a decision. It's not the making of a decision. And your words then, you talked about where a decision has been made, usually via Cabinet, then a press release can announce that. I've got no concern about that. In this instance, was the decision made by Cabinet or made by a minister on advice?
I don't think the department was involved in providing advice on that particular project, so I would speculate on the process. I would just note, however, that I've been in the service now for 20 odd years, and I've seen it happen on a few occasions in that time period.
Yep, and I can certainly appreciate that those things may happen in emergency situations or more urgent circumstances. I understand that the world's not perfect, but my understanding, I could be wrong, of the grant guidelines or the statutory obligations on decision makers is to receive written advice. Is that correct, Auditor General?
The grant guidelines require ministers to receive written advice, but again, these aren't covered by the grant guidelines. The PGPA Act requires, what's the precise words?
Reasonable inquiries.
Make reasonable inquiries.
Okay. But I guess the problem here, though, is in some ways there's two decision points. There's these statutory obligations around decisions to spend public money, which is
later,
which occurs later, and for this program at the same time as the obligations under the National Land Transport Act. So the two sort of come together at that point in time. What we're talking about here is a point of time before that where a decision is, well, which projects are on the table to then be assessed by the department against the NLT Act and the PGPA for a subsequent briefing. And so what we were looking at when we looked at this program, I think there's a set of investment principles which got put together very early on, which we set out at paragraph 3.32. And so those investment principles, as the name suggests, were meant to be guiding, well, what are the projects which will come forward to then later be assessed against the NLT Act and the PGPA Act requirements. And if all we have is a media release saying this project is part of the program, well, there's nothing there which explains to us how it was considered that this project met those investment principles, which is what was meant to be guiding what would be within the program.
Yep. Okay. No, that's fair. So,
Also, just to clarify, at paragraph 3.9, when we talk about one commuter car park being, I guess, the joint media release being the authority, there's a quote that there is a precedent established. That precedent was also a UCF project. It just wasn't one of the car park projects.
Oh, right. Okay. So the precedent was another press release from the UCF.
I would perhaps have to go through my recollection of a long period of time, but I've seen press releases that have announced the government policy previously.
Sure.
This is. I
Well,
think,
it's a little
to be
unknowable,
clear,
though, isn't it? Because press releases announce government policy, but if we're just going to make generic observations about what you might have seen over 20 years, you wouldn't have a clue, really, with greatest respect, whether there's a cabinet process or a brief that sits under the press release.
No, in personal circumstance, I've seen that, and I would just make the point that, and I think.
Well, you can
Mr.
take
Boyd,
that on notice and give us some specifics, then, if you're making the claim.
I'll see if I can find any.
Sure.
I will just make the point that Mr. Boyd made, which was this is not commitment of public monies. It's an announcement of a project that the government has identified, which we would then put through a process for which public monies would be committed, or relevant monies, as we say now.
Okay, all right. No, and that is fair. I just want to be clear that the advice is this is not a grant. There's no obligation to have written decision. Ministers, the Prime Minister can reasonably inform themselves, that's fine, and make an announcement. So that is technically correct. The precedent, as far as we understand it from the Audit Office, relates to doing the same thing in the UCF, and you can take on notice whether there's other precedents. Just in relation to that final point you made, the obligation then for the department to provide advice on the expenditure of the funds, that's still an obligation that applies even after the decision's been made. I think
that's correct.
Deputy Chair and I went over this in the previous hearing as a general proposition. Election commitments are the obvious example.
So the process that we go through is identified in the National Partnership Agreement and the Notes on Administration, and that's where we provide our advice to decision makers on whether to proceed and the circumstances under which to proceed.
Okay. Did you provide advice in all circumstances for these projects? Did you provide such advice?
We have to, in order to
pay the money,
among other things. Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why the principles weren't released and how you ensure that those 5 investment principles were adhered to?
There was a matter for government, the choice to release the principles or not. So I can't explain why. No, Senator.
Okay. Was there any evidence?
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, that's okay.
I'm
You're in estimates, mate. It's fine.
Estimates, yeah.
Is there any evidence that the Audit Office found that the principles were applied?
No, this was the challenge with that project selection process, is that there was nothing which recorded that they were applied or that a decision had been taken not to apply them.
So they had principles, tick, but they were secret and there was no evidence they were applied.
Correct. And our point in the audit report, Chair, was we thought the principles, which was part of the governance arrangements, provided a sound basis for the department to start putting together an implementation plan to set all these things out. So that question of proactive versus reactive.
Okay. The ANAO's view is that 27 of the 34 commuter car park projects identified by the Prime Minister were not election commitments, as they were authorised on the 10th of April before the government entered caretaker mode. They were included in the pre-election Economic and Fiscal Outlook 2019 report in accordance with the Charter of Budget Honesty. that requires the report to take into account all government decisions that were made before the issue of the writ for the general election, and the election commitment authority letter signed by the Prime Minister following the election in July 2019 only identified 7 commuter car park projects as election commitments. So there's 3 reasons, I think, why the Audit Office has reached that conclusion. Can you just explain to us then why the department considered the 27 projects to be election commitments?
Because the Prime Minister's department considered them to be election commitments, and they were announced in the election.
Is that still your view?
Yes. So the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet coordinates election commitments and identification of what the election commitments are, and traces their implementation, and all of these projects were traced for implementation through that process. I understand that there is a difference between...
But that's a monitoring framework.
Yeah, I understand that there's quite clearly room for a difference of opinion about whether or not something that is a government decision that is not announced until an election is an election commitment, or something that is only decided by a prorogued parliament, a potential government in a prorogued parliament, is an election commitment. I think that's the point of difference here, where there is some debate. I think to the extent that the department is working in the operations of general administration of government, the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet is a good source for us for when we're identifying what an election commitment is or isn't. These were all traced as election commitments throughout.
Right. So despite the evidence in the ANAO report, just because PM&C put it in a monitoring spreadsheet, you've decided that's more persuasive than these facts the Audit Office have outlined?
They were announced in the election. They were not announced before the election.
But you're going on the announcement, not the approval. I'm just trying to understand the distinction.
Well, I don't think there's a technical definition that gives us that, unless there's a standard that's applied that I'm not aware of that defines when an election commitment is or isn't an election commitment. For the purposes of how we've reported them or considered them, they were commitments made in an election. They were first made in the election, and we've tracked them as election commitments. I don't think anyone would dispute that they were commitments made in an election campaign.
Is that your minister's view?
I've not spoken with my minister about that. But I don't think that would change the fact that they were commitments made in an election campaign.
They were commitments announced in an election campaign approved before caretaker period commenced.
Yeah.
Auditor General?
Election commitments are made by political parties, decisions are made by governments. These were decisions made by government prior to an election. So I don't know what the process is. I don't think there's any rule that says that parties can't announce things as election commitments which have already been approved. But what difference? But they've already been decided. So
we're talking formal exchange of correspondence between ministers here, Chair. Which was a similar process that was employed in January of that year. So it's the same process that was employed for January decisions as was employed for April decisions. So if
what's the practical impact of this? And I'm not actually having a go at the department. I'm not really having a go at the former government here. It's probably a tidy minds impact, because at the end of the day, you still got to do the value for money assessment and provide advice.
I think the only impact, Chair, would be if a department decided that the level of scrutiny to be put on a project differed to election commitments to projects coming from another source. That is, that the expectation that assessments around the proper use of money, whether it's efficient, effective, ethical, economical, which are requirements under the PGPA Act, the level of due diligence that a department would put on that is less because it's an election commitment than any other project. I don't know whether that's why the department formed the view that election commitments were different, that meant that they had a lower duty of responsibility with respect to oversight.
I take Mr Hallinan's point. You get a spreadsheet from the Prime Minister's department or a monitoring system, whatever you want to call it. As a public servant, I used to do the quarterly reporting on election commitments. What's in the spreadsheet gets reported on as election commitment. I'm just trying to tease out the issue there.
Yep.
Both things can be true as well. They're a decision of government and they're a commitment that was announced in an election. Did you want to add something on that, Deputy Chair? I don't think there's a partisan point in there. It's a point of clarity.
I'm just activating. I'm just letting the flow keep going. But I just want to know when you're going to rotate the call.
Sure.
I've got to go back to some of the issues earlier raised.
Yeah, no worries. I might just raise one more issue then, and then hand over to you, and we can go back over those thematic things. As you can see, I'm just working through the thematic things which are sitting in front of both of us. Just on the project distribution, I think your advice up front was that the department's rationale or intention for the department's intention for the program was that you'd done some modelling to work out where there was lots of congestion and that you'd then solicit targeted submissions for those areas. Government chose to do something different. It's their technical right. The ANAO's analysis of the distribution of the selected projects, though, showed that 64% of the car parks were located in Melbourne, predominantly in southeast Melbourne, representing more than 2.5 times the number of projects located in Sydney. And yet Infrastructure Australia had identified that the majority of the most congested roads in Australia are located in Sydney, and Melbourne's most congested roads are in the northwest of Melbourne, not the southeast of Melbourne, where most of the projects seem to go. What's the department's comment or observation or analysis of that distribution?
Look, I think the Audit Officer's analysis of the distribution is accurate. I would not... I mean, we can't actually comment on the process used to identify the projects. We weren't involved.
Not asking about the process. I'm asking you for your sort of evaluation or analysis as to...
well, as I said, the Audit Officer's assessment of the distribution is accurate. There's nothing... We wouldn't challenge anything in the audit report on that front.
Would the department say to the committee that those outcomes as to what was actually funded meets need?
I think it would be a hard thing for me to make a judgment on without going through a process to identify exactly what where the need would be and what the best projects are to assess against that need. And we didn't go through a process like that, so I can't actually make that judgment with any surety for the committee.
Did the department do any analysis or express any concerns about the heavily skewed distribution of car park funding to South East Melbourne, given that Sydney and other areas of Melbourne are more congested?
I'm not aware of any. It is before my time when we provided the advice on putting these into the schedules at least. I'm not aware that we did, no.
Can you maybe just take that on notice and clarify for us if something comes to light? I suppose, and I might invite the Audit Officer to comment. As you say, you're not disagreeing with the outcomes, and the distribution, frankly, speaks for itself, and the electoral politics have been well ventilated. I'm trying to spare us all doing that again here. But what I'm trying to explore actually is the extent to which the department has any proactive responsibilities to examine this funding allocation, given you had nothing to do with it, and advise ministers that it doesn't meet the original program intent as you proposed. Auditor General? Mr Boyd?
Probably worth just clarifying something there, Chair. We wouldn't say the department did nothing in that space. If you look in Chapter 2, we talk there how in that late 2018 period, the department did come forward with some project lists for the UCF broadly, but we point out there that most of what the department was putting forward as the projects it thought were worth considering weren't supported by government. none of the car parks, 47 car parks, were on any of those departmental lists, and most of the UCF more broadly projects also weren't on the departmental list. It's basically from then calendar 2019, the department's role, as we explained in the audit report, was basically responding to what government was deciding rather than putting forward their own advice as to what they thought should be within the UCF.
And I think the evidence that we saw wasn't that the type of analysis that you've referred to was undertaken by the department to advise the government.
Could the committee conclude that the department's assessment and administration of this program was good practice?
I'm not sure that you could. I mean, I'm not sure that I would describe it as a program so much as a funding source under the National Partnership Agreement in terms of how it was operationalised. I would.
Well, that's telling, isn't it?
Yeah, I would, if I was to design a program, I'd design a program differently to how this was, or if I was asked to provide advice on how to design a program, I'd design it differently to how this was implemented. And I think the audit report recommendations stand, and we agree with them. There are better practice ways of doing this.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Well, good morning from here anyway, in Perth today. I'd like to start actually with the audit report and then sort of work through some of the testimony that's been given here today, but also what has been previously provided by the department at estimates in particular. But first of all, I just want to read out, again, just remind us of what the audit report said. So the department did not establish merit assessment criteria and the assessment work underlying funding recommendations to the Minister, and did not adequately demonstrate that approved projects would provide value for money. Now, I think, would you agree that that's a pretty damning assessment by the ANAO of a complete failure by the department to essentially do their job? Or am I being a little too critical?
It's a pretty awkward spot to be in. I think the project identification process wasn't one run by the department. The department, obviously, we didn't provide guidelines or a process for the government to follow to identify projects.
Just on that point, Mr. Hellman. So the failure to do that work firmly rests with the department, doesn't it? Because as we've heard from the ANAO and as has been observed in the report, the obligation, it's a positive obligation on the public service, on the secretary or the head of whatever agency it is a positive requirement for the APS to provide that advice and support to the Minister, to make sure that they are aware of the guidelines and they are aware of proper process so that they can execute their own roles accordingly. Do you agree with that assessment?
As a general principle, I would, yes.
That's a very good political public service answer. It's a pretty simple question. Is there a positive responsibility on you and other public servants to provide that advice to ministers?
Look, I think in this circumstance it was the governance approach that applies to this program or set of activities or set of projects is established both in law and in the National Partnership Agreement with the states and territories.
So that's a yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we've established that, like all other heads of departments and other public servants, there is a positive responsibility for the department to provide advice to the ministers. And we've heard today from the ANAO separately, which you may or may not have heard, that there is a requirement to conform with, if it's the CGRGs or the any other requirements or legislative requirements that you have, it is your obligation to advise the minister throughout the process. So if it's a government announcement that's gone through in a non-caretaker period where it's been a press release or a policy announcement, after that, it is your responsibility to ensure that the minister and the minister's staff are fully briefed and understand what the appropriate requirements are to initially set the criteria under the relevant guidelines or frameworks, and then in terms of how it is administered. Is that a correct proposition or statement?
I think in the sense that for these projects they would be administered under the National Partnership Agreement, including the notes on administration and how we administer payments to states and territories. Yes, and we've done that. We can't make payments without following that process. Yeah, we certainly can't make payments to states following that process.
Okay, or whether it's under the national partnership.
I would clarify.
Sorry, can I just... It's just the lag issue, Deputy Chair. So you probably just need to give the witness a few seconds to finish his sentences because he's trying to finish...
There is quite a delay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I would clarify that this is not subject. These projects were not subject to the grant rules as established quite some time ago. It is the governance for these projects is identified through federal financial relations arrangements and the national partnership agreements, and as a result, the project selection methodology is not and wasn't undertaken in line with the grant rules and guidelines. It was a completely different methodology undertaken, and there's a completely different onus, I think, on the department in that circumstance.
So a different onus. So are you saying that you still don't have a requirement to provide that advice to ministers?
No, we do have an onus to provide advice to ministers. We also have an onus to provide advice to ministers on both the legal requirements attached to, for instance, in this case, it's the national partnership agreements and how we would go about establishing projects under a national partnership agreement. If we were to run a grants program, the onus would be on us to provide advice on how the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines would apply and how you could design a program that would fit within those guidances. I think the complexity with this set of projects is that they resemble a grants program, but they are not a grants program for the purposes of the grant rules and guidelines. So PGPA requirements apply to the points at which we're making payments or we're dealing with relevant monies. The project selection methodology was outside of what would normally be a grant rules and guidelines process. So it's quite a complex space, which is, I don't think there's any clear project selection identification process that formally applies through the legal frameworks under which we make payments to the states.
So for your department, this is core business, isn't it, in terms of working through a range of different grants, agreements to provide funding for infrastructure projects, correct?
That's correct, yes.
This is core business.
Yes.
And you've just described it as a very complex business, correct? You know, the environment you work in is quite complex.
Yes, yeah, the environment is quite complex.
So would that then increase the need, one, for organisational competence as a core business for you in dealing with these types of payments and grants and the various names? So core business, and you would expect that the department would be competent in terms of its own practices and administrations, and also very clear with the Minister about the complexity and how the Minister needs to navigate that complexity.
Look, I would find it difficult to make judgments about the actions of officers in the department in 2018 and 2019. It was a couple of years before I was here.
That's not what I'm asking, and I'm not asking for that at all. I'm just saying as a general proposition in terms of the core responsibilities of managing Commonwealth taxpayers' money, your core competency really is required is how you administer and manage these grants and payments and funds, correct?
That is a core competency for the department, yes.
Okay. So, and part of that is to best support the Minister of the day navigating that complexity and making sure that not just the department adheres to the various guidelines and legislation, but the Minister is well briefed on that framework and how to legally operate within that, correct?
That's correct, and I think in this case, the legal framework that applies was operated within. As I said,
so the
they're
legal
not.
framework was operated in.
This is
So
not subject to
coming
the grant rules and guidelines. It's a different form of funding allocation and funding payment.
Okay, so you've agreed with the general proposition of the role of the department and in terms of core competencies it needs to have to effectively manage billions of dollars of taxpayers' money every year. So I just also want to come to the Auditor General's report and just remind everybody what it found. The ANAO found that the Department of Infrastructure administration of the commuter car park project within the UCF was not effective. The department relied on existing arrangements generic to infrastructure investment projects and did not develop a program-specific implementation plan, performance indicators or evaluation plan. And the department's approach to identifying and selecting projects for funding was not appropriate and not designed to be either open or transparent. Now, that is one of the most damning assessments that I have, in my time on this committee so far, have heard about the performance of any department, particularly when you've confirmed that this is your core business on behalf of taxpayers to do this. And clearly, this was not done. In fact, there's nothing here to indicate that the department did anything right.
So I'd make the point that the department had never been involved in a commuter car parks program before, and I would also make the point that if we, as we've agreed with the audit report's recommendations, I think if we had our time over, we would ideally be providing a set of worked up program guidelines and implementation plan for how to go about establishing such a program.
But, Mr. Hammond, with the greatest of respect, ideally doesn't cut it. Ideally, you would be doing that. Now, it's not, as the Auditor General has very clearly articulated today and in the report, this is not an optional extra. It is your responsibility as public servants, and it rests with the Secretary and DepSecs in particular to do this competently. And so it's not ideally that you would prepare these things, I put to you, that it's not discretional. Is that how you see it? It's discretional?
No, I haven't said that at all.
Okay. So it is a positive requirement, responsibility to do. You agree with that?
We covered that territory, yes.
Okay. So having a look at these reports, at the report, you also, I'll just come back. You also just said you hadn't funded car parks before. But with the greatest of respect, if your processes are right and are correct and are legal, then it wouldn't matter whether it's car parks, whether it's or any other type of infrastructure. So my apologies, but I don't accept that assertion because it was something that you hadn't funded before, that the correct processes and the correct support to the ministers should somehow have been, it's okay not to get it right because it's a different type of infrastructure. To me, that implies that there are more fundamental issues wrong in the department, that you can't correctly deal with any type of infrastructure projects. I mean, ultimately, it's an infrastructure project.
Yeah,
or am I missing something here?
These are certainly infrastructure projects, and there were processes undertaken in 2018 and 2019 to identify the projects. We're talking about actions from 4 and 5 years ago Deputy Chair, and it's actually quite difficult for me to provide too much commentary on it because it's well before my time. I think it's at least 1 to 2 secretaries ago. It's a couple of elections ago. In terms of capabilities of the department and how the department's operating and functioning, I'm happy to talk about the things that we've done since the audit report. I think for me to speculate on what the department was doing then is actually almost impossible for me to do.
Well, Mr Helmer, that is even more alarming than anything else that you have said or I've seen in the ANAO report. And we'll certainly come to shortly what you've done since the report and what you're now doing for the new government. But can we just test that a bit further? So you are saying that there were not even sufficient records kept. Forget people turning over. I mean, we're talking about billions of dollars of taxpayers' money, and you don't even have sufficient records where you can go back and check the process and the documents that existed at the time to even account for that transparency as little as 3 to 5 years later. Is that what you're telling me?
No, we certainly have records of what the department did at the time, and they've been...
Can you then say that you can't tell me what was in them because it wasn't your time?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think the records the department has, the audit office has used and has had full access to, and they've informed the audit findings for this audit. They've informed their recommendations, and we've responded to those recommendations and agreed with them. The context of, I think the key thing for me here is you're asking me about what the department did or didn't do and what may have been in the minds of delegates of the department that were not me a few years before my time. I can't speculate on that.
Well, Mr Holman, that indicates to me systemic problems within the department, that your department hasn't kept sufficient records to demonstrate transparency in terms of reasons for decisions or actions that were taken.
Yeah, and I think the audit office has actually found that our record-keeping practices weren't up to scratch, and we've agreed with that, and we have implemented record management improvement activities across the department over a number of years while I've been in my role.
So that's good. That's good to hear. But is that so? Record management, does that also include keeping records of decisions that were made and why they were made and why they were taken at the time?
That does. It wouldn't capture cabinet decisions or decisions that were taken without the department's involvement.
Okay, well, I'll park that one. I might put some questions on notice in relation to that.
Deputy Chair, I'm just checking, just so we've got it on. So it's page 2 of your submission. If you could also take on notice to the department, you've said work to improve the department's record-keeping practices is also underway. This includes the implementation of the new records workspace system due to be finalised by the end of 2023. If you can just take on notice and give us any update in the next few weeks, is that on track to actually occur? Because sometimes these things slip. And that second point that the Deputy Chair just asked, even if that record system was implemented, it couldn't capture circumstances where you have no idea why ministers make decisions.
I think, yes, we can take on notice the first question and your second question. If the department's not involved in an activity, we don't know about it.
Okay.
So
thanks, Deputy Chair. Sorry, just wanted to tidy that up while we're going. Yep.
Thank you. So, can I come to another aspect of this in terms of the reasons how the department came to be in this position and have such a damning audit report? Is it just the lack of process, or have you identified that there are cultural issues within the department that led to this? And that also obviously means what was the culture of the leadership in the organisation towards how it did its core business, which clearly has failed over several years within the department. Have you got some thoughts on, or what are the reflections that you've had as an organisation as a department on how this happened and what you need to do to change the culture and the leadership and possibly training of the staff?
Certainly, I would hesitate to describe there as being a substantial cultural challenge in relation to this. I would say that we have implemented a whole range of training and support activities to individuals who are working on programs under the National Partnership Agreement, how we record decisions, how we provide advice to ministers. There's been a comprehensive set of those activities undertaken over at least a couple of years, and it's a fundamental part of how we operate as an agency.
So on reflection, so that's very good to hear, thank you. On reflection, what were some of the failures or things that the department didn't get right in terms of providing relevant advice at the right time to ministers?
Look, on reflection, if I had the time of the department over again, a proactive brief at some stage to suggest a program be designed with appropriate guidances and criteria, and whatever that program ended up looking like, I wouldn't speculate on. I think at the time we were working on a model that would identify particular locations with the biggest problems and then seek submissions to deal with those biggest problems. So I wouldn't speculate on whether that would end up being a competitive open process or whether that would be a process that identified the hotspots, so it were, and then sought the best solutions to those hotspots. But something that provided that advice up into ministers or government would have been useful.
Okay, so that wasn't, obviously you're saying that wasn't done then. So is that now an approach that you are adopting with the new government?
Certainly, to the extent that we're working on new programs with the government, we've provided them advice on how to establish those programs and what they might look like, how you might establish guidelines, governance committees, decision-making frameworks.
So post-election, what election commitments are you working on? So first question in that is Prime Minister and Cabinet still coordinating it as it did under the previous government?
I think we have.
Election commitments?
Yeah, I think we have election commitment trackers. We usually do. I'm quite sure of that actually, and yes, there are certainly election commitments being traced.
Okay, so that's done, and that's still coordinated by Prime Minister and Cabinet. So they've got like the master sheet of election commitments made in the many ways that they are made over the course of a campaign.
Yes, yep.
I think we're saying the same thing. Yep.
Yeah. So you defer to Prime Minister and Cabinet, or you report to Prime Minister and Cabinet on the range of grants and other programs and funding that comes within your purview that the now government has committed to. So that's correct?
Yeah, I personally haven't spent an awful deal of time doing that, but I would take the position that yes, we do that. That's a standard practice for us as a department, has always been, and I think will continue to be.
Okay, are you able to, or have you got somebody there who can, or take it on notice? So what is the range of, what are the grants and various programs and commitments under this new government have made and that you are now implementing in terms of, all the different categories and under the different legislative requirements? Are you able to provide a list of that? So we can get some idea?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly consider that question, and in doing so, we'll ask the Secretariat to check the extent to which it's within the terms of reference for the current inquiry. Obviously, this isn't Senate estimates. We're managing within a set of given terms of reference.
I understand, but just, I well understand that, but it's actually, so the main issue is what are the categorisations? So how many are under the CRGCs? How many are under national partnerships? So what are the different criteria and how are you now managing those, and what is different between how you're now managing those versus from the lessons that you've learnt and what you didn't do so well in the previous government?
Yeah, can I suggest it might be most helpful, given the second way you frame the question is a little bit different to the first, if you want to reflect on that, Deputy Chair, and put something in writing to the Secretariat, then they can confirm the extent to which it's within the terms of reference, and we can either have that discussion privately, or if everyone's comfortable with it, just transmit it.
I'm very happy. Well, I'm very happy for what I've asked to be on the record, and if there's any issues with the wording of that, the Secretariat can raise it with us. But really, it's so. I'll perhaps describe it a bit further, Chair.
Sure.
So what I'm interested in is you've had a very damning ANAO report. You've accepted all of the recommendations. You've now just said that you're doing it differently. So what I want to understand is now, how are you practically doing it differently across the complexities of the different types of grants and other funding programs that you manage? So what is different now to what you're doing with this government as a result of those lessons learned than you did with previous governments?
So how about I refine the question to the parameters of the UCF program broadly, which is election commitments of a programmatic nature attached to the National Partnership Agreement for Land Transport Infrastructure, and we can come back to you with what we're doing there and how that's been considered. I think that's doing some form of comparison between what the audit's on and what we would be doing in a similar circumstance here. Would that work?
That would work. I'll just have a think about that, because you've narrowed it down. So look, anyway, we'll take that offline. But if you can take that on notice, and if we need to refine it, or I need to put another question.
Sure, and I'll just make the point again that the department will need to confer with the Secretariat to confirm the extent to which that is within the current terms of reference versus something that should be pursued at Senate estimates. And you know, just to be clear, my approach is always permissive on these things, but I've been in your position before many times, and things will stay within the terms of reference.
Yes. No, I'm not, and I'm certainly not asking for anything outside of the terms of reference. But it is.
Yep. I'm interested in it too. That's fine.
What are the lessons learned? What are the lessons learnt? How are they now being applied?
Yep.
Is essentially it. So can I also just confirm? So the Urban Congestion Fund, as we've said, was not a grants program, and because it didn't meet the definition of a grants program under the Commonwealth grants rules. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in this case, payments to the states for infrastructure are subject to different requirements, which are the federal financial relation rules, and not under, which are quite different, as what you're saying, to the Commonwealth grants rules, correct?
That's correct. They're bespoke arrangements depending on which area of Commonwealth state payment you're dealing with, and some of them are established with legislative basis and that we will work on, and others not, depending on the part of government or the area of government that you'd be dealing with.
Thank you. Now, I just want to come back to some of the evidence you gave earlier to questions from the Chair in relation to the advice. When we've established, and the ANAO report clearly established, that the advice to the ministers of the day was deficient, I think is a kind word to put it. And you mentioned that you did provide, I was a bit unclear about at what points did you actually provide advice. You said you're aware of 2 pieces of advice that went to the government. Do you know what they were, or to the minister?
I think there were 2 submissions in response. There may have been 3 submissions. I think there was a submission in September or October of 2018, which had identified a series of projects that the department had somehow identified. There was a further submission in November thereabouts of 2018. I will confirm this for you on notice.
Take whether it's 2, 3. I think it's this. In this case, for this inquiry, it's very salient.
Yeah.
So if you could take that on notice and just be specific whether it was 2 or 3 and what the advice was.
Yeah. So look, I think that the details were traversed in the audit report itself, and the two pieces where there are 2 fundamental pieces where the projects were selected or identified. there was November and 2018 and March or April 2019, and I think the department provided advice in a very fast turnaround on a list of projects that it may not have seen before, and I can't remember the precise wording in the advice, but I think we said we couldn't make recommendations on the projects at that stage because we didn't have enough information on which to make the judgments.
So could you...
But I'll confirm that for you.
You please do, because there was lots of I thinks, maybes and whatever else in your answer there. So obviously it's not something that's top of mind for you. So if you could take those on notice and provide the specifics of those 2 or 3 pieces of advice, that would be appreciated. Now, I've also gone back and had a look at Hansard in terms of what has been said previously in relation to the Urban Congestion Fund. And it seems to be a little at odds of what you've said here this morning. And I'll just read it out, just so we can clarify it. So Mr Yeaman, it estimates, I think in 2019, he said the following. I've got the text here. As we've discussed with the committee before, in supporting the Urban Congestion Fund, we did provide departmental modelling around the major pinch points in the various state networks. So that's the first one. The second one is we provided advice on what had been identified by local councils. So that seems to indicate that you had received information from local councils because you provided that advice. You also provided advice from Infrastructure Australia and others, Infrastructure Australia and others of the key areas of need. So you clearly had provided and sought and received advice from Infrastructure Australia, who obviously does source things directly from states and councils. And then he said there are obviously many more that could be funded through a $4 billion program. Governments took decisions on which ones they would fund based on all of the information together. Now, that was information that the Secretary of the day said was provided. So it clearly said that the ministers made the decisions, as you've said. So could you go back and review, that was in Senate estimates in October 2019.
Yep.
If you could go through that, because it does indicate that the department did actually receive advice, now either directly or indirectly through Infrastructure Australia, of where those areas of need were. Are you or any of your officials aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I think actually, if memory serves, the Audit Office and in fact the audit report may include some of the pictures. But this is, Deputy Chair, this is the piece that I was discussing earlier, where we were designing, I think, what was a program using the language of an informed investor, where I think we had an arrangement with a company called Veachlister, which was to identify those areas of highest congestion, which we would then potentially seek solutions to. I think Infrastructure Australia did a similar piece of work. I think both of those pieces of work were provided to, if I take Mr Yeaman's evidence at face value, were provided to the government, the Minister, the Office, however so done. And then I'm not sure that Mr Yeaman's evidence indicated how the councils, which councils provided advice on projects and who the advice was provided to, whether that was provided to the department or whether that was provided to the Minister or Minister's Office or Minister's Offices somehow. I'm not sure. I can take that on notice and see whether or not there's clarity
Infrastructure Australia as well. So look, could you please go back and review Mr Yeaman's evidence, because you seem to indicate that you're not sure whether it was correct or not. But could you go back and review that evidence that they gave in terms of what information was provided to the ministers of the day, and also review what you said here this morning based on your knowledge today, and go back and confirm with us what information was provided. Now, whether someone gave it to you directly or whether you got it through Infrastructure Australia, ultimately you had that information available. So if you could just give us that precise information, I think that would be incredibly helpful for this.
I mean, I'd be very interested in that. Obviously, there's a question there's maybe limits to the extent to which the department can go into advice that was provided to ministers, or the contents of advice, which we're all pretty familiar with. But
Chair, just to be clear, I'm
Yep.
not asking for the content of the advice, just the fact of the advice and what can be and what it related to. That can certainly be provided. And I
Yep,
think
absolutely.
That goes to the heart of this inquiry.
Yep,
Yeah.
no, I
So
completely agree.
Can I clarify, Deputy Chair? What I'm taking out from here is what was the advice on the hotspots, for want of a better description, the mapping, the identification of congestion locations, both from the department and then pass through from Infrastructure Australia. And I think you said Mr Yeaman also said that there were submissions from councils on potential projects. And so I'll come back with whether and how those submissions from councils, whether they were coordinated through the department or what means we're aware of that they were coordinated through.
And that is in relation to the Commuter Car Park Fund or the Urban Congestion Fund more broadly? I'm just trying to be precise here.
Both.
Both. I think in the Urban Congestion Fund versus Commuter Car Parks program, which is the focus of the audit report that this was, there may have been some consultation on the Urban Congestion Fund elements between the department and others. Anyway, we'll take that on notice and come back to you. There's a distinction to be made between the Urban Congestion Fund and the Commuter Car Parks component of it as well in the response.
That's right, but it is relevant. The Urban Congestion Fund is relevant because that's the context and the framework under which this was delivered. So, if you could take that away and just clarify that would be very helpful. Another question I've got is if you could advise what process the incoming Labor government undertook to review the Urban Congestion Fund projects, including this project.
Yes, I think in the last budget we worked with Minister King. I think we provided a submission to Minister King, Catherine King, on projects in the Urban Congestion Fund and Commuter Car Parks element of it, with recommendations on which projects we thought should continue and which ones may wish to cease or cancel, and the outcomes of that were then taken through a process through Cabinet for decision, and after the budget there were a series of cancellations of projects. I think the government also took the choice to no longer have an Urban Congestion Fund named in that way, and the remaining projects are being administered as simply as projects under the National Partnership Agreement and schedules with states and territories.
Okay, so on the point of states and territories, did the new government, as part of that process that you've just described, did they consult directly, are you aware, with states and territories or with local members, or did you do some of that consultation with states and territories, local governments, Infrastructure Australia, to provide that advice to government before they made those cabinet decisions?
Yes, sorry. During that process, there was consultation undertaken between both state and territory governments to the levels that you're asking for. I think we might need to have to take that on notice to see at what levels that was done at. Sure. But there certainly was consultation undertaken.
We just need to finish up in a couple of minutes, Deputy Chair, so I'll just sort of let you know that if there's other things, because a lot of these you're asking people to take on notice, so if you're able to either read them all out or just provide them in writing later, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I have many qualities, but being a mind reader is not one of them in terms of what they are able to answer on the day. I mean, these are not unreasonable or unforeseen questions. So if you could take that one on notice, but also at just more specificity about that process. So who did you consult as a department, and what information was provided to you when that was when the advice was provided to the government in terms of their decision-making process, and what weighting, in terms of the decisions that were made, what weighting was provided to those decisions in terms of any other consultations?
I'd be also interested in that, not being a member of Cabinet, always curious. I suspect you and I both know the kind of responses we're going to get back, because we've been over these things for years, but give it a crack.
I'm glad you made that point, Chair, because I seem to remember, and I think Hansard will show that you were certainly delving into that territory with some of your more colourful invective or language. So I do take
lovely to know that someone reads the Hansards.
It might help. I think I can confirm, Deputy Chair, that there was consultation undertaken with jurisdictions both at officer level and at ministerial level as part of the negotiations in the last budget, in the October 22-23 budget process, and that consultation then led to advice from the department to the minister and into the cabinet process. The nature of the advice that we provided, both in the Commonwealth State negotiation and then into the cabinet process, is ever thus that I can't provide advice on what, or I can't advise what the department provided into a cabinet process. But
I'm not asking you to do that. It's about the process.
Yep.
So the department, prior to preparing that advice for government, which went into the budget and into the appropriate cabinet processes. So you consulted with all states and territories and had input from all states and territories about what should stay and what should go?
Certainly some states don't have any projects, so we consulted with...
Ones that had projects.
Yeah, or we can come back to you with exactly how we did it, but if there were projects that were live, say there's a jurisdiction, there was one project that was live that was almost complete or had been completed, we wouldn't have consulted with them to say should we terminate a project. To the extent that there were projects that were not live, were in planning or were difficult to implement, we would have undertaken that consultation.
We do have to resume at 1:30, and we've been going since 8:30 largely. So is there anything else, Deputy Chair? I'm just going to give the Audit Office a chance to respond.
Chair, yes, there is. So just on that line, so for example, as part of this consultation with states and territories, for example, did the Victorian Andrews government provide recommendations to the department on which of the Urban Congestion Fund projects, including the commuter car parks, should continue to be delivered or not?
Look, we've worked with the Victorian government and Victorian government officials in my entire time in this role on project delivery, including their views on which projects were implementable, the likely costs of implementing projects, and all of that information would have been taken from departmental officials and incorporated into our advice to Minister King and then through to the Cabinet. I'm sure that there were consultations between Minister King or her office and her counterpart in Victoria or her office.
Given most of the projects were in Victoria, as we've already gone over, and a whole bunch of those were complete nonsense and unimplementable, it'd make perfect sense that you spoke to Victoria. Have we got any other questions? Because I've made sure that you've had more time than me.
Actually, I haven't, but anyway.
Well, no, you've so far had 44 minutes, and if you allow my introduction and the fact we started a few minutes late, I've been watching the clock.
So I just want to continue on this line, if I could. Won't take long.
Well, we are finishing in 3 minutes.
Okay. So are you able to advise which projects the Andrews government or their officials advised to the department which ones should continue or not continue?
As a general principle, we don't provide advice from a state government in those Commonwealth state negotiations publicly. It can impede their ability to work with us in the future on delivering government policy agendas, both of the state and the Commonwealth.
Given the Chair's put us on a time limit, are you making a public interest immunity claim at this point?
I can take that on notice and refer to the Minister and see whether she would wish to, but as a general principle, we don't respond to questions of negotiation.
I think this is pretty familiar ground. Next.
Okay, so if you take that on thing. Under the UFC, can you confirm that following the review of the UFC projects prior to the October 2022 budget, the government decided to continue with 107 projects, and that of the ones under this program, and only 24 were cancelled. Is that correct?
No, in fact, it's actually 109 that are continuing.
Oh, 109, so how many were cancelled?
22 were cancelled at the last budget round.
Okay, so they reviewed them all and decided to continue with 109. So can you confirm, of the 34, which I understand are in Victoria, so 34 of those ones approved were in Victoria, that the ones they agreed to continue, 18 of them are in
Are we on the UCF or around the car parks? Because we've got a separate hearing on the UCF. No, that's enough on this. We've got a separate hearing on the UCF. We're 15 minutes over time. We're here to talk about the car parks. We both had a bit of latitude to drift into the UCF to understand the context, but this is not a... You can absolutely hold all of these questions.
Yes.
So anything else on the car parks? Well, don't worry, we'll get our go on the UCF.
No, I'll put them to the UCF. Thanks, Chair.
And can I suggest, just as we've done previously, to make our hearings as efficient as possible, if you've got specific questions on the UCF, put them on notice now so we can try and get the answers before the public hearing, and then we're interrogating the answers, which is just a better use of time and the witnesses' time as well. I've done that on a range of questions on the UCF, which are all published on the website as supplementary submissions.
I appreciate that, Chair, and if I need to put any more questions after I've had an opportunity to speak to the officials, I'll certainly do so.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, I'm just making the point that we did, and it doesn't matter. You do you, I'm very fond of that. I'm just making the point that the committee did agree in December that if we had questions on the UCF or the RGF, because they weren't the subject of an Auditor General's report, that it would be helpful if we put them on notice in advance, which I've done, and they're published as supplementary submissions on the website. It's not obligatory, but it just makes the hearing time more efficient because we've got some information to deal with.
No, I understand that, Chair, but again, I'm not necessarily a mind reader, and the questions go according to the evidence given on the day.
Indeed.
But I'm conscious of that, but...
Yep. It's just a helpful suggestion. All right. I think we're done on the car parks. Auditor General, do you have anything else? It may indeed be the last time the Parliament spends hours on the car parks, but there's a lot of useful questions there from the Deputy Chair. I'm not quite joining the dots, though, that the department's oversights or failures mean that it's somehow your fault that Liberal ministers handed out cash to Liberal electorates with curious decision making. But anyway, we'll all draw our own conclusions on that.
Chair,
sure.
You're going so well before that final comment on being reasonably bipartisan, so maybe if we just note that as a personal observation,
sure.
Rather than...
I don't think anyone would expect you to share it in public anyway. If I could thank witnesses, ask you to take any questions on notice. I'm mindful of the process which the committee usually adopts. Which is you will look over the Hansard, but the Secretariat will also distill the Hansard and send you a bunch of questions. There's some there which I think we'd need to see, and I've asked the Secretariat to talk with you about that just to confirm that they're within the scope of the inquiry. But as I said, I'll try and interpret that broadly, as is the committee's tradition. We just need to... I've been cautioned previously in opposition that it's not set at estimates, try as we might, but we'll do our best to make sure the Deputy Chair gets the information she's requesting.
Thank you. And if I need to, Chair, I note that, and if I need to, certainly follow it up with set estimates. But as a senator, it's a bit hard sometimes not to do so.
Indeed. All right. We'll declare this public hearing suspended until 1:30 when we'll reconvene. Thank you. Actually, let's make it 1:35. We'll give ourselves half an hour. I now call representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, and the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Grant Hare, Auditor General.
Brian Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group, ANAO.
Amy Rimwood, Executive Director of Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Megan Hibbert, Assistant Secretary, Regional Programs, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts.
Janet Quigley, First Assistant Secretary, Regional Development and Local Government, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts.
It's catchy.
Same department, Chair. David McKay, Deputy Secretary for Regions, Cities and Territories.
Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary, Enabling and Business Services Group of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Sally Bectus, General Manager of the Business Grants Hub at the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Thank you. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given shall be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd also remind committee members, being myself and the Deputy Chair, that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. And officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Would you like to make an opening statement before we move on to questions? Mr Mason?
No, Chair.
Mr Mackay?
No, thanks, Chair.
Auditor General? I might flip it around and go to the Deputy Chair first. Oh, you're on mute.
Twice today. Look, thank you very much, Chair, for the courtesy, but I'm very happy for you to lead off.
Okay.
And then I'll follow up. Thanks.
Sure. Perhaps to Mr Mackay, what is a region?
Chair, the definition of a region is different depending on the program that we're talking about. That's different across portfolios. Successive governments have used different definitions of quote-unquote regionality, depending on policy objectives of a particular program.
Okay. I take the point, and I think we've covered that a little bit earlier today around successive governments. There was an analysis done by the Auditor General for analysing Grants Connect over 3.5 years to June 2021, which was all under the previous government, that time span, which identified 27% of regional development grants, including potentially things under the predecessor programs in this program, were given to postcodes that the ABS classes capital cities. Does that reflect broadly your understanding of the allocation? Have you got any reason to doubt that data?
Just two comments I'd make in response to that, Chair, and I'll ask the colleagues if they've got anything to add. The first is that the business address of a grant recipient doesn't necessarily reflect the location where a project might be being delivered. Obviously, in many cases it may well, but it's not necessarily always the case. And the second is, and I think it's not so much about the Building Better Regions Fund, but there have been, my understanding is that there have been instances where the Grant Connect reporting system requires a binary choice of whether a program is a regional program or not. And if that's selected, even if the program is national in its application, it will be reflected as a regional program.
Right.
And I understand that there may be some instances where that's the case as well, but I'll see if my colleagues have anything they want to add to any of that.
Just on your first point, my understanding from the previous session, but happy to be corrected, is that the requirement, the field people are required to type into to Grants Connect is not the head office, it's the location of the project.
Stand corrected, Chair.
Is that?
Yes, there's two fields and one of them is for the location of where the grant will be delivered.
Okay, that's important. So it's pretty unlikely, you'd think, if someone's got half a brain and is focused, that given you've got two choices, you have to make both choices, that we'd see a pollution of data. There'll be mistakes, there always are in huge data sets, but broadly it's quite clear what people are asked to type in. Okay. It'd be bad to choose or define a region based on electoral boundaries, would it not?
I feel like that's asking me for an opinion, Chair.
Sure. Could you advise under the Building Better Regions Fund what the closest project to a capital city GPO is?
I'd be very happy to take that question on notice, Chair.
Okay. Because I've had a look, and as best I can see it, but happy to be corrected, it would be the Samford Parklands Community Hub, $2.25 million in Samford Valley, just 22 kilometres down the road from the Brisbane GPO. Is there any other project you can point to at the moment that would be closer to a GPO?
Chair, I certainly don't have that level of detail on individual commitments in my notes for today, but very happy to take that question on notice.
Yeah, no, I'm just mindful because that's in the Leader of the Opposition's electorate, which apparently is a region for the purposes of this fund. Who knew? So is Dixon a regional seat?
Chair, as I said at the outset, there are many
No, for the purposes of this program we're talking about, is Dixon a regional seat?
I would have to take that question on notice, Chair.
I think that's a reasonable question for you to be able to answer, given we're here talking about the BBRF. Is Dixon an eligible seat? Is it a regional seat?
Chair, I accept the question. Both Ms Quigley and I are new to our roles since the BBRF program was run. I'm very happy to take that question on notice and respond.
I'll just make a general point, and I'll try not to be too mean, but I've been in the Audit Committee for 6.5 years, and this issue causes regular frustration to this committee that just because you're new to a role does not mean that you shouldn't be across the facts of the audit and the facts of the program. We do understand and accept that sometimes you can't speak to the detail of why decisions were made or who made decisions. You need to do that, but I'll just provide that general kind of observation that we've got a pretty reasonable expectation of stewardship and that people can answer the questions. Yeah, well, I mean, the middle of my electorate's 37 kilometres from the CBD, and we're not a region, so it'll be interesting to understand how Dixon is indeed a regional seat.
Chair, I just wanted to respond in relation to the BBRF guidelines. The project location says that it cannot be excluded your project must not be located in an excluded area. Excluded areas are the urban centre and locality cities over 1 million people for Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth and Adelaide as defined by the ABS geography standard, and for the City of Canberra the excluded area is only the part of Canberra, Queanbeyan significant urban area that's located within the ACT. So if Dixon meets the criteria of being in an in the urban centre and locality city of over 1 million people, if it's outside of that, then it would be considered regional under our program.
Oh, we can. You can take that on notice. We'll have a bit of a look. It's kind of close to Brisbane, but there you go. Yeah, sure.
So just a clarification on that question on notice. Could you also take on notice, we had a discussion in a previous hearing today about that definition of region, but also I understand that, for example, I'm in Perth, there are areas that are geographically close to the city, but they are peri-urban areas, and they do have a number of characteristics of regional issues in terms of infrastructure issues. So could you also just have a look at that more broadly and what is included, and also if there's any guidance in this for BBRF, and this is a question, in terms of how state defines some areas, because some programs do actually require a state categorisation of its regionality as well.
Certainly, thanks. We'll add that to the question that we've taken on notice.
So my understanding of this audit is that the Audit Office didn't look at the hub's assessment and the scoring, but you looked at the program design and the decision making. Is that's a reasonable frame?
That's correct, Chair. Yes.
Okay. So let's just turn to the decision making. One of the issues that's been identified of concern in the audit, and then thematically in the discussion we had this morning, sitting across a number of programs, is this mysterious issue of other factors. The audit report states that the grant opportunity guidelines for all rounds were developed by Infrastructure based on finance's whole of government templates, and the report notes that is reflecting the expectations established by the grant rules, and finance's template does not contemplate the inclusion of broad and non-specific criteria such as any other factors. Why did the department decide to depart from finance's template to include other factors in the guidelines?
was a decision, so the policy settings were approved by the Minister, and the department had designed the BBRF program based on the NSRF program. Round 2 of NSRF was audited by the ANAO, and we took lessons learned from that audit to design the BBRF program. When I've looked back, there's been nothing raised in that audit around the other factors, and so I can only assume that that's formed part of our program design for the BBRF for that reason.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. So did the department propose other factors, or you, at the start of your answer said that they were decided by the Minister in government?
Sorry, the Minister approves the policy settings when they approve the guidelines, and the BBRF program design is built on the previous program, which is our National Stronger Regions Fund program, and we took lessons learned from the NSRF to build the BBRF program, and therefore the policy settings.
So was it your idea or the Minister's idea to include other factors?
I don't know who included other factors in the NSRF. What I can say is that the policy settings and therefore the guidelines were approved by our Minister for NSRF and for BBRF, and we took parts of the design of NSRF which we thought were positive and were working as part of the audit that was funded, and put them in BBRF.
Sure. And so you accept the audit conclusion, I presume, that, so I think you said you broadly did, that other factors seem to override results of the assessment against the 4 merit criteria. Was that your intention in proposing that program design, that other factors would override the merit criteria assessment?
I'm not sure we have accepted the fact that the other factors, I think that ANAO says that it undermines the merit basis or words to that effect in the report. I'm not sure we have accepted that. We've said that we agree with the one recommendation that was given to us, and that we understand that we've acted in accordance with the CGRGs and the intent of them as well.
Right. Just to the Audit Office, does the inclusion of other factors accord with the CGRGs?
Chair, in terms of the principles of the CGRGs, we would say no. I think the reference to the earlier program's interesting from our perspective, which is the National Stronger Regions Fund. The guidelines for that program similarly included other factors. When we audited that program, it was a 2016-17 audit report, there's some pretty significant differences between how the department and the decision-making there administered the other factors compared to BBRF. We actually, the audit report includes as an appendix, it's Appendix 3. So for that audit, what we looked at was there were also overturns of funding recommendations from the department, but there was what we thought was quite a strong decision review template where the decision makers could record whether they disagreed with the assessment against the actual published criteria, or where it was the other factors which changed the decision that they made compared to the recommendation. And so there was a pretty clear read there for us to see between how the other factors bore upon the decisions that were taken.
Yep.
And for a reason which wasn't explained to us in the course of the audit of BBRF, the department didn't persist with that decision review template approach for this new program, which to us I think it's pretty hard to consider the guidelines in isolation to what are the governance arrangements around how you'll actually implement those guidelines in the assessment and decision-making process. So I guess for us, for the department, what I hear them saying is that we took the National Stronger Regions guidelines and brought them forward, to not then bring forward the other parts of the governance which strengthened the other factors, so you could actually have some clarity about when they were being relied upon by ministers for each individual application and the effect that the ministers were saying that was having on their funding decisions. I think someone undercuts why you would only bring the guidelines forward and not what was around the guidelines.
Well, let's just deal with that issue and then I'll go back to the sort of broader policy issue. I mean, the audit report states that your briefing packages were initially based on the template described or highlighted as an example of better practice, which contained sections where the panel could document disagreement, but then over time, quote, over time infrastructure moved away from the better practice approach and began altering the instructions for the template and mysteriously deleting sections from the template. Why did the department decide to delete those sections?
Chair, I'll ask my colleagues to add to this, specifically to that question, but I would just note, I think this is the recommendation we have accepted and agreed to, is around improving record-keeping practices so that the basis for decisions is clear, including in those circumstances where the decision-maker hasn't agreed with the assessment of candidates undertaken by officials, and to ensure that appropriate processes are in place around the role of a ministerial panel, for example, where that's performing the role of a grants decision-maker. But I'll ask colleagues if they want to add anything.
Well, I mean, that's good to hear, but with respect, that's really a lot of words to say. We've agreed that we'll follow the rules and go back to what we used to do, which we mysteriously stopped doing. So why did you stop doing it?
I can't recall the exact format of all of the templates that were given to the ANAO and form part of our recommendations to ministerial panels. I can recall, though, that each recommendation template that was given required what's needed in the CGRGs, which is the fact that it was a grant. Sorry, I'll probably need to read this out, but in the audit report it says that all of the information around why you should approve a grant and the assessment scores and the merit scores and so on was provided as part of the package, and the template that we've provided to ministers, we accept was not always completed by the chair or a secretariat of that panel, and therefore we accept the recommendation that we will recommend secretariat be given to those ministerial panels in the future so that can be done better. But we certainly did give the templates to the ministerial panels. The format of them, as I said, I can't recall the exact format, and they may have varied, but they did ask for completion of the reasons why you've made a decision.
But it says clearly here the briefing packages for the BBRF rounds were initially based on the NSRF template, but over time were changed to remove requirements for recording of reasons by the panel. Like, that kind of contradicts what you just said.
There was always the requirement for ministers or the chair of the panel.
There was always a requirement floating in the ether, but you took it out of the template.
Well, the template always asked for reasons to be recorded, though.
Is that?
I think the format might have been different across the different rounds, but there was. Right. I can't recall there being a round or a finding that we didn't ask ministers to record the reason why they made a decision.
I think if we go to paragraph 4.36 of the audit report, maybe if we start at the most recent round of audit, which is round 5, where we make the finding that the recommendation review templates were not used. Instead, there was a spreadsheet. So we've actually gone further from now, adjusting what was in the content of the template prepared for ministers to no longer even having a template. Now it's a cell in a spreadsheet. So when you're running a program where you've got the merit criteria to be assessed against, which if it's open to the decision maker to decide that they don't agree with that assessment, which is the reason why they're making a different decision, that can be recorded. Equally, under this program guidelines, they might have other factors as well. Well, no longer we don't even make it comfortable for ministers to actually record it. So either of those things, it comes down to simply we're giving them a spreadsheet where they can record reasons.
We've had this discussion a number of times through grants inquiries. To Pracy, I think what the audit office has said numerous times, they're not trying to remove ministerial discretion. Their consistent view is that it should be exercised according to rules and reasons recorded.
And so the spreadsheet did ask for ministers to record the reason why they approved or didn't approve
I guess it might help
project. So whether it's a spreadsheet or a template, round 5 was a spreadsheet, the others were templates, but there was still a requirement to record the reasons.
But I guess we'd say, how good can that be if you go to footnote 102 in the audit report, where for 133 projects, there's one thing recorded for the same thing for all 133 projects, which is the Australian Government has injected an additional $100 million into round 5 of the BBRF. This gave the panel the flexibility to support these additional projects, taking into account the Australian Government's priorities, the spread of projects and funding across the regions, and the impact of each project and its benefit for communities. I guess what we're saying in the audit report is, how does that that same thing recorded for 133 overturned decisions provide any insight as to the reason for those particular decisions on each occasion? And I guess we're saying in the audit finding is it does not. And to us, it gets back to the fact is there was a very sound approach in the National Stronger Regions Fund, which we actually, as I say, we put an appendix into the audit report to actually recognise the department had adopted better practice for that program, so that you could actually see how are the other factors being applied, indeed when are they being applied.
Yep.
And we've actually gone completely away from that by the round 5 of this program.
Okay. So can I just pick up then on one? So it is what it is. Ministers now have a spreadsheet. They've made a bunch of decisions which depart from the advice provided, as is their right, but it's their responsibility to record decisions. They failed to do so. What's the department's obligation in those circumstances? You get a spreadsheet back from a magical meeting of ministers in a cabinet room or whatever. I think we had a previous hearing a few years ago with the then Deputy Secretary, Ms Bacon, and we talked about the mysterious rooms.
Yes.
And then outspits a set of answers with no reasons. What are your obligations then as senior public servants?
To provide advice that either the template wasn't completed or it wasn't completed correctly, and provide advice about what should have been done.
And the decision-making obligations on ministers?
Yes.
Yep. Did you provide that advice?
Yes.
Right. So your clear evidence to the committee is you got the spreadsheet, there were no reasons, you went back to ministers and said this does not meet your obligations, and nothing happened.
Well, there were reasons, but we've accepted that what the ANAI has said is that the one reason doesn't provide much insight as to the reason why it was done. But I didn't get a blank spreadsheet back. I got a spreadsheet back
Sure.
with answers, and then I went back and
So
said, is this the, I can't remember the words I used, but basically provided advice about, words to the effect of, are these the reasons that you want to submit to us as part of your recording of the meeting?
So you know that, I mean, you agree with the Audit Office conclusion that they're not adequate reasons that properly or adequately or clearly explain. So I'm trying to step around judgment words.
That the department has accepted the recommendation that our records management can be improved and is being improved, and that
but it's not a
includes
question of records management
of
I'm
that.
asking. I'm trying to
the
understand.
secretariat of the decisions and the
not that
recording
either.
of why
No,
decisions
not that
are-
either. I'm trying to understand, and we've had this raised in the thematic discussion this morning. I'm trying to understand, and there's a signal back to all of the public service, and you're not going to be the first people we question about this issue. In a circumstance where you get a spreadsheet or a set of decisions signed by ministers or a minister, that you look at it and go, well, this doesn't provide enough information. It doesn't meet the clear intent of the grant rules. You went back to the minister and said, this is not enough. Here are your obligations under the grant rules.
I recall having a conversation along the lines of, is this your record, your final record of what happened? Is this what you want us to submit? And reminding we'd had a pre-briefing, so 15 minutes before the panel meeting, about what the obligations and decision meetings are. So just reminding on that advice I'd previously given. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else to add on that? Okay. The audit report noted, just back to other factors, when considering the draft guidelines, that the Department of Finance raised the inclusion of other factors in assessing applications as an issue, as it was unclear whether other factors would involve an additional assessment process, and if so, whether applicants would have a fair opportunity to tailor their application in response to the assessment process. So take what you said earlier as true, that you looked at lessons from the previous audit program, other factors were there, you kept them there, but then the Department of Finance, as the policy owner within government, said, this is a problem, but then you made no changes to the draft guidelines or application form in response to Finance's question. Can you let us know what explanation was provided to Finance in response to their concerns and if they were satisfied with that?
I'd have to take on notice whether what we actually said and whether they were satisfied. What I can say is that the Department of Finance asked us, would there be another assessment process? And we said, no, there will not, because that's our interpretation of the use of the other factors. It's not another assessment process and it doesn't form part of the merit criteria.
Right. Still left puzzling what they were there for then if they're not part of the assessment process. How would anyone in the real world understand how they were going to be assessed if the words other factors are there and you say they're not part of the assessment process, but then they were?
As you know, and I've heard this morning, I've heard many times that the BBRF program and other programs of its nature are hugely oversubscribed.
Sure.
It's accepted that there will be many projects that have the same score, regardless of how many weightings and things that you have. Like something might still all be 30. And my interpretation of the other factors and the use of them in the guidelines is that it's a way of being able to distinguish between things that are similar. So geographic location and priorities and so on.
I'd actually take that as quite reasonable, having run grants programs myself in many different capacities, that all things being equal, you then do turn your mind to, look, have we got a fair spread here, like it's all in one place, one town, that seems a bit much, or this mob have had a go in the last 2 rounds, we should give someone else a go. Those things are on balance when you've got a similar score. Is that, to the Audit Office, is that how the other factors were applied?
No, I guess if you look at round 5, Chair, the highest scoring application was unsuccessful. So it's not that the other factors were being used, if you like, as a way of breaking any impasse between we've got a number of applications on the same score, if you like.
Or even within a couple of points.
Yeah, or even within a couple of points. No, that's not how they were applied at all. I mean, we've put some charts and some figures in the report which actually show that these weren't things being applied to try and do some splitting of ties or something like that.
Right.
They led to a fundamentally different outcome in terms of which applications were approved compared to those that were being recommended on the basis of the published merit assessment criteria.
So, again, I take it what you say face value. That was your understanding up front of what the other factors could be used for, all things being equal.
Yes.
We can have a bit of a look at these things, hard to score in the breach. In future programs, if other factors were maintained for what I think personally is actually a pretty sensible reason, because you do get these on-balance judgments, would it be better to have them expressed? I'm asking for an opinion, so you probably also can't give it. Would it be possible to have them expressed as in that way? All things being equal, where the merit criteria don't produce a definitive result, then decision makers may also consider these things.
You've said if it's possible, it is possible.
And I guess just noting, as you rightly said, that question really is asking for an opinion, but I guess it's important to note that is the first recommendation in the report.
Yep.
Is around making sure that applicants have the opportunity to address other factors as part of the application for funding.
Yep.
And that, to the point just made now, that records be made as part of the decision-making process as to how each competing applicant had been assessed.
Yep.
Now, that is a recommendation to the Department of Finance, not specifically to infrastructure, but I think it goes to the question that you're asking.
Yep, okay. So, as a policy department, when funds like this, and they happen commonly, progress through multiple rounds, what are your responsibilities as you move through each round before you get to the next round?
We do an evaluation of, so an internal evaluation of what's worked, I guess a lessons learned type exercise.
Yep.
We do that in conjunction with our partners at DISA, at the Hub, and we come up with, having looked at our risks logs and issues logs and things, what things we can look to improve. We'll look at audit recommendations that have come up in the past and so on, and then we'll look to improve the next round's processes and guidelines based on those things.
Okay.
That's generally what I think.
Yep. So across the 5 rounds, in light of the panel's increasing reliance on other factors in funding decisions, the ANAO found clearly, quote, there has been an increase across the 5 rounds, there has been an increasing disconnect between the assessment results against the published criteria and the applications approved for funding under the infrastructure projects stream, reflecting the extent to which the ministerial panel increasingly relied on the other factors when making decisions. That's quoting from the report there. Given the panel increasingly relied on other factors, not the department's advice, did the department consider revising the grant guidelines to include other factors as part of the assessment criteria, given you have a lessons learnt responsibility along the way?
So if I recall, the ANAO's observation is that by round 5 there was a significant departure. I don't know what the right word was you said from. Significant more reliance on the other factors.
Well, it was across the 5 rounds, there was
Across
an
the 5
increasing
rounds.
departure.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you had 4 great and then you
No,
get to
no.
5.
But I don't know that there was any consideration. I don't have any records to say that we considered evidence to show that we considered putting the other factors into the assessment criteria. I don't have any information to show that we did do that. And having been audited, that's something that that we're aware of now. That is a possibility.
You raised concerns with the Minister or the Chair of the panel regarding the reasons for decision. Did you express any concerns regarding the increasing discrepancy between the merit assessment results and the panel's funding outcomes to the Minister?
I'm just thinking. No, we have not done any analysis on the decisions or the reasons used or the analysis on the reliance on the other factors. That's not something we have done.
I mean, you're all intelligent and well-paid people, and you obviously think about the material you're putting forward and the stuff that comes back. You're not seriously telling us that you didn't notice that ministers were deciding things in contravention of your recommendations, relying on other factors. You're not actually telling us you didn't notice, are you?
I'm saying we didn't do any analysis. I didn't notice myself. That's not something I've noticed, but that's my opinion doesn't count here. The department didn't do any analysis of that.
You're actually telling me that there's no public servant in the department, when they get a brief back from a minister, didn't notice that ministers are deciding things that you didn't recommend?
Chair, that's a much broader question than the one that Ms Hibbert just answered.
Well, did you notice that ministers are deciding things based on other factors that you didn't recommend?
In the context of BBRF decisions,
yes.
I'd be very happy for us to take that on notice so that we're not relying on Ms Hibbert's recollection, but to look at the records from the team.
Is there any scenario where you could credibly convince a committee or anyone that no public servant, particularly senior and experienced ones, wouldn't have noticed that ministers were making decisions against your advice? Like, I've been a public servant. I mean,
Well, ministerial discretion is part of the exercise.
Absolutely,
that
I'm not
ministers can
arguing
do.
that.
And so, therefore, there's no analysis of when that ministerial has been. There has been no analysis of when that ministerial discretion has been exercised.
You're defaulting to the word analysis, and I get that means a structured process of reflection. I get that. I know what you're saying and what you're doing there. I'm asking a different question. You get a brief back from a minister. I've written hundreds, probably thousands of briefs and cabinet submissions. You care about your work, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so you care what the minister does or what the government does in response to your work, don't you?
Well, I care about fulfilling my obligations as a public servant. I don't have an opinion about caring about what ministers do or don't do. I want to follow what my job is and what my obligations are.
I mean,
well,
I think
asking if I care is very close to an opinion, I think. What I would say is that I see the documentation that comes back from a minister or a minister's office that has reasons on it, and I can see how many have reasons that are in line with us, like what have been approved in line with our recommendations, and ones that aren't, including those that we have to report.
Great.
So that's what I see.
Good.
So
well,
I've
that's
noticed
what
that
I was
'cause I've
asking.
read it.
Did you notice? So you noticed?
I've seen it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. We could have just said yes, but yes, fine. So you've noticed that, the department's noticed that, but across all 5 rounds it never occurred to the department to say to ministers, hey, what you're doing here is placing more and more reliance on other factors. So it never occurred to the department to do that.
I can't speak on behalf of the department. It didn't occur to me.
Right. Or maybe someone watching at home it occurred to and they didn't say anything, who knows. I'm struggling to see it as credible that no one would have noticed and had an internal discussion about this. Probably wouldn't have been recorded in a file note, but, you know.
I think that's partly what makes it difficult for us to answer the question in the broad, Chair.
And life's too short to drag everyone from the department in and put them on the stand, isn't it?
Can I just say, Chair, I think one of the concerns raised in the audit report is at the same time as there was what we describe as an increasing disconnect We then saw at the same time the approach taken to categorising applications as to whether they're value for money and or recommended within that, as well as the broader recommendation as to what ministers should do. We saw a deterioration in that at the same time, such that by round 5, there's a very large, what we describe as pool of applications. Basically everything which passed the 60% threshold of value for money was put in a pool with advice to the panel that you tell us which ones of those you're selecting, which to us, as we comment in the report, one of the things that did was meant there couldn't by definition be any overturns to be reported to the Finance Minister. But to us, as an approach being taken in circumstances where there's an increasing disconnect, it seems to us the fundamental reasons for the increasing disconnect needed to be addressed, not changing how the department goes about making recommendations and briefing to avoid the need for reporting of overturns.
So
can I
footnote,
just ask a point of clarification just on that last observation? So can I just clarify, are you making an adverse imputation about the motivation? It sounded very much, in that last comment you made, seemed to be quite a subjective imputation. Maybe I misheard.
I'm taking you to the part of the audit report where we actually observe that factually two things happened. There's an increasing disconnect between the assessment results and what's being approved for funding, and at the same time the actual approach to briefing is becoming less robust through both the pooling of applications and also a funding recommendation which is much less precise. The recommendation, if I can read you the round 5 one, is the panel consider and agree to select projects up to the value of the funding that's available. So that's not actually a recommendation as to which application should be approved for funding, which gets back to the fundamental obligation under the Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines to provide advice.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because it sounded like you were making imputations by sort of putting those two observations together, that you were making some form of imputation. But I just wanted to clarify, there's no imputation there, you just commented on a couple of facts you observed.
Yep.
Deputy Chair, I think we're just presenting the evidence that's in the report. We can't go to motivation unless there's evidence for motivation for things.
We'll get to that in a moment, that issue you've touched on there about the pooled funding issue that mysteriously happened in a couple of rounds. Just to finish this point here, footnote 37 of the audit report states that, I quote, in round 3, infrastructure recorded an intention to include in its briefing to the ministerial panel any relevant information against these factors, the other factors that may prove useful to the ministerial panel in its considerations, and for this purpose even consulted with other areas of the department. So it obviously turned your mind to a desire, a need to provide advice to ministers on the other factors by round 3. Was that information actually provided to the panel in round 3 or other rounds?
I would have to take on notice exactly what was provided, because there's a large package of information that I do think addresses some of the other factors, geographic location and so on, but I couldn't say with all confidence when and what rounds. Yeah.
Fair enough. Has the Audit Office got any observations on that point?
No.
Okay. It wasn't meant to be a leading question. It was a point of curiosity.
We'll check
It's
that
just a
on
lot
notice,
of info.
Chair.
to
It
check.
is. I understand. So the audit report states that the ANAO's analysis was that panel members, through their officers, assessed applications against factors other than the 4 published merit criteria. The ANAO found that information gathered from these analyses formed the basis for application shortlists or their revised recommendations to inform the panel's funding decisions, so that the ANAO's work, I think I've just read the words, suggests that those other factors were actually the basis for decisions. Was the department aware of these assessments that were being undertaken in panel members' offices?
No.
Right.
Well, I'm not aware. I can't speak for the whole department.
Of course.
But no.
Yeah. So the former secretary might have been, I mean, who knows?
That would be inviting us to speculate, Chair.
Who knows? Okay, so this was news to you when you read the audit report, that there was a secret shadow process going on?
Yes. I don't have access to anything that happens in ministers' offices. I don't know what happens in there.
That's, but it's a legitimate question.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate your answer.
Yeah.
So you were as surprised as everyone. Well, I wasn't surprised.
I didn't know about it. So.
So you therefore couldn't have provided any assistance with those analyses which you didn't know were going on?
No.
Was the department aware that application shortlists or revised recommendations were being developed by members' offices separate from the department's recommendations?
I wasn't aware, no.
Okay, I just wanted to get the analysis and the recommendations. That was all a mystery, just going on the basis of other factors. I think it's important, and I'll move on, but one of the themes of this inquiry is you establish a program, you put out guidelines, you call for applications in an equitable way, which means advertising and having closing dates, and then you assess against the applications and you provide written advice to ministers on what to approve and what to reject. And the guidelines, it's against the guidelines to say, having done that, we'll just have a secret process that goes on based on other factors that are not transparently assessed and that no one could possibly respond to. That's a reasonable summary of facts.
How decisions are arrived upon, I don't have any information.
I was making a normative point. Is that
Yeah.
the department's understanding of how things should work?
The guidelines and our understanding is that decisions will be made by a ministerial panel. How that happens, whether it's in a meeting or a number of meetings or some other way, it happens through the ministerial panel process chaired by that.
I'm not asking about the process, I'm asking about the basis for decisions. So decisions should be informed by assessments against published criteria, not undertaken based on other criteria which were not published and the department did not provide advice on. It's a normative question.
I think it partly goes to the second recommendation in the report about a recommendation to amend the Commonwealth Grants Rules and Guidelines.
Okay.
I think we may have been at slightly cross purposes in that earlier answer, Chair. I think we were answering on the in terms of the BBRF guidelines, and I think your question might have been about the CGRGs.
Well, it is, and that's obviously part of the context. I'm just checking that we've got the same understanding of the CGRGs.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So one of the issues, again, we spoke about this in the thematic inquiry this morning and it comes up in this report, is the role of members of parliament. And there's a tension, and I think this will be a theme that we'd like to try and resolve and put a bit more order in, between community expectations that MPs can advocate and should advocate for their electorates and community expectations that decision makers may take advocacy into account but are making decisions based on a transparent, equitable set of advice. So there's a tension there. The audit report outlines the role of panel members' officers throughout the grant administration process, and the ANAO's submission notes some recent audit findings about the role of stakeholders such as parliamentarians in the assessment and award of grant funding. Could the Audit Office just outline again to this hearing how stakeholders such as parliamentarians are able to be involved in the award of grant funding?
I think this morning we talked about multiple ways. We see in some grant guidelines that they specifically reference that the criteria will assess sort of the level of support or the importance of a particular program to the area, and that part of that evidence base may be representations made from local members as a part of the process. The representations can come in without that sort of part of the being in the criteria. The expectation would be that the representations will be taken into account to the extent that they related to the criteria in the process.
Yep.
We see ministers seeking views from members of parliament about particular applications.
Sure, that's informing themselves.
That's informing themselves. There's multiple ways like that which are appropriate ways for members of parliament's views to go into the decision-making process.
So some letters of support were included with applications.
Yes.
Some were received after. That's normal and reasonable.
Where the department received any letters of support for an application, we've passed it on to the hub to put with the application. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, letters of support are generally disregarded would be my understanding, or do they have some impact? How does the department, or maybe it's a question for the Grants Hub if you're doing assessments, how do the departments give weight to assess letters of support? And it might not just be from members of parliament, it might be from local councils, mayors, petitions from communities. How are those things considered?
Chair, I'll ask Ms Beckus to add, but a starting point would be looking at the grant guidelines and the assessment criteria within those, and then using that as the basis for an assessment.
That's right. We go through all the guidelines and gather all the information. In some cases, depending on if we can, we will reach out and ask for additional information if it's within the guidelines. But ultimately, it is just going through the guidelines, assessing it fairly and equitably. We conduct all our due diligence as a part of that process as well, and then we package that recommendation and submit it to our policy partner.
So this morning, I'm just going to test this with different departments through the inquiry. This morning we talked about maybe a few different ways of understanding the role of MPs, and I'll just make the point, I'm not trying to trip you up, I'm not trying to make a partisan point. This came up in the previous inquiry, but it came up late and we never really reached a finding on it. One way is if the criteria include explicitly community support as something to be weighted, then advocacy could be taken into account and scored. Conceptually, that would seem reasonable, possible, not unusual.
Certainly possible, Chair. I mean, I think there'd be a question about how you can quantitatively score degrees of community support, but I take your point. It is doable.
Yeah, I mean, there's petitions, there's, campaigns that have been run for years, there's council advocacy, say if the council says, or a regional body says this is our number one priority and we all agree. So I'm just sort of musing about how we could try and clean this up in the future and put a bit more transparency and order into it, given communities expect that MPs will do this.
I think part of the answer to your question about the forward-looking part is again a recommendation in the report about amendments to the CGRGs, specifically about situations where stakeholders such as parliamentarians are playing a role.
Yep. Yes. Okay. So that's there's playing a role as in advocacy and there's playing a role as in influencing the scoring in a shadow process. They're kind of different. I'm trying to get to the former, which I'd say is proper.
Sorry, I'll save that comment for the second part of your question.
The other way I think it was observed this morning, which would seem reasonable, is if an MP wants to write a letter arguing the case why a project meets the published criteria to inform your scoring, that would be proper. I think the Auditor General said if you wanted to take that into account because you're considering an advocacy argument, would that be reasonable?
It's a bit of a hypothetical question, Chair. I'm not sure how we would answer that.
What I would say is in BBRF, for instance, there are criteria around economic benefits and social benefits. So somebody could add a letter of support from the MP or their RDA or something that talks about how that MP or organisation who's supporting it thinks that they address those economic or social benefits, and it could be like an attachment to your application. So whilst you wouldn't be scoring on the letter, it could add weight to your application. So in theory,
that makes sense.
That could be.
I've done that sometimes where someone's given me an application they've lodged and I really want to support the project. So we've spent half an hour and had a bit of a look at the council website and actually found far more compelling evidence than they put in and put that in the letter. There's nothing improper then about the department saying that's actually good information. We can verify that. We'll take that into account.
Chair, if I may, we would take that as evidence as well.
Okay, great.
So we will assess it, review it and add that as evidence.
Okay, all right, that's good. And then there's the equity issue that you said equitably sort of allocated, that if we're dealing with MPs, all MPs should have a reasonable chance to at least be aware that there is a grant program in existence, be aware that there's an opportunity to apply and that they can provide input. Is that a reasonable?
Yeah, that's why we publish guidelines, publicly, so and promote them. Yep.
Okay. I'm happy to go to the Deputy Chair. I can keep working through. We've got a fairly... We're trying to take a thematic approach to the inquiry, minimising the number of fun one-liners and backhanders, tempting as it may be. So I think the Deputy Chair can see I'm faithfully working through our thematics.
I can indeed, thank you. I've just got a couple of follow-up questions from where we've gone so far. So, in relation to, I'm not asking for comments, I'm just opinion. So, in relation to what the Chair has rather colourfully referred to as a secret and mysterious process, I just want to get some clarification, because to me, it doesn't seem secret and mysterious at all.
Maybe you know something I don't.
Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that, Chair. So in terms of all of the projects, the 1,300 odd projects that were in scope, and the ones that were selected, so what was it? I've just got your report here, 300 and something were approved. All of those ones that were approved through that process, which did evolve over time, were eligible and were deemed value for the relevant dollars spent. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we started off with all of the ones that were selected under this secret and mysterious process were all eligible and were value for the relevant money. So that's good.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Chair, can I just say that wasn't what the audit report found. If you go to the figure 1.1, whilst there weren't a lot in round one, there were 20 applications funded that were assessed as not value with relevant money, and there was one application approved that was assessed as ineligible. The other rounds there were none of either, but for round one there were some under both those two categories.
Okay, so that's in the first round under a process that had evolved since then over time. So we're just talking about, was it one out of the 300 odd?
So for round one, there were 20 applications that had been assessed as not value for money that were approved. And there was one application that was assessed as ineligible that was approved.
Okay, but that's round one.
That's round one. There were none in the other four rounds.
Okay, so round one, some were determined, processes have evolved over time. Yep. So apart from those exceptions in round one, for all other ones, they were eligible and considered value for the relevant investment. So thank you for that clarification. So as the process evolved, the department, as I understand the evidence and from the report, is that the department did the initial assessment, taking into all the factors that we've just heard. But then it went to a ministerial panel, quite legitimately, and in accordance with, it was totally appropriate for it to do so. The panel then considered it, but they were also able to take into account other factors, which, other local economic factors, social factors, and they were able to do that quite legitimately, and they did that in consultation with Cabinet. So they went through this. So they went through this process.
So Appendix 6 of the audit report, Deputy Chair, runs through the process for each round. And just to make sure you're fully aware of what the process was, if you look in there, for some of the rounds we point out there was actually an advanced list provided, so it wasn't the process as you're outlining as per the guidelines. For some of the rounds, before assessment work had been undertaken, the infrastructure department, not the hub, was providing an advanced list of what were the applications to hand through to the so not quite as straightforward as I think you seem to be basing it, just reading the guidelines on.
Yeah. So so the process did evolve over time. There were some complexities to it, but I'm just going through this because people reading the Hansard in future, or people who are watching this, don't necessarily have Appendix 6 to hand. And so just to put it in a more simpler way, so through a simplified version of this is, as I've said, with some exceptions and to how that process worked. But the ministers took that information, they did further consultations, and quite legitimately they were able to take other factors into consideration, which they clearly did. That then went and had Cabinet endorsement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So to me, and obviously the Chair and I have different points of view on this, that is a pretty clear process and it's not secret or mysterious in terms of how that process occurred. So the real issue.
Just to be clear, I am well aware, and I think we're on the same page about how the process occurred. What's mysterious is how the other factors were applied. That's the point I'm making, and that's ultimately what taxpayers will draw a conclusion on as to why one project was preferred over another. That's what's secret and mysterious. The fact that 3 ministers sat in a room and did something which was not properly recorded and took it to Cabinet is certainly not secret and mysterious. Just given you've compared your view to mine, I wanted to be clear what my view was.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But again, I don't see that there's anything particularly mysterious about that. And as has been discussed at estimates, I know with, I think, Senator Watt at the time, is that then goes into, goes into Cabinet deliberations. So my point is that it wasn't just, the ministers came up with something which they're entitled to do to take into consideration other factors, but they then went and took that to Cabinet. Now, like with all Cabinet deliberations, quite rightly, they're confidential, but it's not like there wasn't any discussion or there wasn't transparency on what they'd done, because clearly there was.
Well,
so that's the point. So for anybody watching this, I don't want them to think that somehow there wasn't consultations and the process itself was followed. Now, the issue seems to be what's been discussed, and is the fact that, yes, the department made recommendations, but they weren't the Holy Grail. They were to be taken into consideration, which they were, but then the ministers, quite rightly, as they're entitled to do, took other factors into consideration and then took those to Cabinet. So to me, that's not a mysterious process at all. And okay, I'll take away the word process, taking your point into account. But the issue that seems to be is that people think that if the department sends recommendations to a minister, it has to, it's the Holy Grail.
No. Again, I'm not aware of anyone thinking that. Myself, I made a clear statement at the start of the hearing, near the start, that the Audit Office, to my understanding and certainly my view, is in no way trying to remove ministerial discretion. I just think that it should be exercised according to rules and that reasons should be recorded.
Yes. And I'd also just make, and that's sort of the last point at this stage, I'd just like to ask the Auditor-General, observing that he had said earlier on in this morning's hearing that in relation to these reports and in his report is that he found no evidence that any minister sought to subvert the process or something similar. So could I just ask the Auditor-General to clarify that or reconfirm it as you did this morning?
I think my comment this morning was in relation to situations where we've identified that actions were taken that were inconsistent with the principles of the CGRCs, or where rules were not followed across the reports that we've done. I haven't seen any circumstance where a minister has been told that an action being taken isn't consistent with the rules and they have continued to do it in any event, and they have insisted on doing it. That's that's sort of the. I think it was a little bit narrower than what you said, but the principle was the same. That we haven't, to my recollection, seen circumstances where a minister has been informed that what they're doing is inconsistent or in breach of the rules, and they've insisted to continue to do that.
Thank you.
Which is not to say that actions were consistent with the rules.
No.
You're choosing your words carefully.
I haven't seen what I just said. In the audits that I can recall, I can't recall a department advising a minister not to do something because it's in breach of the rules, and a minister saying, I want to do it in any case.
Okay, right. So,
and just on that, then the Auditor General. So there's that, but then there's also your opening statement where you were very, very clear to me, and I think to anybody listening, that there was significant failures on behalf of departments not actually complying with their requirement to positively ensure that the guidelines and any other advice that are needed to be taken, advice that needs to be given on what actually has to occur, and is that the fault lies with the public service who haven't been doing that role correctly?
I think in the context of the audit we're talking about at the moment, we made a conscious decision that most of the recommendations would go to the government rather than to the department, because we believed the issues that needed to be addressed could only be addressed by changing the rules rather than putting a recommendation to a department and getting them to agree to do something, because we'd come to a view over a number of. We'd come to a view over a number.
Which would be the Department of Finance, correct?
Well, no, it's the Department of Finance is the policy agency. The recommendations were to the government, because over a number of years we've found that if we make these recommendations to the Department of Finance, their response is it's not our responsibility, it's a government thing. So we've changed them to be recommendations to the government.
Can I just check and put it in a neutral fashion, neutral-ish we'll say. So in this audit report and many others, you've identified serial non-compliance with at least the spirit of the rules, and sometimes what you would say is the requirements in the rules.
Yes.
Yes. And that some of those non-compliances, in effect, have been departmental failures, some have been because of decision makers. There's never been a circumstance where a decision maker, a minister, was told what you're doing is against the rules and has continued to do it.
I can't recall any such thing in an audit in my time.
Yep, that's good. Okay, so there's been serial non-compliances, some by departments and agencies, some by decision makers, and there's a series of recommendations that you're now making with a degree of frustration, I think we've explored in previous hearings, that to improve things we need to, your recommendation is that there should be some changes to the guidelines, because there seems to be an ongoing gap between just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
That's correct. That's why we're arguing that some of the discretion, if that's the right word, should be removed and be very clear what is expected.
Yep. All right. And given the Deputy Chair had some editorial before, I'll do it without carrying on and mentioning party names, but that's perhaps where I take may draw a different conclusion to the one you expressed earlier, Deputy Chair, that just because ministers could do something, make decisions based on a series of other factors, doesn't mean that they should, given the evidence at the start that the inclusion of those other factors and the weight that was given to them doesn't comply with the guidelines. But that, as the line of argument you're running is, well, it's not the minister's fault they didn't comply with the guidelines because no one told them not to send a whole lot of money to Liberal seats. So there we go. Can we just have a little bit of a look at the award of funding? I can put that on notice probably. Just back to this pooled issue, which we touched on earlier, and I said we'd just park, because this is an issue you've identified thematically, Auditor General. Para 412 of the grant rules state that ministers may approve grants that are not recommended by the relevant officials, but that they must report all instances annually to the Finance Minister. The audit report noted that Infrastructure's approach in round 5, where all applications assessed as value for money were presented as a suitable selection, meant that there would be no circumstances in which any of the 427 applications seeking $750 million in grant funding would need to be reported to the Finance Minister, and as an approval of the application, the Department had recommended be rejected. So that's a direct quote. I think my plain English understanding is, in that round, the Department chose to look at all the grants and say, well, these ones were eligible and assessed as value for money in the abstract, and you gave the whole list over to ministers to say, well, you choose, without doing the scoring or ranking. Is that?
Well, they were given the scoring and they were listed in
right
scored order to that point, but there wasn't a situation of saying, well, there's only X dollars available.
Oh, okay.
The ones that you should award funding to within the X dollars are these ones. It's basically, it's what sometimes referred to euphemistically as pick listing, where you basically, you're not saying we recommend you approve these ones for a grant, you're saying here's a list, pick from it and tell me which ones you've picked.
Right. And
sorry, just
yep.
to clarify, we provided individual rankings and merit
Yep.
scores.
Yep.
And then we provided, in order, and then we provided an orange line and made it clear that that's where the funding ran out. And we said for the ministerial panel to choose, noting that that's where the funding ran out. So whilst we accept that our wording wasn't as specific as it could have been, we did provide where the funding ran out and what sat above that and what the rankings were in order.
Okay, right. So you did that part of it, but it's the recommendation issue that is the subject of the discussion or disagreement, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a yes from the audit, just for Hansard, okay. And the consequence of that recommendation is that put it a different way, if you'd made a clear recommendation and said we recommend the ones above the line, and ministers had exercised their right to use discretion and choose some from the below the line and reject some from above the line, then that would have needed to be publicly reported to the Finance Minister.
Yes, any decision that was made against our recommendation would have needed to be reported.
Not publicly to the Finance
Sorry,
Minister. Not
reported
publicly
to the Finance
Minister.
Okay. So can you just explain further then, Auditor General, when grants that were approved, when they're not recommended, get reported to the Finance Minister, what happens with that information?
I don't believe we've audited that process.
We looked at it once in the, I think about 18 months into the CGRGs, the reporting to the Finance Minister, and that stage, and that was quite a decade or so ago, so I can't really say that our observations then would necessarily be relevant today, but that was the only time we've audited that process.
Yeah, I'm just curious. It
might be a matter for the Department of Finance.
Yeah, we could ask the Department of Finance. I mean, I see it in the narrow sense. It's a sensible accountability check so that the policy owner has a broad sense of, where ministers across the government are rejecting advice and can choose to delve into that if he or she wishes.
And something that's
doesn't mean anything wrong has been done.
No, something there's often questions at estimates and so forth, where there'll be questions asked as to, for this program, how many were reported to the Finance Minister. So it's, as the Auditor General says, the reporting to the Finance Minister per se is not public, but through the estimates process, there's often questions
But it's
asked.
a very easy hook then for Senator Reynolds or her colleagues to choose to pursue. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Was Infrastructure aware that the approach which you took in that round would lead to a reduction in transparency under the grant rules?
I'm not sure that I accept that it does lead to a reduction in transparency, and I can only speak for me. So,
why do you not accept that?
Because we're still providing the individual rank scoring and all the information that we provided across the other rounds, providing where the funding runs out, and whether...
The transparency I'm talking about is the reporting to the Finance Minister.
Yeah, so...
Because in previous rounds you provided that recommendation as to the line you didn't hear, therefore there's a difference in transparency.
And Chair, am I hearing rightly your question is whether the department considered that question in settling on that approach to the presentation of the information?
Well, aware can be embedded in considered, sure.
Okay. I think we should take that on notice then, because it's a question for more than just Ms Hibbert.
Okay. Why the change in approach?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have any recollection of why that's the case.
Sure, I mean, it's not meant to be a trick and it shouldn't be a surprise question.
I think it was covered in estimates hearings with Dr Bacon about when the report was public, but be very happy for us to take on notice anything we can add in addition to what's been...
Of the 5 rounds, how many of them were pulled in this way?
Rounds 3 and 5.
Is there anything common about those 2 rounds?
Well, I mean, round 4 in between was a round focused on drought funding, but you know,
And round 3 was tourism, but the others were generic.
Yeah.
Because round 3 and 5, mysteriously, the ones that were pulled were also the 2 rounds immediately before an election. Is that a fact?
If that's the case, then I don't know.
Deputy Chair?
Yeah.
That's not a factor that the department would have considered in making its recommendation.
No, I'm just observing, though, it's a fact. That's fine. It's just facts are facts. Sure, Deputy Chair. Yep.
Just on Ms Hibbert's response then, Ms Hibbert, can you just unpack further the issue of, I think, round 3, where my recollection is that, as you said, it was specifically targeted. There was one at drought and one at tourism to deal with COVID issues.
I think round 4 you said was targeted on...
Round 4. Can you just unpack that a bit further, Ms Hibbert?
So round 3 of BBRF was a tourism-focused round. The theme around applications was tourism. Round 4 was around drought.
Yes.
There's nothing specific around the themes being COVID-focused, but that would have played a factor, I suppose, in people's applications when they were lodging things. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what I need to answer.
Well, I was just picking up the Chair's point because it appeared to be some random facts that he was linking causality to in terms of what may or may not have happened. So if you could perhaps take that on notice, just in terms of those rounds, because the Chair was very interested in what was different or what were some of the factors. So I think if you can take on notice with both rounds, my recollection was the tourism one, I might be wrong, but was related to economic stimulation that was COVID related, and then drought obviously speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I can say that round 3 was in 2018, so it may not have been, it might have been round 4 that you're thinking of.
Yeah, the random fact I was simply putting on the record and checking is that out of the 5 rounds, only 2 of them were pulled without firm recommendations that ministers could accept or reject. And it's just a fact that those 2 rounds happened to be the ones before elections where ministers then got to pick from a long list rather than respond to a firm set of recommendations. Just a fact.
So I guess what my questions on notice is, while you're implying some sort of causality that's or link, if we could have a look at some of the other factors at play as well, particularly in relation to those rounds, because my recollection is that, I can't remember the detail, but that there was other factors which I think you'd find interesting in terms of...
Sure. Sure. Just a final question then, because we should break for 10 minutes. Just to the ANAO, throughout the audit and in Appendix 4, you refer to a number of audits of regional grants programs in previous years. Overall, what is the Audit Office's view on how the department has implemented and learned from previous audits and recommendations?
I think Mr. Boyd summarised it a little bit earlier and he can correct me if I'm wrong because he's vastly more experienced in these audits than I am, but I think we'd seen a trend improvement in a number of the department's handling of the grant programs until BBRF, where we thought it went backwards a bit in terms of some of the things we've talked about today. I think that's
You probably started going back when National Stronger Regions Fund, there was BBRF, Regional Jobs and Investment Packages, which was quite a critical audit report as well. The one before that was National Stronger Regions Funds, which we talked about a bit earlier today. We actually thought the department was performing at a pretty acceptable level from our perspective then in terms of its practices around grants, admin. RGIP was certainly...
RGIP was the one that scarred in my emotional memory then.
And BBRF, I guess we would say is that downward trend has continued, which, as the Auditor General's talked about, that's why our recommendations, if you like, not just around relating to this department, are focused largely on the framework needing to improve rather than relying upon individual entities themselves making the improvements.
Yep, okay. All right. Thank you for your appearance today. If there's questions which have been taken on notice, if you could... if I could ask the department and the Secretariat perhaps to liaise in distilling those from the Hansard and clarify and agree between the Secretariat and the department before you embark on the process of answering them, it might save a bit of time and we can make them precise. Similarly to the Deputy Chair, and note to self, if we have further questions, we'll provide them over the next few days.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll just suspend the public hearing for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene about 5 past, okay with you, Deputy Chair?
Perfect, and thanks to everybody, to the officials who just presented. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call representatives from the Department of Home Affairs, Attorney General's Department, Department of Industry, Science and Resources and the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, could you each please state the name and the capacity in which you appear?
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit at the ANAO.
Grant Hare, Auditor General.
Ryan Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group, ANAO.
Leanne Monterosso, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement, Property and Contracts Division, Department of Home Affairs.
Justine Saunders, Chief Operating Officer, Home Affairs.
Susan McCaig, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Criminal Justice Division, Attorney General's Department.
Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary, Business and Enabling and Business Services, Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Thank you. We know this is a formal proceeding of the Parliament, that you've got to tell the truth, that Hansard will record it and you get privilege. And the Deputy Chair and myself are very familiar with the fact that we need to give you opportunity to refer a claim of public interest immunity to a superior officer or a minister. And officers of the department are reminded that any claim that would be contrary to public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for a claim. Would you like to make an opening statement? Actually, sorry, I'll just say one thing at the start for this one. It's one of those awkward ones that happens after a machinery of government. It happens periodically where the report is about the Department of Home Affairs, but AGDs now has responsibility. There'll be some things which may be sort of common to both of you. But my understanding, but perhaps if you could just start with a quick outline of the arrangements, is that both responsibility but also the people and files have transferred to AGD.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm happy to hear from you, just to have on the record how between the two departments you want to deal with answering questions, or who's accountable.
So Chair, if I could, so Justine Saunders, Chief Operating Officer, and you've very clearly articulated what has occurred since the machinery of government changes. In very simple terms, all of the corporate knowledge as it relates to this particular grant, which is of interest to the committee, has transferred, including the wonderful people that we had in Home Affairs at that time have also gone to AGD. But I think you're quite right, Chair. There are probably some areas where there's common interest, and that would particularly be as it goes to what are the improvements we've put in place, how have we responded to the ANO report more broadly beyond the particular grant, which is the subject of the committee's interest.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful, because some of those corporate lessons stay with you as a previous owning department.
Probably worth putting on the record that the transfer of responsibilities occurred on the 1st of July 2022.
Okay, great, thanks. Perhaps if I could start with the Audit Office. Part of the rationale for this audit was providing the ANAO with the opportunity to follow up on the implementation of recommendations from the 2015 performance audit of the Safer Streets program, which was the predecessor to the Safer Communities Fund. Overall, what's the ANAO's view on how Home Affairs had implemented and learned from the previous audit and recommendations?
Interestingly, giving your introduction, Chair, Safer Streets was with Attorney General's Department, so, which is now where Safer Communities Fund is. I think from our perspective, the quality of the assessment work, which was a major focus of the Safer Streets audit, that's work which is now the responsibility of the hub. I think the audit findings of the Safer Communities program funds show that the quality of the assessment work isn't still up to the standard that we would be expecting. The briefing work around that similarly was also not yet to the standard that we would have expected. So I guess from our perspective, we don't think that the recommended improvements had yet been put in place and taken effect.
Right. So it started with AGDs, went to Home Affairs, and it's gone back again. That's the boomerang bit.
Indeed, round one and the early part of round two for Safer Communities Fund was actually with AGD before moving to Home Affairs. So the original, if you like, the original design of Safer Communities Fund was with AGD.
Right, okay. Well, to both of you, how are you taking on board the lessons and recommendations from the audit of the Safer Communities Fund?
Well, Chair, I'll commence, obviously, noting that we had accountability during the period of the audit, and obviously we're in position to consider the outcomes of the ANA report, which were released in February of this year. And of course, as the Chair knows, the Home Affairs obviously takes very seriously the advice we get from the ANA report, and in this instance we supported and agreed with all of the recommendations that were made, and there were clearly areas that we could improve, and I'm certainly very confident in the time I've been here that has been every effort made to improve on those arrangements. I'll give a general overview, and if the committee has any further particular questions of Home Affairs, I'll then hand over to Leanne Monterosa, our Chief Procurement Officer. But Leanne herself has a direct engagement now with all grant activities, and in terms of any advice that now goes to the Minister, it all goes through the Chief Procurement Officer, so you have that independent lens by which final decisions are progressed to the respective decision maker for an outcome. We've obviously addressed improvements across processes, and guidelines have been updated, including a grant fraud guidance document, an improved management framework. We've also included additional assurance improvements in terms of risk-based assurance and monitoring. We've obviously increased our capacity building. There's quite a lot of work that Leanne and her team do across the department, those engaged in grant activity, in terms of regular forums by which we can communicate, share experiences and ensure that we're building the capability. And as I touched on, I think key to this has also been the grant management framework that we have in place.
Thank you. That's interesting, and Ms Monterosa was terrifically helpful to us in a number of previous hearings on procurement. So you've put the grants assurance function, if you like, as well under the Chief Procurement Officer.
That's correct.
Okay. What was the rationale for that? Just curious.
Well, Leanne, you might speak for yourself on that.
Yeah, so obviously in my division we have a range of responsibilities, including property as well. And so if you look about it at a Commonwealth resource management framework, kind of responsibility for a range of those activities which happened under the whole of government resource management. So procurement, grants, contracts, property, all in the one division. So we have the policy responsibility, the procedural responsibility. I don't actually manage any of the grants within my division, but we assist and provide support to the other areas of the organisation. And all of the briefs will come through me, and what we can then do is actually have a look at the recommendations that have been made, the policies we have put in place, and assure ourselves that actually, yes, we have done what it is that we said we were going to do. And then similarly with the assurance function, we can then look back and say, did we do what we said we were going to do? Are we making the improvements that we were going to make? Similarly with procurement, it's not a one-stop, policies implemented and we're done. We are always reviewing updated guidance, other audit findings that may be coming along. So we are really trying to have a, sort of learning culture within all of those functions, that continual improvement.
Thank you. I'll just ask you, Ms McCagie, if you wanted to add anything, but I think we've got Ms Conway from the Audit Office there. Can you just, for the Hansard record, state your name and the capacity in which you're beaming into us today, then we'll go over to Ms McCagie.
I can. So my name is Hannah Conway. I'm a audit manager in performance audit for the ANEO.
Thanks. Ms McKay?
Thank you, Chair. So the Attorney-General's Department accepts the recommendations and will implement them in the same way as we would have if this function was continued in the Department of Home Affairs. To that end, we haven't actually had any further grant processes since the release of the report, but certainly there have been extensive discussions with the team to make sure that we're looking to the recommendations, not just the recommendations which we've agreed to implement and will implement in full, but also broader commentary around the narrative of different iterations of the program for lessons learned. And similarly, we've had a number of discussions with the Business Grants Hub as our partner in administering this program as to making sure that we give effect to the ANAO's recommendations.
So you're ready in case government gives you a grants program to deliver?
That's correct.
AGD is not a big grant-making organisation then I'm hearing, so you haven't got a centralised function in that way that a large department like Home Affairs had.
We do have other grants managed outside Safer Communities Fund, and we do have a central grants policy, but with respect, they're of a different scale and tend to be a lot smaller. So with respect to Safer Communities Fund and the learnings from this audit, primarily that's a function for my team.
Okay. Deputy Chair, I'm proposing just to work through the thematics. So if you want to follow along from Perth, and we can just jump in and deal with that together. So let's turn to the grant opportunity guidelines. For the fourth funding round, the Audit Office found that the version of the grant opportunity guidelines provided by the Department of Industry to the Audit Office had no evidence that it was approved by the Minister, and had an amended sentence regarding contract milestones and final payment that, quote, essentially reduced the acquittal requirements, allowing DISA to fully pay out grant agreements prior to the completion of the project. I think previously there'd been what I'd term a fairly traditional requirement that there be 5% held back at the end, which, having run grant programs, is largely so that you actually get the acquittals in and the paperwork, or the recipient doesn't get the last 5%. Who decided to make the change to the contract payment arrangements?
Given the time, I'll just check whether Ms Beckers has that detail, but I suspect it would have been Home Affairs that would have pulled that trigger, but I'll just double check.
I think that as a policy area responsible, that decision would have been made in consultation with us. A request would have been provided, and that decision would have been. So I'm speaking with dual personality. That would, as the policy agency responsible for the time, which was Home Affairs at that time, it would have been made.
Yep.
By Home Affairs.
Okay. Was the Minister informed of the change, and was that approach taken for subsequent funding rounds?
I think we'd accept the findings of the ANAO. In relation to that, that decision has not continued through to subsequent funding rounds.
Okay. I'm not trying to flay anyone. It's just when you read the report, it does sound peculiar and abnormal that you wouldn't hold a small amount back, because otherwise it's just so difficult to get the acquittals and compliance and paperwork done. It's just how community groups are.
I think my understanding of the context for that was it occurred during the COVID period, and there was a sense, as I understand the information was recorded in the ANO report, that was the rationale provided.
Yeah, I mean, the ANO in saying that noted that the advice from departments didn't address how the weakening of controls over infrastructure project completion during a pandemic, when it's clear that completion is at a risk, is an appropriate response. It's a fact, but it wasn't argued. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. If that's your assurance or evidence that that isn't a practice that's continued, that's helpful. According to the audit report for the fourth funding round, Department of Records show in January 2019 that, quote, a non-competitive approach was adopted as a result of advice from the Minister's Office that funding decisions be able to be taken by early April 2019 so as to ensure at-risk children will be protected from potential attacks. Home Affairs' advice to the Minister at the time it is unlikely that urgent timeframes to allocate funds by early April will be met, regardless of the delivery method chosen. What was the urgency to get the funding out by April 2019?
I don't think I can provide more information other than what's provided in the ANA report with respect to the context for that. I can take it on notice.
Sounds like it's just a coincidence it was just before the election.
I think that one occurred just I think I'd have to take it on notice just because there are so many rounds of the Safer Communities program. I have a recollection that may have followed the Christchurch attack, but
well,
I'd need to...
I might get the Audit Office to add. I mean, this is a pretty important issue in the audit report that magically one of the rounds moved to a non-competitive basis on a, quote, first assessed basis. That was just before the election. Auditor General?
We didn't have any, we couldn't find any evidence as to why that was the case.
Right. Oh, well, we can all draw our own conclusions. If the timeframe would not be met regardless of the delivery method chosen, to use your words, why did Home Affairs not default to a competitive process which would ensure better value for money? Or is the answer, as I read earlier, because that's what the Minister's office said was going to happen?
No, I think subsequently we have reflected on that experience and moved to competitive rounds. So the intention would have been legitimately to deliver things within a particular time frame. I accept that that intention, according to the ANAO report, doesn't seem to have been met, but that's not a practice which has continued through to subsequent rounds.
Because the audit report states that in May 2019, Home Affairs sought agreement from the Minister that all 690 applications received be assessed before making funding recommendations, contrary to the first in, first assessed approach outlined in the grant guidelines. Can you explain to us why this request was made in light of the apparent urgency of the funding allocation to protect at-risk children?
I don't think I can provide information beyond that the ANAO has been able to identify. I don't know.
Are the children still at risk?
I beg your pardon, the question is?
Well, the stated advice was that there was suddenly a rush in January to get everything done by April because there were children at risk. Can you point to which children were at risk?
No, I can't.
Right. So it's just before an election, the children were at risk, but then they stopped being at risk in May.
Chair?
Yeah? Just trying to... I'm just looking at the words.
No, a very quick point of order. I think you are knowingly asking questions that the official can't answer, and they are political questions. They're not actual questions, and I think the conclusions that you're drawing in your editorial is probably more appropriate for outside of this room and not questions for officials.
Well, if sure, I mean, I'll take your point to a degree, except that I'm reading the words, so as to ensure at-risk children will be protected from potential attacks. It's quite a reasonable question to ask whether anyone knows which children and what the attacks were that they were at risk from.
That might be a better question, just...
Sure.
Anyway, just...
But anyway, we haven't been able to point to the children or what was threatening them, and then magically by May that wasn't a threat. We were going back to full assessment. There you go. The audit report states that, quote, after the second round, the examination of whether items of proposed expenditure were eligible under the grant opportunity guidelines was not undertaken as part of the assessment of grant applications. Instead, then, it was proposed that ineligible expenditure be removed during agreement negotiation with the successful applicants. That just seems, and I've looked through a lot of grants programs, that seems an incredibly peculiar approach to take. I've never seen that before. Maybe I'm wrong or naive. The industry department might want to point to other examples, but in every other grant program I've seen, you assess for eligibility, you put them to one side, and then you score the eligible programs, the eligible applications. Mysteriously, in this program, you made a change, a conscious change to score everything and then punch for ineligibility later on. What informed Home Affairs' decision to change their approach to assessing eligibility and to start assessing ineligible applications?
I can't provide any information in this forum. The information has been provided to assist the ANAO report, but it's not something that I can comment on in relation to decisions of previous officials.
Yeah, I take your point, and I'm not being mean, but we've had this discussion in the previous thing. We have this all the time with machinery of government, or indeed in the case of Ms Monterosso and the planes that do or don't fly. Sure, Audit
Maybe the
Office.
question's not really for Home Affairs. What the records told us at the time, that the idea of pushing eligibility checking to later was actually from the hub in the Department of Industry rather than the policy owner suggesting it. So it was more driven from that department rather than from Home Affairs asking for it to be pushed to later in the process.
Okay. Well, we'll go to industry. So why would you have made the suggestion that you assess all the applications and work out eligibility later? I just don't understand it, because it's not the normal way of doing things, and it was a conscious change that we've now heard you suggested.
Chair, Ms Beckus may have more detail. Typically, we would be making such decisions in consultation with the policy owner of the particular grant. So that particular question I would need to take on notice and actually go back to see what records were made at the time around that decision, beyond what's already been referenced in the audit report.
What the department can say with respect to that practice going forward is that we've accepted the recommendation, and we're working with the Business Grants Hub to make sure that ineligible expenditure is identified at an earlier stage.
It just seems more efficient, doesn't it? Because you're not wasting time assessing things that are clearly ineligible.
That's right, Chair. I would say that we would attempt to take out ineligible applicants and at eligibility stage, but rather ineligible expenditure comes out at the agreement negotiation period. But as Mr Mason said, we can take that on notice and come back with more information.
So even with this peculiar change, and you can take it on notice and try and work out why it happened, just for the historical record, what process was applied at the agreement negotiation stage to identify ineligible items, and is Home Affairs AGD aware of any ineligible items of expenditure that were funded?
That detailed process of assessing eligible expenditure is undertaken by the Business Grants Hub. We accept that during the audit process, items of ineligible expenditure were identified by the ANAO.
Have you got any additional evidence from the Audit Office?
Yeah, I think we addressed this at paragraph 3.9, Chair. So yes, there was, obviously once you push the eligibility assessment to later in the process, there is then a risk that you'll have awarded for funding applications that are ineligible in whole or part, and 3.9 points that risk did come home to roost, if I put it that way.
Were there any processes in place to identify applicants who'd submitted multiple applications, particularly to ensure consistency in applicant assessment or to examine how they'd spent previous funding? Because the audit identified 388 applicants who'd submitted multiple applications across multiple rounds. I'll maybe put that to Dicer.
Chair, we normally do full cost checks, and we do have our due diligence processes that we do put in place and go through each of these applications. So normally we would that would be picked up through that process. However, it's not. I should say entities are actually assessed on. Sorry, I've just lost some of my information here. Assessed first and then eligible expenditures. So often this does cause for clarification of contract negotiations. In terms of, I might just leave it there in terms of answering that question. And
we're happy to follow it up.
I'm happy to follow that up if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, because the audit did note varying quality in the assessment work, which is undertaken, I think, by industry.
Yes.
It is.
And you provide a different menu of services for different programs, but in this one you undertook the assessment process.
Typically we would do that as part of our end-to-end approach, Chair. I don't recall the ANO make any particular recommendations around that assessment other than the point around the recommendation for us when it comes to assessing scores that are similar and differentiating or having a differentiating where the value of the score is identical, which we were just talking about in the previous sitting.
Yeah.
And we agree with that recommendation and we'll be including additional criteria as part of future guidelines that are created subject to another round being undertaken.
Yeah. If you could just pay particular attention to one applicant, the example which was in the report where a grant in round 4, they were seeking $999,924, who knew? And they were scored 11 out of 20 for project delivery on capacity, capability and resources, and they were unsuccessful. And yet in the subsequent round, they were seeking basically the same dollar amount and were scored 20 out of 20 for the same criterion. That's not a bad little case study. And I know sometimes errors happen, sometimes these things picked up, but I'm more interested not in picking on the one example, but on anything systemic. Have you got a business rule in place that goes back and has a look, for instance, because it's a bit embarrassing when you get a completely different score. Just on the funding decisions, the audit report states that funding decisions for 4 out of the 8 processes were not made by the minister identified in the grant opportunity guidelines as having this responsibility. And I'll just say in saying that stuff happens in government. Ministers are busy. It should not be impossible for them to pass responsibility for something from one minister to another. So I'm not in any way criticising the fact that happens. I'm just trying to understand specifically what happened here. How was the appropriate decision maker for funding decisions identified? And was it an issue with a misidentification in the guidelines, or was there a change later in the process?
My understanding is that the decision maker was identified as a minister within the Home Affairs portfolio, so it went to a question of specificity.
The advice I've got, but I'll ask the Audit Office, for round 2, the decision maker identified in the guidelines was the Minister for Justice, but the decision maker in practice was the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs. In round 3, the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs was identified in the guidelines, yet decisions were made by the Minister for Home Affairs. And then in round 4, we got it the other way around. The guidelines said the Minister for Home Affairs would be the decision maker, and yet the decisions were actually made by the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs. So that kind of contradicts.
I'm probably recalling more recent round where that comment applies to, but I accept that that's...
That's fine. Let's not argue the point. So let's accept that that's a fact, unless anyone's telling me it's not.
No, the department...
why in 3 rounds in a row was the actual decision maker different from the published decision maker? I'm just trying to understand, were the guidelines wrong? Okay, that's one possibility. Or was there a change within the department, government? Someone was too busy, someone had more time, someone expressed... I don't care, I just want to understand. Because that's 3 occasions in a row where the decision maker was different from the one which was published.
Like I said, that is a factual statement, but it's not something I can assist with.
I mean, Chair, I think it's fair to draw the conclusion we didn't have a Minister for Justice at that time, so on the face of it would appear there was an error in the guidelines.
You didn't have a
that's an inference I'm drawing.
round two.
On round two, oh, there was
Round two, it was Justice and ended up Assistant Minister. Round three, it was Assistant Minister and ended up Full Minister. Round four, it was Full Minister and ended up Assistant Minister.
We'll have to take it on notice, Chair.
Sort of everything's taken on notice.
I think round two was a mob change. That's the only one we could explain.
Okay, so round two is a mob change. And I said at the start, I'm not criticising a government for having a different minister make a decision than they'd intended in the guidelines. What I'm trying to understand is why that happened and whether we can learn anything from it. And secondly, I'd invite any comment from the Audit Office. In circumstances where that happens, are there any expectations, or how might the principles suggest, should there be an update to the guidelines? Should the people be told? Or does it effectively not matter if it's a minister on behalf of the government? I genuinely don't have a view. I'm just trying to understand.
I think it'd be reasonable for the guidelines to be updated if there's a deliberative change, so just for transparency's purposes. I think we were pointing it out because it was different. It's
the key. It's in some ways it's a key role for any grant program. Who will decide which applications are to be successful and which will be unsuccessful?
So we've talked a bit today about the role of third parties in providing information to people and things like that. It's to some extent transparency about who's making decisions is actually the assistance you give to people about where you would make representations and that too, for example. I'm not certain it's the hugest point in the audit.
I'm just trying to understand. Because tidy minds, it's been an issue in there. It happened 3 times in a row. Look, I mean, the government...
Chair, if I could just make the observation that clearly transparency is important, and certainly there's been a commitment. I think we probably sound like a bit like a broken record, but we've acknowledged all the comments by the ANO and the areas for improvement, and we have addressed it. And if there are changes, we certainly ensure that that decision maker is very clear.
Okay, and look, I mean, the Audit Office found that more than half of the grants were awarded with no clear basis for the decision. So if we're talking about transparency, hence my interest in who the decision maker was and whether that was transparent. In the circumstances where a decision maker changes, that decision maker would still be bound to observe conflicts of interest?
That's correct.
Right, okay. Deputy Chair, did you want to jump in for a little bit? I'll have a few more, but we'll share it around.
I do. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Just got a couple of key questions. So in relation to ministers, in relation to this program, my reading of the report and my understanding is that ministers did comply with their obligations under the CGRG. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so just that process in relation to this is, so ministers at all times complied with their obligations, which included 3 steps as I understand it. First one is they received written advice from departmental officials on the merits of the various applications, correct?
That's correct, Deputy.
Okay, so that was done, and then they had obligation to report to the Finance Minister any of those recommendations they didn't accept.
That's correct.
Is that correct? So that's the second step in transparency, is that they got them, they then had the ability to make their own assessments, but they advised the Finance Minister, and then they also had to advise the Finance Minister if any of them fell into their own electorate. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're saying all of those requirements were met?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I also understand that considerations of electorate, what electorate it falls in, is not an eligible criteria and is not one that is assessed. It goes on LGA areas, is that right?
Electorate information is not part of an assessment process and is not taken into account by the department or the Business Grants Hub in making recommendations to the Minister, correct?
And so in terms of the sorts of advice that ministers would be expected to seek in terms of their opportunity to take other factors into consideration, would be considerations from local members or other local community representatives in terms of, in relation to this program, crime hotspots. For example, we talked about, I think the Chair referred to one that related to threats against children in a religious school or communities that have high incidence of crime and break-ins and where they need that support. Is that correct?
The Business Grants Hub will make an assessment of applications and assess merit according to the selection and eligibility criteria in the grant operation, the grant opportunity guidelines. They'll then make recommendations to the department as the policy owner, and the department will make recommendations to the Minister based on the Business Grants Hub assessment, which is on the paper as submitted by the applicants.
Yes. So in relation to other factors that ministers can take into consideration is certainly local knowledge and advice in terms of whether it's from a religious leader, from a mayor or somebody else who's got actual experience of what's happening in, and local members of course, what's happening in their local communities. Is that correct?
So the department will provide recommendations to the Minister that explains the merit assessment process that's been undertaken. The department doesn't have visibility or oversight of engagements that the Minister may undertake and decision processes of the Minister, outside the recommendations provided by the department. If the Minister has discretion to depart from a recommendation by the department, and where the Minister exercises that discretion, the Minister is required to comply with reporting obligations, and in all cases those reporting obligations have been complied with respect to this program.
So not only have all of those, so the ministers in all of those cases complied with all of their requirements in terms of reporting. As I understand it, also what is published is all of the decisions, so those that were granted and those that were not, correct? So that is another level of transparency out there for the public. They can see which ones were and which ones were not.
The Grants Hub, as I understand it, publishes information of grants that are approved. It doesn't publish all grants received.
So can we just be very clear on the answer to that? So it's an important question. So what's public is what was approved.
That's correct.
It's not what was rejected, and it's not why some things were approved and why others were rejected. Is that correct?
That's correct. The grants
Okay. Sorry, Deputy Chair, I just wanted to be clear on that.
No, thank you. It is an important point, but my understanding is that the department publishes detail of all, sorry, maybe I did get it slightly wrong, all approved grants, including those that were not recommended by the department. So it is clear where ministers have made decisions not necessarily completely in line with what the department has recommended, but it is clear which ones those were.
No, that's not. No, everyone's shaking their head. No, you get one list published.
Yeah, but can I just clarify that, because that's the information that I have, and that the department publishes details of all approved grants, including those that were not recommended by the department.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Bectus.
So we publish approved grants on Grants Connect, full stop,
Yeah,
regardless of who has recommended it or not.
Yes. So I think that's a Sky News talking point. All approved grants, full stop, is the most accurate formulation. Yep.
But you are correct that where the minister has made a decision against the recommendation of the department, the finance minister is informed. So there is a reporting element there, but correct in that the final approved grant, regardless of how they got to that point, is what is published on Grant Connect.
And they're all published, so people can see all the ones that were approved.
Correct.
Full stop.
Full stop, yes.
Yep. Okay, that's all I've got for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
You might need to take some of this on notice, continuing a theme, but one of the things which concerned me, and I say this representing the most multicultural part of Australia, in southeast Melbourne, was that relatively few applications for grants under the Coalition's Safer Community Funds were received from and funding awarded to groups identifying as Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu or Sikh. I think the audit found, in essence, there was an over-representation in the religious sphere of Christian and Jewish groups and a significant under-representation of Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu and Sikh groups. The report also found that, quote, over the life of the program, there have been 16 different cultural groups that have applied for funding that have not had any funding awarded. Filipino, Iraqi, Italian, Russian, Assyrian, Chinese, Congolese, Fujian, Indian, Iranian, Korean, Kurdish, Malaysian, Persian, Polish and Ukrainian. Could the department identify the grant applications for those 16 different cultural groups and take on notice who was the group applying, what was the grant name, what rounds were the applications in, who was the decision maker and were the grants recommended by the department?
Yes, we could take that question on notice.
Okay.
If
Chair,
I can say...
add to that? Oh,
Sure.
sorry, please. I just want to add to that question on notice, but perhaps if you should go
Sure.
first.
Yep. Ms McKay?
In terms of the grant processes that were run that supported upgrades to security infrastructure for schools, local government councils, community organisations, where those organisations were at risk of faith-based or racial discrimination or antisocial behaviour, there was a generic set of selection criteria to that purpose. So there was no assessment of the ethnicity or religiosity of particular groups as part of that assessment process.
The point I'm trying to make, and I'll draw a parallel perhaps, I've run many grants programs, and after a round or two, you get a bit of a pattern. So I've run many regional grants programs in a former life, and you get a bit of a pattern that the wealthier the council, the better they are at applying for grants because they employ the grants consultants and they write really good grants applications because everyone knows there's an industry. That's what they do. And then after a round or two, you sort of go, who's missing out here? Like that's good practice in my experience of running these things, and you have a bit of a look at your policy objectives and think there's a whole lot of gaps on the map, I'm getting the same old customers, and you go and condition the supply, if you like, by doing education, by tapping people on the shoulder, by shaking the tree and realising that there's whole swathes of the target audience, potential recipients who are just not applying or their quality's not good. So you go and sort of give them workshops and debrief them and put a bit more effort in. That's the point that I'm getting to. So Surinder Jain from the Hindu Council said at the time of the ANAO report being released, quote, "It is not a level playing field for us on many counts. We are not aware of funding opportunities and do not even know where to look. We have not had time to develop good networks with departments or with experts who can guide us on how to fill out application forms for a successful outcome." That's evidence that was in the report. It's particularly the case for newly arrived communities where they don't have the networks, they don't have people in tertiary education, they don't have the money often to pay the grants professionals. So that's the point that I'm trying to make to the department. Where's your responsibility to undertake that analysis after a round or two and say we're not delivering on the policy outcomes, we're just giving it to the same old groups?
Chair, if I could make a
Sure.
general observation, if I could. I think what you're suggesting is a very real issue in terms of who is actually monitoring Grants Connect to see what opportunities are arising,
Yep.
and how do we connect more effectively with communities at all levels, both at a state and a local level, and how do we connect with community groups at the Commonwealth level? And that is a challenge for us because we don't have that outreach across the broader community. However, what we are doing with the limited resource and capacity we have, particularly through our community liaison officers, is actually identifying the very issues you've identified and actually engaging with community groups to better educate, inform and support those communities in actually leveraging off the services that are available and the opportunities that exist in the Commonwealth more broadly.
Is there anything that AGDs has to add? Is the point I'm making clear? I'm not in any way suggesting that the department religiously discriminated in the assessment. I am having a go at the public service and in, if you like, the former government, because after 6 rounds, surely it should become obvious to someone that you're not appropriately targeting, frankly, the most at-risk communities. We know that the most visible discrimination and the most visible threats go to Muslims and Sikhs, and the Jewish community in parts, but particularly the Muslim community and the Sikh community and the Hindu community, people who are visibly different because of the dress or the culture or the things that they wear, are the people who are most targeted.
So the ANO made observations and recommendations on that front, and the department accepts the recommendation and will implement it, and we're looking at ways that we can make sure that target groups get information ahead of time and aware of the opportunities at a Commonwealth level for grants being advertised on Grant Connect as a matter of course, and also providing information to the extent that we can in general form around how grant processes operate and help those organisations to build their understanding and capacity to put in the strongest applications that they can.
Chair, not to diminish what you're saying, because that is clearly one aspect of this equation. The other thing we talk about in the audit report is in addition to that aspect, with the departments when they administer this, looking at whether the program's achieving its own goals, because the scores against the need criterion were declining across the round. So not only, it seems to us that there's only one round they did any work at all looking at where are the applications coming on from and where is money proposed to go to. But they themselves, if they sat back and looked at it, could have seen, well, actually, there seems to be less need for the applications we're receiving, which we think should have been another spur to them to say, well, hang on, what's wrong's the wrong word, but what's in our application population, which means the program's not achieving what we hope it would achieve.
Okay, I think it's
points one. Make the point that we think it's critically important that after each round that evaluation does occur and that there be a very rigorous process to do so, and that certainly has improved on the back of this ANO report.
The report noted that applications were mostly ranked in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines for the particular selection process, and that a transparent and consistent approach was not employed to individually rank applications that have been awarded the same overall assessment score. Just on round 6, infrastructure, where infrastructure ranked in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines, was that the case in round 6? Did you rank all projects in accordance with the opportunity guidelines in round 6?
Round 6 was not the subject of the ANAO audit because it was in process at that point in time.
Sure, that's true, but it's the terms of reference for this inquiry are any matters and all matters connected with.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that point. So with respect to round 6, your question then is?
Was round 6 infrastructure ranked in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines?
Yes.
Right. Can you provide the ranking of every grant then? Can you take it on notice?
Yes.
And was round 6 early intervention ranked in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines?
Yes, you mean the recommendations that we provide to the Minister?
Yeah, I'm just trying to distinguish between the two streams, infrastructure and early intervention.
So, and to clarify the information we're providing, we'll provide...
So my question is, were they ranked in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines? And if yes, can you please provide those rankings of every grant?
We can provide the information based on the assessment information that were provided by the Business Grants Hub,
sure,
with respect to how those applications rated against the selection and eligibility criteria.
Okay. How much funding was announced to deliver round 6?
Altogether for round 6, the total value?
Yeah.
The total value of round 6 was $135.5 million.
Okay. And how much was actually awarded?
Sorry, that's the amount awarded.
Oh, how much was announced?
In its original iteration, it was $35.5 million.
35.5.
That's correct, yes.
So there's $100 million added.
There was $100 million added over the course of that round.
Can you take on notice and identify the grants recommended to the Minister by the Department in ranked order for round 6?
We can provide information about the rankings.
In ranked order?
Correct.
Yep. And can you also take on notice the final list of grants approved by the Minister, when they were decided on and when they were announced for each grant?
We can take that on notice.
It'll give us a bit of a sense of whether things have improved or lessons learned, how the program progressed. Deputy Chair? Yep.
Could I just re-raise your point of order that you raised with me at a previous inquiry, that this is sounding like it's starting to go drifting into Senate estimates territory and somewhat, as you described to me, a somewhat tenuous link to this current inquiry.
Yep, noted. You won't be surprised to know that I'm having a bit of a look at a lot of the questions that were asked in estimates, and I'm ignoring most of them to try and avoid that point. I'm just trying to filter for a few that may give us a comparator on whether, in fact, the improvements in program administration and decision making that we've been hearing about continued, or whether there was a bit of backsliding.
Well, maybe they might be better direct questions. Anyway.
Well, look, yep, okay, take your point.
Well. Yep.
I might put a couple of others on notice. Yeah, I'll put some detailed questions on notice there. I don't want to go over, it's a fair point, I don't want to go over all the Senate estimate stuff over and over again, trying to ignore a lot of that, but there are some bits of it that I think are relevant to us understanding the thematics and how things transpired. Just picking up Senator Reynolds' kind of theme before, but my frame on it is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should, basic maxim of ethics. And one of the themes of this inquiry in a principles-based framework, both for decision makers and departments. The audit report states that starting with the second round, for 6 of the 7 subsequent selection processes, Home Affairs no longer provided information to the Minister that explained the reasons for the score that was achieved against each criterion.
So the information provided to the Minister, as I understand it, was the summary information that's provided by the Business Grants Hub and the aggregate merit score. But there are a large number of applications in any round, and it's a very weighty assessment document that goes to the Minister. And so the intention in providing the information that way was to provide the core and most salient information to assist the Minister in making the decision. But we note the ANAO's comments that more fulsome information around the breakdown about particular criteria would be helpful, and giving consideration to how to provide that information in the most...
Without needing a truck to bring it up to Parliament.
Yes, in the most effective way, so that the salient information is provided. There's a risk it can go too far and sort of bury the headline assessments, but the intention was to provide a meaningful summary of the information and the aggregate rating to support the Minister in the decision making. And we've discussed with the Business Grants Hub, who ultimately compiled that information to assist us in making recommendations and providing that information to the Minister about how we can present the information differently, taking into account the ANAO's recommendations and providing an additional level of information.
Yeah, sure.
Can I just pick up on this point? Maybe this is one for the ANAO, but with the advent of the Business Grants Hub, should not that be something that could be looked at more consistently across all departments, so that if the information is sourced from the hub and they're managing the process, could we not look at, or would there not be merit? I think the question to the Auditor General is making that more consistent and manageable for departments.
Indeed, Deputy Chair, and if you go to para 4.16 in the audit report, in a sense that's what we did as part of this audit. We actually observed that most of the grant programs we audit actually provide information against each of the criteria for the minister to consider, because when ministers might decide, well, I disagree with the assessment against this criterion, which is why I'm overturning, if they don't know what the score is against the criterion or why it's awarded, it's hard for them to perform that function properly. And so it's actually, for this program, what was being provided which is much less than what we ordinarily see. So we did that sort of comparison as part of this audit, which is why, if you like, this program was the outlier compared to what we normally see.
Okay.
I think we'd
but that
agree.
then leads... sorry.
I think we'd agree that having a benchmark of some form of what the minimum appropriate information is probably a desirable thing. The problem is who would go about setting what that is, because it shouldn't really be the grants hub, I don't think, because the incentives might be for them to lower the amount of work that they have to do, given they're on a pricing basis. So you'd want to make sure that the decision was made on the basis of what an appropriate minimum was. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just talking about incentives in systems.
Just in the interest
look, I agree, and I well remember, I was working at the sort of Parliament at the time, but this is a long-standing issue, and I remember it with Ros Kelly and her, the administration of grants and whiteboards. So the issue of how to get the right and enough information to ministers so that they can make the decisions as best as they can with the data that's being provided and the information from the department, but also taking into consideration other things that they can. So maybe, Chair, this might be something for the report as a recommendation from the committee we could talk about.
Yep, I think that's fair enough. I mean, the point, just trying to reconcile what's been said, I take your point, Ms McKay. Ministers, to start with at least, need to get a handle on what's being recommended broadly, and that can be in summary form. But I think the recommendation from the Audit Office back in the Safer Streets program audit, some 8 years ago now, was that ministers need to have available to them the reasons for those summary scores, if you like. So you can kind of walk and chew gum. You can still have a summary, but also find a way, exactly as the Auditor General says, if ministers want to, or Mr Boyd, want to exercise their discretion, and I'm not convinced, then they're able to access the reason that a summary score is being presented. I think the two things are quite reconcilable. In 2017, mid-October, AGD actually raised a concern with industry that the approach now being adopted wasn't consistent with those previous audit recommendations. If you could maybe take on notice what informed Home Affairs or DICE's decision to stop providing that information that explained the reasons for the score that was achieved against each criterion, and whether AGD raised the concern directly with Home Affairs or whether it was just a free bit of passing advice to industry. I'm presuming no one at the table has a recollection of that, but happy to have something now.
Yeah, Chair, I think from industry's perspective, we'll take that on notice. As I said earlier, we would generally take our lead from the policy department responsible, but we'll certainly take the question on notice and work with our colleagues at Attorney General's on the answer.
The Audit Office notes that for 3 of the 8 selection processes, the amount of grant funding awarded to individual applicants was reduced compared to the amount applied for reasons not related to whether the amount of grant included ineligible expenditure, and Home Affairs couldn't provide any information to the Audit Office as to how these decisions were taken. Did Home Affairs funding recommendations to the Minister include the amount of funding it recommended?
Yes.
Yep. So, and that's okay. the minister has discretion. I'm not saying anything illegal was done, but so the minister must have taken a decision for some reason to reduce the amount of funding. Is that a fair conclusion?
That's a decision taken by the minister.
Yep, that's, again, having run grants programs and stuff, often you massage at the end to make it all add up and so on. Were reasons recorded for this? Was anyone able to, and this is one of the themes again of the inquiry, ministers can have broad discretion, but they should be writing down reasons or be accountable for how they've exercised the discretion, that's all. Were there any reasons recorded for reduced funding?
And part of our process was, because I mean this, not recording the basis for decisions is an obligation on ministers, and that was an audit finding that was an obligation that ministers hadn't met, so that was where our conclusion was in terms of compliance with the CGRGs. That was a key part of that conclusion. What we did as part of the audit process is relevant extracts of the proposed report were actually sent to the relevant ministers who made the decisions so that they were afforded an opportunity to see, A, what our preliminary findings were, but also potentially say to us, well, this was the reason that we either awarded part funding or didn't approve these but approved those instead. And so if we'd received anything back from those ministers, we would have...
Didn't write back. You gave them that opportunity to explain themselves.
Yes, we did.
Right.
And that's fairly standard.
Sure. Yeah, no, and that's absolutely rightly part of your audit methodology, and it applies to private companies, decision makers, departments, individuals. Anyone mentioned in an audit report gets a chance to reply before you publish. That's correct?
Not anyone.
Not anyone. Sorry. People subject to potentially adverse findings.
Where we think they've got a material interest in what we're saying, we send it to them to make sure that natural justice is dealt with.
Because Mr Boyd's just observed that ministers didn't comply with that aspect of the guidelines in terms of record keeping in relation to their decision making. So I just draw attention to that statement, which kind of cuts across a little bit of the assurance before giving to the Deputy Chair that the guidelines were all fully complied with.
The guidelines were complied with, Chair, whether a decision is made to fund a program against the recommendation of the department. That reporting requirement was complied with in each case.
But the guidelines also require there to be recorded decisions. That's the point I'm making. It's about record keeping, not the fact that someone could do something.
Record the basis, but not just that there's a decision, that the basis of the decision against the program guidelines. So if you're saying that we think this one should get funding because it's more meritorious than the one you recommended, recording the basis is to explain why.
I must say, it has often bemused me, having watched some of these audits, including this one. And I'll put on the record the Assistant Minister who made most of these decisions is my electorate neighbour. We've had a couple of redistributions and some of his patches come into my patch progressively. Some of the community groups he funded now have ended up in my electorate. And at times, to his credit as a decision maker, he reached out to me as a then opposition MP and said, you know, I've got these recommendations from Home Affairs. I'm a bit troubled by this one. Do you know the group? I'm inclined to, you know, I'm putting that on the record in a transparent way. It was a very sensible conversation. On a couple of occasions, I said, yeah, that sounds right, reasonable. I'll write you a letter. On a couple, I said, yeah, I don't really know the group. So he was informing himself, and I say that very seriously and sensibly as a colleague from the other side. The thing that has left me bemused is that people don't simply write down the reasons. Even if it's, I've reviewed the scores and I happen to know this group and I know that group and I just don't agree with the number, that's my reason. That at least gives Mr Boyd something to work with, does it not?
Indeed, but it also not just, I don't think it's just for the benefit of the Audit Office, it also helps grant applicants, because if it's not clear why you haven't received funding in particular, then it's very hard for the hub who does the work to give feedback to the applicant to say, well, the reason you didn't get funding is, for example, because this program isn't really for you, or because your claims against this criterion didn't stack up for these reasons, which gives people a chance to say, okay, well, I should or shouldn't apply next time, and if I do, what do I need to do to put a better case together? And I think that's, in some ways, is the real benefit for public administration of recording the basis for decisions, is to help those who are actually applying for grant funding, not just to help accountability people like ourselves.
Yeah, I think, the Deputy Chair said it well, I think earlier, that if ministers have discretion, that's fine, and they can inform themselves based on local knowledge, and MPs are one source of that local knowledge. I know ministers sometimes call councils and check things. That's absolutely fine to inform themselves, as we've heard earlier. The missing bit constantly here seems to be why it's also secret and why no one writes anything down. Reasons for decision, not the decision themselves.
So, for example, with this program, we looked at it with some of the rounds, those in the better category, if I put it that way, of they're the higher scoring ones, all received what I can call a haircut of reducing their funding by, we could almost see it was almost formulaic, which is why we thought the Assistant Minister might have responded to us explaining that was the case, which freed up more money to approve more applications. But the thing is,
I've got no problem with that. I won't put that on the record.
But we're just doing analysis, and we can sort of see maybe that was it, but we don't know that was it. So nothing's...
Yeah, sorry, Deputy Chair. I think I'm trying to be helpful largely to the former government, with the exception of why don't people write this stuff down?
Look, Chair, I think you raise a very valid point, and my point earlier was this is not just an issue of one government. I mean, this goes back, decades of issues with grants and ministerial engagement and record keeping. And just to that point, it makes me wonder, this is a question for the ANAO, is what document or what record keeping do ministers or ministerial staff actually record this on? Because having a look at how ministerial correspondence is kept, different departments have different processes, but in ministerial offices, there are very different processes as well. And in terms of where they're stored, what happens to documents, either after an election or when ministers change as well, I'm wondering whether and listening to some of the the testimony, that there probably is not, with all the different processes and all the different departmental ways of communicating with ministers, sending information or not providing adequate information, physically or electronically, how are ministers supposed to record that? And even if they do, when the ministers change, their data goes. So how would we actually even, and maybe is that some of the frustration, that there's not somewhere for the ministers to record that and send it consistently to departments, and even if there is, after change of governments, there's no way of accessing it for the ANAO anyway.
Yeah, I reckon we'll get that one tidied up pretty quick, ANAO.
I don't think that's entirely correct, Deputy Chair. Ministers are subject to the Archives Act. They're required to keep all documentation with respect to their decision-making processes. It's, I think I would observe that maybe there isn't a very good induction process for ministers about their responsibilities for record keeping within government, because your observation isn't an unusual one for comment for people to make about things. But we can and do access ministerial records in carrying out audits. But the recording of the things that we're talking about at the moment comes back to the conversations we've had on a number of times during the day, and that's an expectation that the departments provide documentation to the minister which provides them with the framework for recording their decisions. It's the conversation we had in the last hearing about going from a templated form which provides opportunities for ministers to fill in the reasons for their decision, to a spreadsheet with a limited capacity to provide that type of information. And we see it as the responsibility of the department, when putting up their advice, that they are both clear about what the minister needs to do when they make a decision not to accept their advice, but also makes it easy for the minister to comply with their responsibilities in that place.
So can I thank you.
Do you want to just, let's just finish off on this point while we're on it. Yeah. I've got one more question and then we'll close.
I don't. So this is the last. So looking back you know, I was a minister in a number of different portfolios and made hundreds, if not thousands, of decisions in very different departments and under different processes. Now, if somebody, so with that requirement to, as you said, to keep records, where would I go? Where would I even start to go to find information on decisions I may have made in Home Affairs when I was a minister in that portfolio, for example? I actually don't know where I'd even go to find the answers to that.
Home Affairs should have all of those records on its systems.
We have gone over this in some previous inquiries. I'll just try and be helpful. Every department has a ministerial correspondence and briefing system. I could guarantee that anything that you signed as a minister will be sitting there faithfully scanned, locked away forever.
This comes back to my point. I understand that, but so in terms of, I'll put this another way. So what I signed and commented on briefs doesn't necessarily include decision-making or any requirement on the brief to actually explain how I made decisions. So it does that, it records that I made a decision and I may have put comments on it of my own volition, but I don't recall any that actually had information that the Auditor-General is talking to about any particular format. And I suspect if you asked your ministerial colleagues now...
Well, I think we're talking about grants here. I take your point generally, and you've just acknowledged you put notes on briefs, as most ministers do, particularly when they disagree with something or want to emphasise something. But we're talking about grants here which have a particular framework over them.
No, I understand that, but that's the point, is where do ministers actually record that and who keeps it afterwards? I guess maybe put that on notice.
Yep.
But I think that's salient.
Yep. In the template. Auditor-General?
I'll just keep reiterating. I think it's the responsibility of the department to facilitate a process which allows those records to be kept. That's why we have, one of the many reasons why we have a public service, is to make sure that ministerial decision making is, the transparency and clarity around that is appropriate. Can I just make one other quick observation?
One other brief set of questions.
We've talked a lot about ministerial discretion. We need to be clear that ministers don't have absolute discretion. They're required to operate under a rules framework like everyone else, and their discretion is limited by that rules framework, whether it's the PGPA Act or the grants rules and guidelines. So sometimes we hear conversations as if the discretion is complete discretion. It's a narrow discretion. The discretion is narrowed by the rule framework that
they operate under a set of legislative constraints, or in some cases constitutional constraints, if they're using, I think, the section 62 is it? Executive powers. The final, just brief questions. The audit outlines, and I've failed to give us any minutes back, I apologise. The audit outlines a number of instances where the minister approves certain applications for funding on the basis of his visit to the applicant, including those that had not been recommended by Home Affairs based on a merit assessment. Is Home Affairs aware of how the minister decided on which applicants to visit in person?
Home Affairs or Attorney-General doesn't have any visibility of a minister's engagements calendar, and so we're not in a position to provide any information to the minister in relation to that. I think the process, as I explained it, is we will provide recommendations to the minister based on the assessment of the Business Grants Hub, which is a paper-based assessment, and then the other factors which a minister may take into account, exercising his discretion under the CJDs.
And it's a difficult balance, isn't it? Because ministers visit lots of places, but then a grants program opens and suddenly they're a decision maker. And Home Affairs, did you accompany or facilitate the minister on any of these visits?
No.
Okay, and that's often, well, that's usually the case. There's rarely departmental officials on the out and about bits of ministers' diaries. They have advisors for that. And I'm trying to establish, I'm looking in the rearview mirror to try and establish, because this is going to be an issue perennially, on whether perhaps there should be greater clarity or guidance for ministers on that situation, because it happens, particularly for grants programs running for 6 or 9 months. There may be circumstances where, frankly, a minister doesn't actually know that they're visiting an applicant, because if they haven't been briefed, how do they know necessarily? There are other circumstances where they may need to visit an applicant, but for other reasons, but it creates this perception of a conflict, and maybe not a conflict, but perhaps unfair influence or an advantage for the 3 places the minister went versus the 6 places the minister didn't go. So I'm just sort of musing on whether there's anything we could be thinking about to try and protect ministers from that situation or instill greater confidence.
Also, the guidelines to potentially inform applicants as to whether they should be seeking out these opportunities or not. If so, how that can be governed.
I think some things are difficult to regulate, and
Yep.
I think we'd have an expectation. I think it would generally be carried out that ministers would know that that places that they visit aren't necessarily different from the worth of some place you visit doesn't give you, that sample doesn't tell you a lot about the population. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So Home Affairs has no line of sight as to how the information obtained by the Minister during these visits impacted how well each application was considered by the Minister to have performed against the published criteria?
No, and nor would Attorney Generals, but I think in light of the ANA report, when we provide that sort of generic briefing to the Minister with respect to the Minister's obligations in making funding decisions, we would include information on the next occasion just about the potential risks in engaging with applicants during a live grants process, and ensuring that consideration is given to CGRGs and appropriate transparency and other requirements.
And I'm not suggesting, for the record, that you want to in any way ban ministers from going and engaging in people. It's completely unrealistic. If you think in the defence portfolio, the Deputy Chair was the Defence Minister. If you took that view, the Defence Minister would never be able to meet with any defence primes because they're always engaged in tenders. That's just always the case. So I think it's really an issue that's more particular to these grants programs, whether there's any additional guidance that might help, as you say, alert ministers to the potential issues and then give them advice on, well, what should they be doing where they need to visit? Is it simply just where you're aware that someone's in a grant process, you should take a public servant with you, or you should make a diary note that nothing was discussed relating to the grant, or have that set up front to the council or the business? Look, I'm happy to come and visit, happy to understand what you do, but we're not going to discuss the grant application. I'd perhaps invite the Audit Office to think about this issue, because I know Mr Boyd in our briefings and that has raised it with me as a concern, and I'm genuinely a bit stuck on it, having worked with ministers for years and seen the nature of these processes, how you deal with that perception of unfair advantage if they go and visit some but not all, but not for nefarious reasons. I don't know what the answer is, but I'd leave it there for you to think about, and industry might have a view on that. Auditor General, anything else to add on this? All right. Thanks, everyone. Sorry, a couple of minutes late. Can I thank you all for appearing today? If you've taken questions on notice or you've been asked to provide additional information, the same thing, before you start answering questions, could you just liaise with the Secretariat and agree between you on what the questions in fact are? Sometimes Hansard is not the most precise formulation, so that would be helpful. And the Deputy Chair or myself may have some additional questions for you, which we'll get you in the next week or so. We'll aim, Linda, by the end of next week. That's okay for follow-up for this, because we're all a bit busy next week with Parliament.
No problem.
Okay, all right. Thanks. I declare the public hearing closed.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair.